Hello everyone, we are back again with another live stream. We enjoyed it so much last time that we had to launch another one for this week. So as people jump in, I'm streaming simultaneously on Twitch and on the Video On Demand YouTube channel. So if you don't enjoy the Twitch platform, that is where they're going to be moving forward. And so jumping straight in, I won't be paying as much attention to the YouTube side of the chat, but the Twitch side is where my main focus is going to be. And so today we're going to be running a couple of really cool builds that kind of go back to things that I enjoyed. Mega, good morning. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We're going to be running a few builds that kind of go back to some decks that I really enjoyed from early on. And those being kind of junk or clutter. And the main idea is to just make it hard for the opponent to play any cards that they want to play. And then you have some counters in your Shang-Chi and Cannonball to bring home the rest of it. Makoto, thank you so much for jumping in and joining us. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Couldn't even finish your new video. Tone Lock. Yeah, that was that was the idea. The new video is actually pretty long because it's a deck that I really enjoy. And so yesterday I was just kind of running it and commentating over the games, and I ended up having a lot. I cut a lot of them, so I kept really just the meat of them. So each of the games should be really kind of exciting or good games in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, same. I keep it for later. Yeah, that one, it's going to be the Mill deck, and Mill is like my bread and butter right now. I love that people underestimate it and say that it's free cubes to play against, because those are the people that you can get 4 and 8 cubes off of with that particular build. It does really, really well right now. And so definitely very much enjoy it. But so that we don't get interrupted with the gameplay, while everything is kind of loading up and launching up, I'm going to run just a real quick ad so that it disables them for the foreseeable upcoming future, so that we can kind of jump in and get going. Mill is so frustrating to play against. Yeah, and if you don't have a deck that can really handle it very well, you can end up losing big cubes really quickly. Hela, it feels like, is almost free whenever you're playing against that deck. And so I'm going to run a quick 1 minute and 30 seconds so that we can push off the ads for as long as we can. And then we'll start jumping into a few games. So any of the subs here, if you don't get hit with the ads, then we can, we'll still chat a little bit. Sawbear King, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Nate D-O-double-G, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. It's a good day to be playing a little bit of Marvel Snap. Yesterday's Wednesday stream, I guess, was phenomenal. You guys were awesome the entire time, and so I was really excited to be able to jump in and do another one today. 2 TLSGs in the same week. Good times, very good times. I'm very excited to be able to do it, and the feedback on the lurking, Leo, that is no problem at all. Lurkers kind of make this whole thing go round. But the feedback on the video that I cut from the Steam highlights from Wednesday was overall pretty positive. I think the general consensus is, as long as that's not the only content, more content is better. And so I think a couple of stream highlights a week might be pretty cool if it allows me to do a Saturday and Sunday upload. And then Rin, hello, welcome in. Yeah, there were a lot of gifted subs going around yesterday or Wednesday. A lot of gifted subs, a lot of really positive vibes. And so if you were lurking, you may have grabbed one of the free subs. And so we are going to go ahead and jump into a couple of junk decks. I'll give a quick rundown of it, but it's a pretty straightforward junk deck. The main plan, the main idea of it is to just make the opponent's day impossibly tough. So we have a lot of clutter. We have the White Widow. It's one of the best clutter cards. It's so cheap and it offers so much value. We have the original Titania, which was kind of core in junk style builds. And so she's here as a way to either use in tandem with like a Green Goblin or a White Widow to surprise cap out a location.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Hey, thank you so much, Rafa Castro, for the Prime sub. Starting it off with a huge positive vibe. I appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. You said the highlight video was good and perfectly edited for me. I was there live, but I still watched it again. Makoto, that's all I could ever ask for. What happened last stream? We lost you. My power went out. As I was talking about the rain and my dog being super anxious with it, my power surged and went out for a little bit. And so I hopped on my phone and tried to send a quick chat that I wasn't able to jump back on. But yeah, so the power surged and it kind of cut the stream a little short. I'm curious, are you running the game on medium or low graphics? Because the leg border is not orange enough? No, it should be on... Oh, wow. How long have I been running it on low? Thank you for the call out. The legendary border. And then Rice Burner Brew is some fun. Hopefully we're going to brew a couple of cool decks today. And so this one has a lot of the kind of clutter components. We have the White Widow, Green Goblin, Titania, and Debris. The White Widow really enables us to kind of take out that higher curved like Polaris that used to be in a lot of the junk decks and sub it in for something that's always going to be valuable. We have the Shang-Chi, so once we clutter up and junk out a lane, we can swing one of the other lanes back in our favor with the Shang-Chi. We have Doc Ock as a way to just completely make them cap out the rest of the lane. So if we get 2 cards there, we can get the other 2. A lot of times with Doc Ock, we can win that lane and then just focus on another one. We have Cannonball, which is just going to be a great card in clutter style builds if you're looking to completely cap out those locations. And then the Red Hulk, which is just a scaling menace of his own. We have Magic to extend the game because if they're not going to be able to play, it's better for us to be able to have a couple of extra turns to kind of navigate and find those resources when we need them. And then Kino, what's up? Welcome in. And then Akshay, welcome in as well. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. Yeah, we have the puppy sleeping behind us, but she's kind of sleeping pretty close. So you may not be able to see her for a while until she jumps up and kind of moves along. But that's the kind of general idea of this deck. We have a move one queued up for later, which I think is it's a fun take on it.
Hey,
Akshay
and
Rufus, thank you both for the Prime subs, starting us off with the hype train incredibly early. You guys are phenomenal.
Hey,
this is the move junk concept. So I know that I saw a few different move junk styles that were floating around. I don't know if this is the exact build. So I went up against one and they ran things like Iron Man to really elevate the dagger. But yeah, so junk with dagger. The idea is that you clutter them up and then dagger is going to be a 12 power card, which is something that clutter or clog decks really lacked, was something that was really high power to bring home the win after you junk them up. And so dagger can really easily be, Woody ran the Ravonna Iron Man. That's what I thought. And it worked great. But I think they're very similar in vibes. I think it's a decent shot. It doesn't do phenomenally against all the time against something like an Annihilus. The name slipped my mind for a second. It doesn't do great against Annihilus sometimes because of the Green Goblin and the White Widow. Those can sometimes be bullets back. Sage seems really good with it as well. Yeah, that was kind of the core that he went with. He leaned in with the Ravonna, the Iron Man, and the Sage. But once a deck kind of starts lacking that surprise factor, I think that was a big piece of it. It was kind of a surprise. You didn't know the dagger was coming. And so whenever a deck starts becoming popular, it's finding a way to make it still official Saucepan. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well.
Hey, welcome.
Pushing up the hype train so incredibly early. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. But once a deck starts losing that kind of surprise factor, it really comes down to how effective it can be. And I don't know which one is going to be better. I like this build. It feels much more closer to the original Clog or Clutter. So I definitely want to try it out a little bit. We can always pivot over to that Ravonna shell if this one's not quite doing the job. But we're starting at 283. We'll see if we can climb a little bit today. And hopefully everyone's having a fantastic Friday so far. I plan on streaming for about 5.5, 6 hours, so we're here for quite a while. We have time for plenty of games. An official Saucepan, we're back. Yeah, hopefully we can be back for quite a while and do these consistently. And so first up we have, I don't know how to pronounce their name. Next up we have the Kitty Pryde avatar. We get Ghost Spider, which typically we want to save that for way later on. We want to focus on the clutter first, and then the big power plays later on. And then Anatar, welcome in. Rin, you said still on my vacation? Well, hopefully you're enjoying your vacation. Thank you for joining us while you're on vacay. So I think we can do... I think the Bifrost is really good for us. We can do Green Goblin this turn. We can do something like Debris. That would make sure that this lane ends up being completely capped. and then we can focus on the other ones from there. And so they have a werewolf. If they have maybe Beast to pull the Green Goblin back in, it could be a little bit tough. But otherwise, I think this debris play is going to be huge for us. It leaves us one spot here, but theirs are completely capped. And then we can kind of cook from there. So the Black Widow is a little bit scary. That moves their werewolf over, and then Hood thankfully moves it back. We're going to push them with the rocks to junk up one of the lanes. And then bam, bam, slam, slam. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I love your name.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Official Sauce, I'm having a great day. I won't be here long because I have a friend visiting from out of town. Hey, thank you so much, Official Saucepan. Even if you have to jump out, very much appreciate having you here for while we can. And so we could do... We have Red Hulk for one, but I kind of like this. Once we play here, as long as we have more than 4 power, we win the right lane. Doc Ock is going to clutter them in one of the other ones, and then we can look to finish the other one off. I do kind of want to make sure we draw a card. Either that, or we could just push for... Imbozy, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Either that, or we could just push for the win in Titania and look to win one of the other lanes with the dagger combo. But I do kind of like the Doc Ock. I'm a sucker for a good Doc Ock pull. So that's what we're going to try here. See if we can completely cap them out of the game. The Shadow King jumps off. The Korg pushes the werewolf over. But it's going to jump back, I think, from this left card, the Grandmaster. And so, yeah, they are going to have one spot to play. The werewolf won't be able to bounce, so Shang-Chi in the left lane could definitely do it for us. Maybe not with how big that is. Maybe the right answer was Red Hulk last turn. Red Hulk over here to make sure we had a good power. And then let you dig goal. Welcome in. I'm so glad that you're here. I haven't seen anything since I've returned, or seen anything from you since I've returned, but glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So we could always do this. We would be pushing for a tiebreaker though. Last card we played was Widow's Bite, unfortunately. I think we may end up dropping this one. Kino, welcome in. Thank you for the one community gifted sub to Happy Noob. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Shang wins left. Yeah, so Shang would win left, but then the right lane's just going to be a tie. So Shang-Chi left puts us at 15. It puts them down to... Oh, no, it doesn't win. It wins, puts them to 14. But the problem becomes the right lane. Red Hulk right, pull Doc Ock mid. Unfortunately, I played Widow's Bite last. You said Spider right? Spider right. Red Hulk left wins. They'll float. I think we should have lost that one. Had they had if they had a good... We know they at least had a demon in hand. But we do end up forcing the retreat. Always trust our chat. But Lechigi, I'm so glad that you jumped in the stream. Hopefully you've been doing well. I haven't heard anything from you for a while, but I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to have you here. So we're 1 for 1 so far. That one could have been played a little bit better, but we'll take it. We'll take a win where we can. And I definitely need to get used to playing with Ghost Spider. She's probably one of my least used cards.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Inver Kakar, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And then Clicks, you said just watch your video and came and had to come say hi. Welcome in, Clicks. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And then Cal Rosie, welcome back in. Hopefully you're having a great day too. Said I was making Ukrainian language Marvel Snap videos, but this game has made me exhausted. Yeah, it can. If you focus too much, like I think KM Best, for example, he focuses really big on that in game, and that can get very exhausting because it switches so fast. but your secondary channel is even better. I'm glad that you found and that you're enjoying the secondary channel, because I definitely enjoy doing those. And the first one absolutely exploded. This one hasn't, or the last couple of videos haven't so much. I actually just posted a Hades 2 on the secondary channel as well. And then Husky Puppies, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So they got their Infinite off on turn 1 because of Project Pegasus. We know that everything is going to move over to the right with Bifrost, and so fluttering may not be our best answer unless we can get kind of a cheeky cannonball going. My day is so much better now that I get to see the King of Snap live. Well, hopefully I don't disappoint you. And Boosty, welcome in. I see the emotes as well. Steven, do you play Galactus? Calrosi, I used to, but I haven't for quite a while. Since they changed him or reworked him. Oh no, we didn't go down, did we? Is the internet fine? The bits show good. We're all good, just the game? Interesting. Where'd you find this? The list. So it took some inspiration from, I saw Jeff a couple of days ago running one that used like a Ravona and the dagger combo, and I thought that was really cool. But I think his had Iron Man, which he may have gotten from Woody. And so I kind of put the pieces together from like more of an original junk style, which used the Titania, the Green Goblin, and White Widow was a sub for what previously was Polaris. And then kind of added in the flavor of dagger from there. You said his alt channel? Just search his name. Yeah, so it's TLSG 100. I'm not sure what the exact link is, but TLSG 100 is the alternate channel. We made the same list? Husky, no way. Did it do well for you? Let's see if I can actually get into a game. I feel as if your voice would be good to record bedtime stories. I mean, I read enough of them to my daughter. Just slap a recording on it. I wonder what's going on with, is it just me that can't match anything? I think Husky had Juggernaut instead of Shang-Chi. Maybe. I think the core for, restart the app, I think the core for a junk build is, no, that was the old version. Nice. And so you ended up putting Shang-Chi in. I think Shang-Chi is a really great secondary like backup for the Doc Ock pool. And then 2 Bites. Hey TLSG, glad to catch you live today. I'm glad to be live. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic Friday. Hopefully your week has went well. And we're going to be trying to get a few games in if it'll let us connect back again. I've been doing Shang and Polaris. What did you have in place of Shang? Or in place of Polaris? Or I guess what did you have that wasn't in my list that was in yours for Polaris? Maybe the secondary move trigger, so the Iron Fist? I just thought it was a cool idea to be able to have a secondary move component for Dagger. I've never seen this symbol before. It's not looking good, guys. Is everyone else able to jump in? I'm going to load it on my phone, see if it... Maybe just Steam? Hey, Kino, welcome in. Thank you for bearing with me. Trying to decide which I like more. That internet issue? There we go. Yeah, I knew what the symbol meant, but I've never seen it before, like on the game. Well, I think we lost. I think we lost this one.
Escaped.
My name got said when you was reading your chat in the last video. I'm eternally part of the TLSG lore. You're in the first stream highlight video, so glad to bring you in there. Polaris is great to clog a lane, but sucks after one has been clogged. Yeah, because then it becomes either you just play it into the clog lane for a little bit of points, but you can't really use it anywhere else. If you don't get the early stuff, Shang-Chi hurts. I could see that. And especially with getting a lot of the clutter. Usually you're not worried too much about needing to overcome a lot of power with the Doc Ock pool, because it's usually only for like 1 or 2 slots. But next up we have Brew. Let's see if we can make it all the way through this one. We're going to see if we can climb a few ranks today. Negative Zone is kind of a... As long as they don't have Luke Cage, I think it's a rough one for them. Because it really elevates the amount of junk that we can send their way. Then we do get the Doc Ock. If we were able to clutter them in Mojo World with the Titania, then it could always be that we could resummon it back, and then they'd have only 3 cards, we'd have 4, so the points wouldn't matter. -7 is wild. Yeah, -7 is rough. They'll probably change the Negative Zone though. So we do have Green Goblin. Their Nocturne is a movable card. I think we just focus on Negative Zone. Maybe we Doc Ock pull into Mojo World. We might be able to Shang-Chi it eventually. We also have Cannonball as a potential way to clear out one of the Mojo World cards. I'm still missing the good old basket. I haven't been able to find the basket. I don't know what my daughter did with it. Can you show your mill deck after this game? Yeah, I can pull up the mill deck. The last video I did was over the mill deck. So it's on the YouTube channel, but I can pull it up real fast just to give a brief rundown on it. Nicholas Cage, hi TLSG, hope you're doing well. Glad I was able to catch your stream. I'm glad you were able to catch it as well. We're very early on, so we have plenty of time left to... Ooh. Wait, they can still move the Nocturne, right? But I kind of like the Ghost Spider pulling the Green Goblin.
Opponent snapped.
We're going to do it. We're going to stay for the snap. I know we don't have much on the board, but we're not going to pull the Green Goblin over. Interesting. So the Ghost Rider flip was a little unfortunate. Maybe Doc Ock and pray? Yeah, Doc Ock and pray that it doesn't derail us here. And then... something like Cannonball, Iron Fist. I think could be the path that we would need to take here. Oh, wait. It's the last turn. Thank you, guys. No. I didn't realize the last one was turn 5. Yeah, he's not moving now. We gotta shake off the dust. It's always tough when I first go live. I get it. I don't pay enough attention to the game.
Escaped.
With the turn 5 play, I think Doc Ock was definitely the path to go. We'll do a little bit better this time. We'll pay a little bit more attention. And then Benjamin Knight, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I saw your comment on the Video on Demand channel, so I appreciate you finding that and enjoying that one as well. Putting up on the TV for everyone to watch. Well, hopefully everyone there appreciates the positive, humble vibes, and hopefully we don't continue to throw games. And so next up we have Stan Twice. With location, we do draw magic, so that helps us extend the game. We can change it if it looks like we're outmatched there. Watching your streams and videos has made me play better. Got more win and conquest as of late. Cal Rosie, that's probably the biggest compliment I could ever get. And so I appreciate that the videos are value added for you, and then hopefully they're enjoyable too. Found a fun line with this is to Ghost Spider Titania on your side to flip it to theirs. That would be really cool. So you have the Titania in another lane, and then you pull it over with Ghost Spider. I do like that. So with Nebula in the left, I think we definitely want to drop the magic. That way we're not locked out of that location. And so with Shanna coming down, it looks more and more like a Gilgamesh Zoo deck. So we have to look out for Gilgamesh, of course, but Khazar and Blue Marvel are two of their biggest push cards. And then B Doggy Dog, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And so with this going to turn 7, we have debris that we can use to clog them out of this lane if they don't play anything there this turn. And then Sunspot, if it floats too much, could end up being a Shang-Chi target. We also have Cannonball as a way to potentially push it out of one of the locations. They play Jeff. They do have that mobile card. Shipall, you said first time seeing a TLSG Twitch stream in a year. It has been a very long time since I have frequently streamed. And so welcome in. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So they can move the Jeff as long as they have space is going to be my hope. We have the extra turn here, so Doc Ock is not anywhere near as risky as it could be. The Blue Marvel does come down. We could always... We'll see. The Green Goblin always becomes a really big liability. But we do have the double Ghost Spider move. They can't pull anything out of this lane. So Cannonball could win us... possibly win us Limbo. We could do Iron Fist, Dagger, Ghost Spider. That should have no problem winning the right lane. That may be... Actually, that's overkill in the right lane, right? I think that's overkill in the right lane. We could do Iron Fist, Dagger move, pull it back over. Maybe that's underkill. Then we need another low-cost card, which we don't have. Our Titania got destroyed, so we can't swing this location. And so I think we need to commit to this right lane. And so I like the first play a little bit better. We're going to do this one. I think we're going to be jumping over into Monster Metropolis, make sure we lock that one down. And then we're looking to do a Cannonball to win on 7. Yeah, Gilgamesh for sure. But unless they can change the location, we know generally where that card's going to go. And so they moved their Jeff into mid and then didn't play, which is really, really interesting. We have the Dagger moving over. We have the Ghost Spider pulling it back. But I think he was trying to dodge the Goblin in mid. That's why he moved Jeff early. And so now we have the Red Hulk. We have Cannonball and a super big Dagger in the right lane. So if we do this, they don't have any space to play, so it knocks off 14. No, it only knocks off 9. We don't have initiative, so Cannonball left wins, right? And so we're going to Gilgamesh, we're going to knock it out with the Cannonball, and we should be able to swing it back home with the big 24 power daggers. No, wait. I forgot about the Widow's Kiss. Oh, man. Best type of school is TLSG? Maybe not today. Are you enjoying streaming? I am. I am. It's definitely a different... I don't get to interact with you guys so much on like the videos. And so streaming, I think, is definitely something that I really enjoy doing. It allows me to kind of connect with you a little bit more in real time. And so, you said our stream's going to be every Wednesday and Friday. Right now, they're going to be every Friday. Because I'm working augmented summer hours. So I'm working long days, Monday through Thursday. Then I have Fridays off. Yeah, ball left loses. You were right. You were right, Husky. And then Ken, she said, "Yo, is that Times New Roman font on your screenshot? Is that a bad thing?" It is Times New Roman, but do I need to change it? We're gonna go ahead and skip here. Why does Cannonball only knock out 9 mid? Because the Sunspot was 14, but a rock would be left in its place, and so it'd still get the 5 on the rock from Nidavellir. Better than Cosmic Sands, I guess. I mean, what font would be better? I was doing that math and was scared if that rock canceling out the -4. Yeah. Yep. So the first location is Wakanda. The second one is Black Vortex. We could always change one of the cards. Be Doggy Dog, thank you so much for the gifted sub to SFSX. Very much appreciated. You guys, we're already at 10 for the day, which is crazy. We just went live. The support is massive. So we definitely need to change one of the cards with Black Vortex. But it's just a matter of which one do we want to change. We have magic to extend the game. We're pretty close here. With the Mysterio, the Hood, they could be looking to do like an Annihilus line. I think I'm going to magic this turn. Well deserved, my guy. Very much appreciate it. And then Renga, you said I somehow couldn't watch you on Twitch due to broadcast ended. You may refresh it. Renga. It should be still going. Goblin mid into Destroyer, easy. The easiest play of our lives. We could do Iron Fist transform into Green Goblin and pushes mid. Or we could push it to the left. It just depends on if we think they're an Annihilus line or not. I think they probably do have Cersei.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Carol Vordermans, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And so I'm going to go ahead and do this one. The Sentry in mid is big. We should have went with the right. It would have pushed it into mid and had him capped out. That's okay. And then Tucker, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. That's not what you want to see. It's not what you want to see. I mean, we could pull the Goblin into mid, but that doesn't do anything for us. We lose the other two anyways. I think the server on my country is currently down. I have refreshed it many times. Okay, well, I'm glad that I have it streaming on the video on demand channel, that you're able to jump in if it's not working on Twitch. We're gonna jump out of this one. We're absolutely cooked. We're having an awful start. Should be running Patriot, I guess. With that kind of RNG, we maybe should be. That's all right. If we have, I'm sorry, I forgot to show the mill deck. Somebody requested to see the mill deck. This one's my bread and butter. I feel like I could run it on autopilot and do just as fine. And it matches into most things. Like you can adjust your play to most of the different things that you see. And so we have the mill deck. I ran this for, I think it was like 30 or 40 games yesterday. Had a 70% win rate, just under 1 cube per game on average. It has answers to just about everything that you can see. I like mill without Absman. Absman a lot of times feels like he's really expensive for what he typically does. Can he hide untapped? Yeah, I can hide untapped real fast. My head's still in the way. Here, I'll turn off me for a second. But yeah, I feel like Absman at 4 is like he can absolutely derail them sometimes. But I feel like a lot of times he just ends up being a liability or a dead draw. Oh, wrong untapped. There we go. We'll jump into another one with Clog. I feel like a couple of those have been down to play. A couple have been bad RNG, but I think we can turn it around. Husky, you said gotta head out. All right, I'm glad that you jumped in. Hopefully you have a good rest of your night, and I'll probably lurk in your stream if you're streaming later tonight.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Dalek, you said you're killing me. Stop convincing people to play mill. Well, I actually really enjoy that people underestimate mill right now, because it's so hard to play against, and with a certain build or that build, it has answers to just about everything. And then Bewame Crone, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And then next up, we're going against Monkey D. Luffy, which I actually, for the first time, watched One Piece a couple of weeks ago. I watched the live action version, and I loved it. But with the anime, I've never been able to get into it because there's just so much to consume. Can't wait to see your Pixie Brews. I'm ready to unlock Pixie. I don't have her just yet, but whenever I do, I'm excited to try a whole bunch of different things. Yeah, the anime is so it's like 21 seasons. So it's hard to like jump in and feel like I'll ever catch up. And so the next card they play is going to get destroyed. I like Magic into the left lane. I think it's always a little bit scary, unless we... I think it's always a little bit scary to leave it on the board. And so we're going to go ahead and Magic the left lane. Mill only gets 2 cubes, not as often as you would think. I get a lot of 4 and 8 cube matches. So like Hella, for example. A lot of times they get greedy early. They snap early, you snap back, and then it's a 4 cube retreat. Gladiator, then Titania Debris. We could have done Gladiator, Titania Debris. They destroyed their Kyera? Seems like it was a mistake. I'm going to play Debris to the right, or to the left, with Shanna. If they get a bad flip... Ooh, Celine's interesting. If they got a bad flip, they could have been completely capped out there. We have to look out for the standard in this kind of Gilgamesh-style build. The standard cards in Khazar, Blue Marvel, and then, of course, Gilgamesh. I almost want to do Doc Ock mid to pull as many cards as we can. But we would have a good lead in the right lane with Doc Ock right to be able to set up like Red Hulk into a Cannonball. Could potentially be our line. We're gonna go ahead and snap into it. Yeah, I think Mill is really strong, and I think a lot of people sleep on it. Netflix is remaking the anime with a different studio. Yeah, there's a lot of filler. So I tried to watch the anime after watching the live action. There's so much filler. And a lot of the cutaways and things are really, like, the pacing doesn't feel as good. And then Tefwin, I love TLSG. Well, I love having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We're going to go ahead and lock in the Doc Ock to the right. It is infuriating to play against. So they play the Blue Marvel. We have 2 turns to be able to overcome that. I think depending on what we pull right. US Agent, interesting. That was the randomly generated card, yeah? From the hub. A little unfortunate. We could do Red Hulk, and I don't think they ever overpower a Red Hulk. We have Red Hulk. We could always do like Titania. We have Dagger into Ghost Spider to pull it over to get an extra 12, 13, 14 in this lane. Only 10% of the entire show is filler? Well, I think filler may be the wrong word. It's just there's a lot of emphasis on like just the exaggerated face because something crazy happened that stands for like 5 seconds at a time. And it does that like throughout the entirety of the like anime show, it feels like. And so like the pacing doesn't feel like it's moving or progressing the story as quickly. And so the skip last turn, I think Gilgamesh definitely comes down this turn. So maybe we need to compete for both left and right. We could do Dagger into this. That's going to be... I guess it's only 9 because Dagger is -3. But that would allow us room to still do... Or Iron Fist... Iron Fist, Dagger, Ghost Spider, Gladiator. 8 extra here. If they don't push anything else, we win the right lane. And then Ghost Spider is huge there. If they push the Gilgamesh, they won't be able to bump up this lane. So I think that gives us enough across all of the different lanes. And so Ant-Man to the left is big. The Mockingbird. Wow, they didn't split up the Mockingbird either. Because I guess maybe they needed that to overcome the middle lane. But Iron Man, Dagger pushing over. She's going to be huge when the Ghost Spider comes down. We could have also used Ghost Spider to just pull the Red Hulk to redirect that power. But I like the double move on Dagger. And then the Gladiator to the right allows us to find, thankfully, our first win of the day. We will take it when we can. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. Said we got all the kings in this morning? Welcome in, B Doggy Dog. P.S. If you're responding to my message, I apologize if I don't respond. I'm a deaf viewer. DH. I think I did respond, but I didn't realize. Is there any way, and maybe somebody in the chat knows, is there any way that like I can do something that has like auto captions or anything on the Twitch side? It's not something I've looked into before. Great morning before work now. Be doggy dog. I'm glad that you're here and enjoying it. That's what we're here for. Grabbed our first win, and so all things are going to start looking up incredibly soon. Auto captions are a thing you can do? I'll look into it. I know Dara has it. Okay. I'll look into it after this stream before the next one. Some streams have CC. Yeah, I'll look into it after this stream. And then S Show Hernandez, very excited you're back streaming. I'm excited to be back streaming. It's not something that I knew if I'd be able to come back to, and so I've been really enjoying it, really enjoying the game, but definitely enjoying all of you guys that stuck with me through that incredibly hard gap where I couldn't create content. And so I'm glad that everybody has been so understanding and appreciative when I came back. And so Mount Vesuvius might be a nice kind of surprise them into a 4 cube that they can't retreat from. Hody, I missed you guys as well. I want to try the mill deck, but I don't have US Agent. It's not going to be quite as good, the Edamame, but you can switch US Agent for like Spider Ham. Spider Ham does a lot of really good things for mill style decks as well. I mentioned to you probably 5+ times too. Most recent was the end of last month when you just returned. It was great seeing that Luong avatar. Yep. I ran the Luong avatar for the entirety of the month. It felt like I needed to. And so now I'm kind of switching it up, switching the card backs so that I have kind of a flavor in the different builds. But it definitely felt like I need to have Wong there for quite a while. Yeah, I would replace it for, I would test out Pig first, especially with the Pig into Shadow King synergy. Sometimes you can get quite a few good things going on. So with this one, they're a destroy deck. We have to look out for, like we can't necessarily clutter this lane. Or we can't clutter it easily, I guess. Because they can always potentially destroy it. I kind of like that. It would pull the Green Goblin over, so if they didn't actually destroy this turn, it could cap them out. But I think it's risky. So they're running the Sabertooth, which you don't see as often in the destroy style builds. And depending on where X23 goes... Okay, she popped over into the right lane. We have Shadow King to take out the Venom. You said at TLSG. Yeah, I watched the live action, but I made it like 5 or 10 episodes into the anime, and it didn't like hit or click as well. So I like the Doc Ock pull. We have Cannonball to take out either the Venom or potentially Shang-Chi to draw into. And so I like doing Doc Ock mid to pull Carnage. It could. Sometimes it's good to stack their cards. But I also like draining them of potential resources to use. Yeah, so no Shadow King in the deck. But Cannonball or Shang-Chi are the two counters to like that big overpowered play. Triple drop in the left. And so if they destroy it, then we'll pull back in their... okay, we were never going to pull Carnage. But we're going to pull their Sabertooth and then the remaining 2 cards in their hand. So the last 2 cards is just going to be whatever they top deck. Which sometimes can be really, really disruptive. Lady Deathstrike doesn't hit anything, and then Null. So Null is going to be one that's going to be tough. Like maybe a Shang-Chi could do it. So Red Hulk in the left lane always becomes the highest power card, right? Because their Null's already out of the way. Lady Deathstrike, I'm not sure if they would run a Shang-Chi or not. We'll have 2 extra energy, so we could always Red Hulk here, rip it into the left with our Ghost Spider, play the Titania, play Cannonball. I'm not sure if that would be enough power to overcome these 2, though. do like the Red Hulk on the right, though. Corey, you said TLSG, you rule, dude, original decks, and great attitude. I'm just glad that I have an audience to be here to enjoy it. So Killmonger came down, so that did move and open up the right lane for them a bit. So we know Death is inbound. The question becomes, do they play their one card that they get in the left lane? Because we can do this. Red Hulk is the highest power card here.
Opponent snapped.
Cannonball to the right pushes Null out.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I kind of like this. And they snapped. We can't retreat. So anyway, either way, we're gonna be into this one. Oh no, I faced 3 mill decks in a row now. Oh no, what did I do? All right, I kind of like this. Depending on where they play their death, I think we have an okay shot here. Snap back. All right, we'll go ahead and snap back. We may not win, because if they play their death here and we send the Null from here to here, we lose. But I think they play death in this lane. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we aim for, at least. This could be a big 8-cuber. No way they played death in the right lane. We lose regardless, don't we? And the Null sizzle just to add in. So you guys trolled me with the snapback. Unfortunate. Here immediately after you said to do so on your YouTube video. Loving your videos, man. Hi from Ireland. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. Master Jagang, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Sticking through us through the hard times. The hard 8-cube losses here and there. We've lost, I think, 100 rank today. Not a good start. We may put the junk deck on the back burner. I'm going to try maybe 3 or 4 more games. And we may have to retire it early. You guys don't want TLSG to keep streaming. Here from YouTube as well. Igneous Rocks. I'm glad that the call out worked. Did you make this move mill package? Move/mill package build after you post your video? The move mill. The Junker Clutter one? Yeah, I made it after I post. Well, yeah, I posted that one. I brewed this one. I had already recorded for the other one, though. Hey, just came from YouTube. Glad to see you live. Xylon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. TLSG. No, I think it makes sense for the death in the right because we did have a Red Hulk over there. And so they were assuming that that lane was the potential loss lane. It makes sense. But it still didn't feel good regardless. Have you tried the mill deck you previously showed without Red Hulk? I haven't in a little while. Magic the Limbo for turn 8? I mean, sometimes. We have Debris and Green Goblin. We always have Magic later if we want to change, like, Thunderbolt's Tower. All right, so White Widow on the left is rough, but we are going to send them quite a bit of junk on their side as well. So I think it's going to be a free spot. They do have Nocturne to change the Limbo location away. Seeing the Nocturne in the Claw, I'm thinking it's probably the like tempo or value Sandman build is what I would kind of assume. We have the double move for Dagger, so we can always do that. I'm going to Magic into the right lane so that we have 2 Limbos, so when they rip one away, it won't matter. And so then we'll see. They also played into mid, which is interesting. Miss Marvel. Whoa, they capped out mid? Oh, they were planning on... Oh, they didn't want Makari to cap it out. And I assume that we see a Sandman at some point. So Thunderbolt's Tower's a little tricky, but I think we go with the Iron Fist... Iron Fist, Dagger move over, pull back. We would win this lane, and then we have Cannonball or Shang-Chi as our kind of default or fallback for one of the other two. Just notice that both Red Hulk and Cannonball don't have their updated stats on the deck tracker. It's true. I didn't even notice that. And I think I have the latest, yeah. I'm actually going to send them a message. Probably live right now. Made me pause the video and be back here instantly. I'm glad that it worked, Indy. Glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. But we got a 1 cube. We lost 8. We got 1 cube, so we're chipping away at them. Welcome everyone. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Anytime there's a Nocturne and a Limbo in play, rest assured Limbo is getting turned off. Yeah. Yep. It's almost a guaranteed play. Next up, we have Juggernaut. The first location is Mount Vesuvius again, Subterranea, so that we're not going to be able to retreat afterwards, but we have the double move on Dagger again, which can create some really big power swing that they don't always anticipate. Pixie deck. So those are always very high variability. We don't have any of our good clutter tools yet. We could potentially do like a Titania Green Goblin next turn, depending on where they play, to start kind of forcing or restricting one lane. That's if we draw into Green Goblin. Robert Hauser, you said I paused the YouTube video to come over here. Well, I appreciate you being here. And so the snap is very scary. With what we have in hand, it's garbage. But I think I'm going to stick for a little bit. The Mobius is big after a Pixie. Always a good play after. I don't think this caps them out, but we might do a Titania just to start junking up some of their location. And unless they play into Subterranea. If they do, then they're capped out in mid, and we have a lot more control over now. Gifted sub for a peek at one of the doggies after this game. Who's feeling lucky for a sub? Actually, they all left me. None of them are in here. Wait, Pixie Mobius Khazar is an interesting one. This hand's looking really rough, and we can't retreat after this. We could always do the Ghost Spider line early. Gilgamesh Pixie? Yeah, it may be a Gilgamesh Pixie. He said just made it to top 1,000 with Phoenix Force. That's huge, Dino. Phoenix Force is a really strong deck. It doesn't always do as great on Conquest, because if you run into a hard counter, a lot of times you could just retreat for 1 on the ladder, but on Conquest you're locked in. For this, I think we have to get something going. And so maybe that something is this. We get some power into mid. We keep Ghost Spider in case we need to pull it 1 additional time. Or we can play Red Hulk next turn. Valkyrie? Their next turn is going to be crazy. Doc Ock came just a touch too late. We could pull it again into like a cannonball, assuming that they're going to try to play for Subterranea. But that puts a lot of hope on just a cannonball 7 to the right. I don't know of another better one that we can do. A dollar enjoyer? I'm glad your opponent censors his name. Finally tuned into your stream after your hiatus. Waiter boy, thank you so much for being here. Dogs have the favorite human? Yeah, it's my wife. It's not me anymore. It used to be me. I think I'm just the consolation prize now. This was what we're going to run. We could try to position like a Shang-Chi mid if we thought that was going to be the Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh left, though. So they set the dagger back to 3, pulling it over gives it another 9. I don't know that that pushes past it, does it? Oh no, Khazar. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Cannonball mid actually could have been the answer. Long time no see, literally. Yeah, it has been a very long time. That guy really loves Australian dollars. Are you partner already? Yeah. So I was before the hiatus, thankfully. Thankfully, otherwise we would have to go a really long time here to be able to. I think it takes like some consistent streaming for the better part of a few months at the very least for them to consider it. And so luckily we already made partner, and then everything kind of happened and it just kind of crashed. The double Valkyrie did me wrong. All right, this is going to be the last game for this deck, unless we can turn it around. So they accidentally played into the Vibranium Mines, which I find kind of funny. We have the White Widow this time. We do have Green Goblin, Magic, Shang-Chi. We'll see. We'll see if we're able to do it. You said, hey man, first time viewer here. Just wanted to say that your energy is a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. Is that Leet Cunito or 1337 Cunito? I'm glad that you're here, that you're enjoying it, and that you enjoy the positive vibes. That's very much kind of like what my content hovers around, is just like good, positive, humble vibes, and then a lot of dad jokes here and there too. So if you're into that thing, you may enjoy the streams. So I'm gonna play Green Goblin to the right. We do have Doc Ock. We have Magic to extend the game. The double play into the Vibranium Mines feels weird, but we'll take it. Some of the best vibes in Snap. I think that's because I wasn't a content creator before. I started making videos because I enjoyed the game so much that the content came, after the enjoyment for the game. And so I think that still definitely very much holds true. Their Vibranium moved out of Aunt May's. Next card we play there will move, so we have to be careful of that. I think Magic, if we get Dagger, that'd be beautiful in Aunt May's. I hope you're back permanently. I plan to be. I guess I didn't plan to have a big hiatus last time, though. But yeah, the fan base is really wholesome as well. Talon, you said, I opened Twitch. No one I was already following was streaming, saw TLSG, and thought, I've seen that name. I'll check him out. And I'm staying for the excellent commentary. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you continue to enjoy it. Your deck tracker is blocking your face. Is it the add-on on Twitch? If so, you should be able to click the deck name, and that will bring it up. It's an interactive thing that they just came out with for Untapped, so you can hover over the cards in the deck list if it's working. I haven't double-checked if it was. Great job during the Conquerors event. Thank you. My goal was just to go there, show up, have fun. And I definitely did that. I didn't intend to ever win. It hurt the way that I went out, but it was fun regardless. You said, yep, TLSG Snap was the very first consistent Marvel Snap YouTuber. Yeah. So if you ever get curious, you can go back to my old videos, and they were like, the pacing was bad. It was just a lot of unfortunate things. But we have gotten better at it since then. What was the result of the tournament? I got to it was the semifinals, right? I got knocked out. I got knocked out to a Hella deck in the semifinals because I was building around ongoings and things like that. I wasn't expecting a heavy on reveal deck. I do like this play. The debris. We can always do Titania next turn, so we don't need to rush that one out. But I think we're going to cap them out in both left and right here, surprisingly. Excited for Deadpool and Wolverine in July? Yeah. I think the Green Goblin will come back. We'll still cap them out. It was a good Odin play. But I am excited for the Deadpool dinner event, and I definitely want to see the movie. I think it's going to be, hopefully it's a really good one. With Wolverine returning, I think it should be a pretty good one. So they can't play here. Let's see. They did change the right lane, so we can't move our dagger, unfortunately. We can Are we close enough to overcome in any of the other lanes? I don't think we are. Shang-Chi mid takes him down to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this would do it. 3, 6. But then that just leaves us with Titania. That one's unfortunate as well. Well, I think we're going to retire this deck. I liked it in theory,
Escaped.
but we're just not doing well with it today. I do have a full-on move deck that I think is kind of cute. I don't think it's going to be one that holds up against every single deck. I think it has potential issues with the high roll. But it's a bounce dagger move with a little splash of Phoenix Force is all that we have here. Manolo, was that you? Was that you in the game? If so, very good game. We gave it our best shot, but we just weren't able to find a way to win from that last turn. Does the least salty guy think Wolverine will wear his mask in the movie? I think so. I think they'll have to break it out. Just like the original suits. No, it wasn't me. Oh, I was saying good game to the deck. Yeah, the deck didn't do us great. We're having trouble claiming our reward. So while we do this and switch over to the cute bounce deck, I'm going to run a quick ad break so that you don't get hit with them during the middle of the games. And then Zayded Koba, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Huge support coming in from you guys day after day.
Hey, welcome.
Very much
It took you long
appreciated.
enough.
You said any other Nintendo enjoyers? They're coming back with Super Monkey Ball. That used to be one of the things that I enjoyed so much as a kid growing up. Ads? What ads? Jokes. Yeah, we're gonna run ads now. I hadn't hit them, so you could still get hit. Love when the server breaks. Yeah, and I may have already claimed that reward. I'm not for sure. But we'll run the ads so we don't have to deal with them later. And then I like this one, but I like this movement deck. And I can pull it up a little bit bigger. I need to set up a view to make this one easier to do whenever I switch to kind of explain the decks. So I like this one, not this one. This one's Millmania. I like the movement deck. It has a lot of moving pieces. So if you are afraid of a Killmonger, you can pull back in your Human Torch a couple of ways. You can get him really, really big with both Iron Fist and Ghost Spider. And then you can either elevate that one, you can elevate a dagger. You have a lot of ways to push a lot of power. Where it falls or falters is that it doesn't necessarily have any way to interact with the opponent. And so if they're running something that just naturally goes over the top of this, so like a Living Tribunal deck, you're pretty much going to be drawing dead against a Living Tribunal deck. We don't have any locational control, and so it's going to come down to just really bad draws on their end if we were able to win. And that's not going to happen as often as you would want in like a Conquest setting. But I think for like a ladder deck, or if you just enjoy move, I think this one is a good spot to start. I think this was something that we tried to build earlier on before we had as many move pieces as we do. And so Phoenix Force and Ghost Spider, I think, really helped solidify this ideal of a build or an archetype. And so let's go ahead and bring me back from the void. We'll bring the deck trackers back. And let's jump into a couple games. Hopefully this one treats us a little bit better. Let me see what my stats were for the other one. I'm assuming that they were really, really bad. Going from the mill deck of 70% to, yeah, we went 3 and 7 for a big 30% win rate with that other one. Definitely going to put that back in the cooker for a little bit. S. Show Hernandez, thank you so much for the 6 months at Tier 1. Huge support coming in, pushing us a little bit closer to that Partner Plus goal. Huge support. Thank you so much for being here and enjoying the stream. Oh no, Multiple Man? Yeah. So we don't have Multiple Man in this one because a lot of times that takes up a lot of that really high priority movement space. Ooh, we roped Gnome last time. We're gonna try not to. A lot of times it takes up a lot of that high priority movement space. And so it can get really clunky really fast. Ooh, that would have been really good here. Sup, Justin? I guess I'll finish that later if you're that video of yours later. Thank you for jumping in. Hopefully you're having a great day. So Sunspot and Makari to the right. We could Ghost Spider to move the Human Torch. And then maybe Vulture and hope that it gets destroyed into the Phoenix Force. We could also just White Widow. And if we get something like our Carnage, we could potentially destroy the Human Torch. I do like White Widow on the right. Any Justins in the chat? I'm the Justin of the chat. We probably have a few others. We typically have a few others as well. You're one? Well, great name, sir. With Expansion, that's kind of interesting. It's going to cap them out in this right lane. Let's go ahead and hope that Vulture dies to the 1 out of 4. Yeah, we're just in time. And just in case you didn't know, my name is Justin. Yeah, but Shuri's Lab with Multiman. Yeah, it does get kind of funny. It can get kind of funny. So the Sage in the right lane. And unfortunately, Vulture did not die. But we can yank him over and then pull those 1 costs back in. And then we can even prime up an Iron Fist. Kind of want to leave 1 extra space open here for a potential Ghost Spider pull of Dagger to try to overcome this right lane. And so Falcon to pull these back in. Iron Fist to prime another movement. Sir, your name is TLSG. My name is most of the time TLSG. Yeah, Rhino didn't like being summoned by X-Mansion at all. Wait, do I have multiple deck trackers? Yeah, so one is the add-on on Twitch. It should go over just about the entire space. You can pull up the name. It's an interactive one, so you can hover over the cards. So if you're like a new viewer and you don't know what they do, or you're new to the game, or you're just uncertain of a certain card, you can hover over it to get some insight into it. That's both in the deck tracker and on the board as well. Was the Spidey plus Absorbing Man combo that bad? Whew, it was a brutal one. It was a bad time to be a snapper. It was, once it got popularized, it was all over the place. That was one of the most common things around. So we could do Human Torch. That gets moved by the Iron Fist. We could then do Phoenix Force to pull it back in. We pull that and Iron Fist back in. Then we could do a double move on Human Torch on the last turn. There was no Jeff. Yeah, there was no Jeff. Not as many like movable cards. Really, the only thing was Nightcrawler or Vision. It was a rough time. Gnome is cooking again? Gnome is always cooking. Gnome always has something really interesting in line. So the Makari is interesting with the Sage, Sunspot, Mysterio, and Valentina. So we never win this lane. The left lane, maybe. And so Iron Fist. But the Ghost Spider pool becomes kind of tough. So maybe it's just... Maybe it's just Iron Fist. Human Torch. Would be 8. We could win in the right, maybe. That'd go 8, and then this would go 16. We'd have a shot there. Kind of like it. 2 bytes, she said Iron Fist plus Torch plus Ghost Spider. 2 is in mid, 3 for right. I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time reading that too. That's a lot of information to come back to. Ghost Spider to pull Torch to the right. Yeah, I like that. We have a way to potentially overcome this, depending on how much they float here. Gnome plays your cooked retreat. I was really interested to see what deck you were cooking there. And sorry about roping. I get so distracted. I'm trying to do better of playing a little bit quicker. But Gnome, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. I could have been cooked. I will never fault a move player for roping. And on top of that, I'm already really bad at roping while streaming. And I'm trying to do better because I know it's very frustrating from a non-streamer side. but with move on top of it, you have a lot of calculations. All right, next up we have Purslane, the first location being Eternity Range. We do have Beast, so we could do Iron Fist, Dagger, Beast. I'm not sure that it would really pick up much, though. Unless they play a card, then it would at least get first +3. Middle location being Nowhere. We could just do Human Torch instead of Dagger then. That way we know it's going to get some kind of bonus. We Beast, bounce our cards back in, and then we can move them. Once again. Move decks tend to either have a bachelor degree through 6 turns or play the guy with the big sword and call it a day. Yeah, yep, that is... move decks can be pretty tough to calculate. I typically don't play them all that often, not because they're not good. They used to not be great. Now I think they're in an okay spot, but it's just so hard to calculate everything that you need to on top of anticipating the opponent. We're going to go ahead and Beast bounce these back in. We have a couple of ways to move Human Torch if we want to. We might save Iron Fist for moving the Dagger. I think that could be a pretty big one in jumping into Nowhere. Don't worry about it. You do a good job talking through your thought process. On stream, sometimes I do get a little distracted. So Lemuria, we weren't able to Beast that turn. That was a mistake. But yeah, I shouldn't have played it. I should have done something like Human Torch into Beast this turn, knowing that it wouldn't reveal. Because this turn becomes very awkward. These are already going to be back in. I don't think we do anything here. Like maybe at most... I'm going to destroy the Dagger. Just in case we top deck Phoenix Force. It might be decent for us. Yeah, White Widow in this is just a tech card. White Widow, especially with Dagger, helps you get some consistent procs, regardless of if they can cap it out or not. It's an extra +3 for your Dagger if you move it into the White Widowed lane. Red Guardian comes down. We dodge the Red Guardian. They do have their Nocturne. They can move it out into Nowhere. We also have the double move, but winning the last one would be the issue. And so I think we're going to make a big Human Torch here. Maybe we can make it big enough that it scares them off. So we can do Iron Fist into Human Torch, into Ghost Spider to pull it back over, into Doctor Strange to move it once again, into Falcon to pull them all over, and do it one more time. I mean, we may not be able to win all the lanes. We're gonna win one of them really, really well though. Yeah, Torch is getting his. No, the Juggernaut was absolutely awful. He's not getting his cardio in. Never mind. We wouldn't have been able to bring it home anyways, because all we would have left is White Widow. That's so unfortunate. That was a good Cersei. Whew. We're gonna retreat out and count our blessings that it's for only one and not for more. I'm glad I did not snap into that one. That would have been very humbling. Whew. So next up we have ranked number 9, Jaco, and we've been having a very off day. So we'll see if we're able to... Someone clip that for TikTok. We can always clip it later. A double Ghost Spider could be interesting. We have Nico right now for the lane change. I like holding it for a potential destroy into a Phoenix Force and some additional card draw. There's the destroy. Now we just need the move component because we have the Phoenix Force. So any one of our movement cards next turn, we need a Vulture, Dagger, or Human Torch. So we have 3 out of 7 chance to draw it. But if not, we can always destroy like a movement piece and resummon it later with Phoenix Force just to get the additional cards in our hand. Gonna draw Falcon. Don't put that. Don't put that in the atmosphere as Show Hernandez. We can do Human Torch. That's gonna draw 2 additional cards. I almost think we drop one of the Ghost Spiders. Because we can get Falcon, we can get Beast. I think we want the hand space instead. I know it's not gonna pull Human Torch, which is fine. But I think the card draw is going to be more important. I would like to see stream clips on your YouTube shorts. Play Iron Fist instead. Into the Phoenix Force. Yeah. Yeah, Fist into the Phoenix Force next turn makes more sense. I want to do some shorts and put them on TikTok as well. That just takes... It takes so much extra lift that I think that's where a lot of my time was being burnt into. And so they have the Polaris, they pull over the Nico, it's okay. We're okay with that. The White Palace, we're actually still not going to draw here, unfortunately. We get their Iron Man, so this looks like the junk, maybe Dagger, Iron Man stuff that we saw earlier. I think Phoenix Force comes down. I'm not super concerned with Killmonger just yet, especially seeing the Polaris. Typically, you don't want to move a card over to destroy it later. Highlight reels of just getting screwed over by RNG. Or getting blessed. We have both ends of that spectrum. but no, it'd be yeah, some of them I like making them, but just finding, and it takes more time than it should. Okay, they got a copy of our Phoenix Force, so they know that was coming down. And so our Human Torch is going to start off huge. It just comes down to winning one of the other lanes. Interesting to see a Phoenix Force deck without a Shuri Nimrod. So I'd call this more of a move deck with a Phoenix Force splash more than anything. So we can do... This guy's going to be huge. Our last turn, we're going to be looking to pump up the Dagger for sure. But Human Torch move... Ghost Spider pull. Ghost Spider pull. Doctor Strange pull. Oh no. No, we don't have enough energy. And so Ghost Spider pull, and then Falcon to pull everything back in. Would the Human Torch get pulled in though? Because we only have 4 spaces. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it should. I think this Ghost Spider is the one that doesn't. Ghost pulls Ghost. Oh, you're right. So instead of the second Ghost, we do Doctor Strange and then Falcon. So it's going to move once, move twice, move 3 times, pull them all back in. Thank you, chat. This is the kind of game where you need AZ to get 2 of your Arnim Zola. Yeah, Arnim Zola or Taskmaster can be decent, but it's still very finicky. Hey, it's Guest Gaming. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. He said, hey there, I must say I'm very happy to see you back and being as open and transparent about your return. Yeah, so I didn't know if I was ever going to be able to return. So I'm just really glad that there was an audience to come back and return to. And just, I figured if I'm going through it coming back, then that's a really big Human Torch. If I'm going through it coming back, then it might be value added to others that stopped and maybe feel like they can't come back. We have a really big Human Torch that we now need to win an additional lane, which is going to be our Dagger. That's where that's going to come in. I think just the Human Torch. We don't need to move him anymore. I think we've done his due diligence. I think we do Iron Fist, Dagger to the left because we know that that's going to get +9, and then we pull it back mid. Before the Iron Fist, we could do Nico. Alright, so this, we do Nico, Iron Fist, he'll turn into a demon. Then that'll move over, that'll move in, and I think we should be good there. Welcome back, I've been enjoying your deck brews. I'm glad that you've been enjoying them. I'm really honored that I have an audience to return to. because it was such an impromptu break that just kind of happened. Like, everything shut down. Smallest Human Torch? I mean, it's definitely a pretty small one. Mano, you faced 3 mill decks in a row. I'm sorry. I may have created a monster. 112 power Human Torch may have been a monster of his own regard. And we could have made him insane had we wanted to just really win one lane and nothing else. We could have made him even bigger. But we'll take those. It was only 2 cubes, but we'll take it for sure. And we'll go ahead and jump over into the next one. You said, Corinne, I'm so glad you're back. We missed you a lot. I missed you guys, and I missed creating content and just having a platform for my silly dad jokes. And so I'm honored to be able to come back and still have people that want to watch my content. And then General Sergeant, I missed the shout out, but thank you so much for the resub for 5 months. I'm glad that you're back. I'm glad to have you back as well. Artem Zola for Human Torch. Yeah, but that's so like niche. A lot of times that means you have to leave that power out on the board and makes you really susceptible to Killmonger, Shadow King, or even Shang-Chi. Would certainly be a different Living Tribunal. I tried a Living Tribunal deck with like a Human Torch flare at one point. It didn't work fantastic for me, but it may have been the meta at the time. You don't need to run Taskmaster because people will retreat thinking you have it. They very well could. And so we have Vulture, no way to destroy it early, unfortunately. And we don't have any of our cheaper destroy cards. Unless we top deck Human Torch next turn. That way we get Phoenix Force and Curve. That could be nice. But we'll see. I always sweat doing the Zola Human Torch combo. Yeah, it's very telegraphed, and so it makes me very, very nervous. Ram Ham Bam, glad to be able to catch one of your streams. I'm glad you were able to catch it as well. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. So the White Widow on the right, we could... We could do some silly stuff with Vulture. I'm not sure if we want to clog our hand or not, though. I'm going to throw him down, and then we'll... Taskmaster could work. Yeah, Taskmaster could work. Is Move Junk common now? It's becoming more common. It's kind of like the new flavor that we've been seeing around. And so I don't know that it's... I think that's the biggest piece of it, is we're seeing it a lot more because it's something kind of new that wasn't around last week. And so it's something new and kind of fun to play around with. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's common yet. I think it definitely has its downsides too. But it's fun to see Move kind of back in the limelight, where for most of the game's life, Move has been one of those that is not great. Mainly because it's so hard to calculate and determine which plays you want to do. So we could either Beast, or we could Doctor Strange to pull the Vulture now, and then Beast those two back in. I kind of like this, though. We can move both of these Vultures out of the cloning vats with Doctor Strange to get them both plussed up. Both brought up by 6, and then we have the Ghost Spider and Vulture to bump up one other one. I think we're good with a snap into that. Oop. Nightbot got a little aggressive. Came here because you told me in your YouTube video. Glad to see you some. That wasn't even a link. I'm sorry, Goofar. That one, I'll adjust. Nightbot. He got a little bit sassy with you. I apologize. Yeah, some move. I saw your message, but yeah. I apologize for the sassy bot. So the White Queen's going to copy our highest cost card, which is Phoenix Force, so it doesn't do them any good. And then they don't really have a good hand left. And so I like the Doctor Strange probably into the right lane, and then something like Vulture into Ghost Spider, into White Widow. Because I think these two Vultures should be enough here. That's what we're banking on anyways. Nightbot, the most toxic member of this community. You're not wrong. And so Agent Coulson, don't hit a Juggernaut or something. Okay, so M'Baku and Enchantress, both of those are fine. We're going to double pull these unbuffed Vultures so that they can be +6. That should give us a handy lead there, and then it just comes down to winning the other one. And so a lot of kind of sneaky ways you can play with the movement deck, especially with that kind of beast kind of flavor. And then you also have the Phoenix Force flavor. So I definitely like the kind of mind games that this one can put up. It can struggle sometimes against like the incredibly high roll things that you just can't overcome without like a Shang-Chi or an Enchantress. But you can put up some silly numbers in some games. TLSD streaming, we are live. We actually have, I may need to check the YouTube chat. We have 11 people viewing on the video on demand channel. So if you don't like the Twitch platform, Twitch helps make me money with like the ad revenue and stuff. But I do know that it's not as favorable for some people. Some people really like the YouTube side. So on my video on demand YouTube channel, I'm multi-streaming over there, so it's live there as well. And that way the video on demand will be up as soon as the stream ends. But we will take the forward. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. This one's treating us much better than our junk build did. And we definitely needed something to kind of knock off the negative RNG that we were getting from the regular junk. I'm watching on MySpace. That's impressive. Second City Wolverine. It's very impressive. Don't we need another destroy card at least to run Phoenix Force? Not necessarily. I mean, Phoenix Force is not going to be in every... Phoenix Force is more of a like backup line. There's a lot of times that you'll be able to hit Nico into a destroy card. That would be your second like destroy enabler, or we have several locations that end up being destroy targets as well. Wait, this is an E-Bombs World? That one goes back. Yeah, it's guessed. I was always afraid I was going to get a virus from E-Bombs World, to be honest. Ken, she said, hey, TLSG, curious how prevalent Hell is in your rank? Not very, at least right now. She was before the nerfs, but right now she's kind of been sitting in wait. She's not incredibly common. Valid fear. It was a wild time of the internet. He said also the link is in the description of the videos. For the video on demand channel and the Twitch, yeah, I put them in there. And so we have the destroy. We actually have the destroy target. So maybe we didn't need to destroy the Phoenix Force, but that's okay. We're going to have this one. Next turn, we're probably going to drop the Iron Fist into the Phoenix Force to be able to get that first enabling move on him.
Welcome.
And then we have like Falcon to pull it back in and do it all over again. And then Dat Blasto and Zaruku, thank you both for the Prime subs. That bumps us up to 17 for the day, which is so crazy after the support that came in last stream. Thank you guys for the support. I'm glad to have you here. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day so far. So I like just kind of prepping. I like kind of just prepping the Iron Fist. I'm going to destroy the Forge. I am a little scared of being able to pull the cards back in with Falcon, especially with Squirrels and Machine World. And so I want to play kind of tentatively around it. Zaruku, you said been so long to catch you live. I'm glad that you guys are the Odinson. Welcome in. Long time no see. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad you were able to find the means to come back to the stream. Phoenix Force can now get Forge. It could have gotten Forge, but the Iron Fist is going to enable it a little bit higher. Oh, that's what you meant. It ruins Phoenix Force. You're right, guys. You're right, guys. Silky Johnson may have us. Wow, live stream? First time, long time fan of your YouTube. Mr. Binkers, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Now it's a 33% chance with Gladiator. And so, are we lucky today? No, we are not lucky today. Oops. We would have won the 50-50. We lost the 33. What a shame. We ruined a good game by not playing it appropriately.
Opponent snapped.
And so they're running the Silver Surfer deck. Is it ever this into Ghost Spider into Falcon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We should be able to pull them all back in. but we don't have another way to push a lot of power. Don't give Ghost yet. Eat some squirrels. We can eat some squirrels. We can do like this number, but that gives them the buffed up Carnage. Ghost might let them move into the Death's Domain. I think they're going to have Brood there. I think that's why they snap. And if we don't do it, then we can't really move anything. It would just have to be like a Falcon. We'll do it. Iron and Ghost Dagger on 6. That lets us win 1, but I'm afraid that it won't let us win the extra lane. Because they're going to run a Brood in the left lane and a Silver Surfer mid on the last turn. Maybe not. Brood in the left lane, Absorbing Man, because they played into the Hope Summers lane. But then that wouldn't be able to hit this lane. I don't think they drew Brood either. We might be able to win it. Do we ever push for winning over here? They don't have Silver Surf anymore, and Absorbing Man could push them pretty good. Do we win left with just 7? I mean, it could be Absorbing Man, and then Brood would be 2-4, so that wouldn't win the left lane, though. So I think it's Iron Fist, Ghost Spider moves here, Dagger moves here, Ghost Spider moves it back. And then we have one more space, right? We could do Nico Squirrel. Dagger mid, Spider mid. Wait. You said nice, then Nico, then Iron Fist? Squirrel mid? So this way. Iron Fist moves Dagger over here. Ghost Spider pulls it back. We're gonna demon the squirrel in mid. Is that even enough? That's 9, 12. I don't know that that wins the right lane. Cersei incoming middle. We roped him for a long time. We'll give him the sweat emoji. And then that maybe the last turn they thought was the last turn of the game, and so maybe that's why they dropped the Surfer. Thank you so much, Drowsy Gamer, for the 100-bit cheer. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I appreciate the support. Good that the opponent doesn't fathom move deck. Yeah. That one was sloppy, but we are still winning. We've actually done really good for this one. They're turn 5. Yeah. Oh, they were roped to death. I knew I shouldn't have even brewed a movement deck because of how bad I am with roping when I stream. But with the move deck right now, we're 4-1. Elysium is crazy. There's some really deep discounts on our cards. And so Cerebro Enjoyer may turn into Cerebro Not Enjoyer. Silky Johnson doesn't have a cool chat. Is Silky Johnson a streamer? So we could... I don't know that we want to blow this yet. I think we wait on the Nico. Maybe it hits the destroy card next turn. We can destroy Dagger. Then we have the Phoenix Force on it. Did I miss the mill deck? No, I haven't ran the mill deck today. I did it on the highlight video, or the video that I posted. Oh, we're going to shuffle our cards after this turn. Nico hit the destroy. I mean, you have a cool chat? Oh, yeah. Nico last. So that we draw after next turn. I don't even know what we do with all of this. We could do an Iron Fist into a Dagger. Moves it here. Into Ghost Spider. pull it back. If we weren't worried about a Teeling, we could pull all of those back in, and that would be fantastic. But I think instead we do Nico mid. We then next turn have something to destroy, and we can kind of regenerate some cards. That's the hope. We didn't have enough energy to do Nico Dagger Phoenix, and since we're shuffling our cards after this turn, we couldn't necessarily go with that straight kind of plan or line. Ooh, Human Torch is a nice one. And we get the Beast after this. Ooh. And we get the Phoenix Force. This is beautiful. We'll gladly take this one. We can say goodbye to the Human Torch. We can say hello to the Human Torch. And then... do we Beast the Human Torch back in, or do we Beast this right lane? I think we Beast this right lane. It's just so silly. And we're going to get our additional card draw from destroying the Human Torch. I like this one. We have Phoenix Force. That'll be that flex tool. We have Falcon to potentially pull it back in. This is rough for him. Super rough for him. We have to worry about a Sandman. Seeing the Nebula, seeing Nocturne, White Widow, I definitely think Sandman is in the mix. So we definitely play out our hand a little bit on this next turn. But I don't think they have any hard counter cards. They could have maybe... no, with Nebula, there's no way they run a Killmonger. They're not going to like this. They're not. They're absolutely not going to like it. We have so many options here. Everything but Falcon we have in hand. We move the Human Torch. Do we move it again? I don't think we do. Okay.
Victory.
That was going to be an absurd turn. Between like bouncing the Vulture around, the Dagger. We just had so many move options. Even with the Sandman, we were going to dump our hand, and it would have made it tough for them to find. They did not like that. That was about to get so wild. I don't know how I was going to order those, but it was going to be diabolical. We're going to take the win. That makes us 5-1 with the movement deck, which I never would have assumed we could have done. So let's go ahead. We're gonna jump into the next one. I'm marking a couple of these games down for potential highlight videos over the weekend. We're gonna jump over into the next one. Wish they'd let it play out, see how absurd it got. I mean, that one person let the Human Torch play out until it was 112. And so I definitely appreciated them. They can only stay if Shang plus Grandmaster. Or I guess Shang, yeah. I love how the move decks, you're sweating. What's the right move for 30 seconds and then they retreat. Yeah, that's the issue with movement decks. We have Human Torch. I'm not gonna play him yet. I'm gonna hold him one turn. We also have Phoenix Force. Into a very early snap. So the Human Torch, I'm gonna hold it in case we can get the destroy card on Nico. If we draw, we're not gonna get the destroy card on Nico, that's for sure now. So we have to draw Carnage, which is not gonna be as likely, but could still happen. And if not, we just don't go the Phoenix Force line. But we could start enabling him with like Human Torch, Ghost Spider move into mid. That way, even if they have destroy cards, we can at least start pushing him in the right direction. The only issue would be if we do draw Carnage next turn, but that's a 1 out of 7, and I don't want to bank on 1 out of 7. So when's the Elden Ring stream? Elden Ring was actually one of the games that I didn't get into playing. I watched a lot of the content for it, but I never actually played it. The last kind of similar game that I played was Dark Souls 3. Wait, this is Mill? Yeah, they're Mill deck. I did something awful in creating such an environment for Mill cards. So let's go Doctor Strange next turn. We do have Human Torch, or Falcon. We have Falcon to pull the Human Torch back in. For giggles, we may play the pig. Yeah, just for giggles. The guy is misleading you with his name. He is. Maybe he watched my video. Maybe that's where he decided to pick up the Mill deck app. And if so, it could hurt us. They typically don't get any great cards from milling. Ooh, wait. It's going to be a big vulture. And I like it. And then after that, we have Falcon to pull back in Human Torch. So Phoenix Force, it's a very light splash of Phoenix Force, which has been actually happening more often than I would think. But we have Carnage as one way to destroy it, Nico as another, or locations. And so it wasn't like Gladiator's going to be strong, so we're going to put Phoenix Force in. It was just like a light splash, because it's typically, if you can make it happen, it's a very good thing. And I wanted Carnage as a way to kind of hold our own against the like debris or junk style decks, as a way to clear those. And so they kind of went hand in hand. So they magic. We now have Beast if we wanted to move the Vulture. Do Falcon to pull it back, to pull this one back in. We do Iron Fist to prep the Human Torch for next turn. And then we're going to move the Human Torch, pull them back in potentially. Since we have to play into the right lane, it does get kind of congested. But I think this is still... I can smell an incoming Doc Ock. Well, we have them blocked. They get no Doc Ock, unfortunately. Oh, it might, I guess. Because we left one space, right? There's the Doc Ock. Could hit Beast. Could hit Human Torch or Ghost Spider. That is very unfortunate. We should have played that one a little bit better. Maybe moving the Vulture over there to pad that lane. That probably would have been the play. We got bested by our own concoction. Well, I kind of like the idea of... They run Shadow King? Yeah. You have Iron Fist bonus? Ooh, thank you. And so Iron Fist bonus is in effect with this one. So that's going to move Human Torch, then we pick it up. And so I know that they run Shadow King. We want to drop initiative since we're already losing in the right lane. We need to calm down. We want to lose priority from the Shang-Chi and the Shadow King. So that's what we're going to be hoping for. If they play it this turn, it's sad, but we'll see. They do play the Shang-Chi. That's unfortunate. We have one big Human Torch, and that's going to be about it. Gladiator goes into mid, and it hits the White Widow. Gladiator mill deck. I'm so disappointed in myself for not playing correctly around the Doc Ock in the right lane. We still have the really big Human Torch, and then Dagger is the only thing else. So this one has to be a retreat. We should have been able to win that one. That was misplayed really, really badly. We should have been able to pull it home. If only we run Tribunal. I think you can win here? What? I think we already retreated. But a potential Red Hulk, right? small flame. I think we win mid. He was going for double Shang, in case you didn't move Vulture. Well, I already retreated. So he is taking a long time to decide, so he might not have had anything. So the Ghost Spider, or the Shadow King, and doesn't have another big one?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Master Ball HKG, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciate the support. They're calculating the time I'll play. That brings us up to 18 for the day. I'm glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I don't have to hit in turn, do I? Since I tried to retreat? And then I tried to undo? I don't know how that works. Oh, I had to hit in turn? Okay. Well, we just roped them for nothing. I think there was a lot of cases that they had something higher than 3 power to the left that could have killed us. Because even if we did pig plus Carnage, it's only going to be 6. And it bumps up to 9. I guess there's a shot. But with that right lane being blocked. In the turn, Uragan? Yeah, my bad. But that's okay. We could have played around the Doc Ock much better. And we could have gotten a little bit lucky if it had pulled Beast. That's all right. We'll keep that in mind for next time. So Cancun is not one that you typically like to see. So we have this to copy, but I'm going to hold it since we don't know if we're going to want to copy or not. Love your YouTube videos. Finally able to watch your stream. I'm glad you were able to find it and jump over and join us. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Project Pegasus is interesting. So this is now Destroy. I think that has to be a snap. Because not only do we have Destroy, but we have the Iron Fist, we have Vulture. And so I think we destroy the dagger, and then we Iron Fist the Vulture. Then we have the chance to pull into Phoenix Force with the additional 3 cards before next turn. And we have another turn, so we're going to have 4 out of 7 chances to draw into Phoenix Force to be able to resummon the dagger. Nico could sneak Cancun for a win. He could, or we could just get a really big dagger instead. I think it's a little more consistent to do this, but it could be one of those. For sneaking it, typically you have to, there's our Phoenix Force. Typically you have to get lucky on that last turn to have that spell. And I don't know if there's a set rotation for him. And so I think we just Falcon here. Falcon, pull our cards back in. And then Phoenix Force next turn. I mean, we could Human Torch, Carnage, and then resummon it. And that might get a little crazier than a dagger does. Give them Torch. Careful with Monger. Yeah, they do have the Nova. I think dagger's always going to be our safer play. I mean, since we have the extra energy, we can give them Human Torch. We can send it their way. And we have priority, so our 1 costs are going to be in our hand before potential Killmonger goes off. So we don't have to worry about it. Nocturne can be moved over into Cancun to change that one. We have our Ghost Spider. Let's see. I like Phoenix Force here. We move it into mid. That gets 12 power. We have the double enabler for like a Human Torch. And I think we're in a really good spot. We're just going to do the Phoenix Force. Anytime that goes off, it's a pretty big high roll for us. They changed the right lane. Very interesting. Not what I was expecting at all. But we'll take it. And so dagger coming in at 5. We'll move it this next turn. And then we get Beast. So we can always move the dagger, Iron Fist, move the Human Torch over, move it back over, pull it back in. And then we can move dagger once again. You always win tiebreaker. If it's Cancun, I think we'll always have the higher power output, yeah. Would this give us priority? It would give us priority, right? So maybe we just leave the dagger for now. Maybe we don't even move it this time. We just Iron Fist, Human Torch, pull, bounce in. Because I think with the big Human Torch, I think it's not going to matter so much if dagger is also huge. They could have a sneaky way to change Cancun maybe. But I think we're fine in the other 2 lanes though. So we have the very cheap, very buffed up Human Torch coming back down. I mean, we can change the left lane now. Does that help us though? We move here. I think they're going to retreat. Okay, yeah.
Victory.
I don't know if it'd be safer to just ignore Cancun or change it. I think it'd be funny to change it, though. Throw, like, the final Human Torch here along with the dagger and then just be able to win this one by, by a handful. I think would be the line that we went with. But they do end up retreating. We'll take it. Having some incredibly good luck with the Phoenix Force in this deck. We'll take it. Let's jump over into the next one. Actually, before we jump into the next one, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. And so I'm going to run a quick ad break so that it doesn't interrupt any of our games. It'll push it off till later. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back, guys. Are we back from ads, guys? So while I was gone, I checked the stats on my last video, and it is very handily in first as a 1 out of 10. So that may be why we're seeing a lot of mill. My bad, guys. I didn't mean to bring it upon the meta, but it's a really good deck, and people ragged on it for so long. They didn't roll for you? Sleeper. It's always good to hear. Need the doggos. I think we'll get the doggos here in a little bit whenever maybe my wife goes upstairs or has a break. Fun to watch Mill as well. Yeah, Mill is a really fun one. All right, so next up we have Ninu Wang. The first location being TVA. We can destroy a card to get more resources. We could hold it for a potential way to change this one. But we can pump out quite a bit of power early with this build. I think something like White Widow next turn, so that we draw into like Iron Fist, Human Torch, Ghost Spider, to be able to do some big combos. And I like White Widow, especially in games that are going to end early. As a way, it's just a big -4 on their end in most cases. I prefer facing Mill deck versus Black Widow deck. That's true. Black Widow drawing rocks, I feel like, is a lot worse than having your stuff pulled out. Would love to see TLSG brew some kind of Thanos deck. Thanos it's on my radar. I'm still working on trying to find something because a lot of times Thanos decks have an incredibly high curve, and so if it doesn't fall right, it can be really inconsistent. But it's on my radar to kind of work around with. I'm going to be playing around with it some this weekend while I'm traveling to see if I can find something that works well. And so we get the Phoenix Force as well, which could be another negative card on their end. None of our movement pieces, though. So I kind of like... Beast to pull the Nico back in. We prime an Iron Fist, we stop Nebula from scaling. We can do Phoenix Force, which would be a -4 in this lane, and then move over into another one. I kind of like it as an idea. What about just plain destroy? I think plain destroy is still very viable, but it's almost like a solid 12 now. It's a very cohesive 12. And so we can turn a card into... Could turn a card into a demon if we wanted to. And so I think we put Nico to the right. We do Phoenix Force here. That way we stop the scaling this lane. This one stays a -4. We're going to put another one here and then move Phoenix Force to the left. Weird game, but we may be able to do it. Because just Jeff in mid is not going to win it for him. Because of the resummoned White Widow, which is not something that I think anybody... but we'll take the... We'll take it where we can. And then Iron Fist pushes over to the left for that extra support there. As long as they don't play something that somehow impacts multiple lanes, we should have the handy win here. So we do. We grab the win in mid, in left. They can have right. We'll take the weird 2 where we can get it. You said any way to sub out Nico and White Widow? White Widow is really just a tech card. She's good at kind of that early game disruption, and it helps buff up your dagger, but she's not core by any means. Like, she could easily be Jeff, and it'd be just about as good. Nico, being that second enabler for like a Phoenix Force, feels like a harder replacement. Like, I'm sure you could, but then I would almost start questioning the Carnage Phoenix Force line a little bit. Yeah, Venom or Deathlock might help with like a second destroy target, because that's her primary use here, in addition to additional draw, which I think is her big upside, is that sometimes she's going to draw you the cards to give you those resources to win. We're having a really good run with this deck so far. We're 7-2 for a 77% win rate, which is not something I typically do on stream, especially move, of all things. D-Touch, you said, hey man, I just saw your video on your YouTube. Love it when you stream, by the way. Love it when you stream, by the way. I saw you change Maximus into US Agent in the new mill deck you posted. What are your findings until now? What other cards would you recommend? If you don't have US Agent, either Maximus is good for those lower builds. Oh, we have another TVA game. Maximus is good for those, or Spider-Ham. I would probably try Spider-Ham first, because he has really good synergy with Shadow King and just kind of that mill disruption in general. So we have a second TVA game here. We do have Phoenix Force in our opening hand, but no way to destroy the cards. We have Beast. I think we have to like, just get something on the board. Or maybe not. We could do Vulture next turn into like a Doctor Strange to misdirect or change that location, or change the location of the Vulture into hoping that like a Falcon would be enough to win. And then Rodrigo, here on the YouTube gang. It's a small gang, but it's a mighty one.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, D-Touch, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And if you don't have Jeff, that's okay. Jeff is just like a very good generic 2-cost tech card. It could be any of the other kind of 2-cost around that frame or that range. I kind of like changing the left lane. I'm not feeling the TVA. We don't have enough early tempo to be able to win this one, so we're going to rip it away with Nico. And then Batlash, you said, hey TLSG, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. Glad to see you here. Holding up the YouTube gang strong. Never thought I'll download Marvel Snap again, but damn, you're making it hard not for me too. It's a fun one. You have to go into it. I would say, or I would preface that by saying, don't get caught up in like the FOMO of I have to have these cards. I have to be able to do all of the cool things that I'm seeing, because a lot of times you're not going to be able to keep up that way, and you're going to end up spending a lot more than you would want to, trying to catch up. I would say find decks that you like, that you can kind of build around, even if they're not necessarily the perfect ones, but that will hold you over as you slowly get the resources that you need. So we're going to play Ghost Spider to pull the Vulture. Never mind, it's not going to do anything for us. That is diabolical. And they didn't snap into it. Still diabolical. The round the world for Vulture ends up stopping a bit early. We pull our Ghost Spider in instead. So we could do... I mean, it's late now for trying to do a Phoenix Force. This would be kind of our best bet. And that's not a good one. I'll give them Red Guardian back once again. Just get Arisham. You won't need anything else. I'm interested in how Arisham navigates. I don't have super high hopes, but they're not as low as like an Agatha. We're gonna retreat out of this one, by the way. We definitely didn't have any of the cohesion that we needed anywhere in the line. So let's jump out real fast.
Escaped.
Luke Cage could protect against Shadow King, yeah, if you're seeing a lot of it. How are you doing? Oh, I've already read the how you're doing one. Yeah, the Sarah Tech deck. We would have to look out for a lot of those additional ones. Had we been able to kind of get rolling early, we had a shot. A lot of times you can dodge priority by using your Beast, your Falcon, but in this case, we weren't able to. And next up we have Dara, which I'm sure if he's playing, he's live. We have the Absorbing Man, so I'm curious if he's running a mill deck. We'll see. And so we have Nico. We could hold it. We could play it early for the ×2. But I do kind of like holding it for now. I would rather it be like a destroy to get additional resources. We have White Widow on 2. We can always bounce it back in. Let's go White Widow to the left. Put up the cookie. I gotta put up the cookie cam. Mine would be Uatu. If I chose one, like if I was worried about stream snipers, like if I lose, we're on ranked, it's okay. If I was worried about stream snipers, it would definitely be like just a big Uatu head, like right across the screen. And so we can get a copy of the next card we play. Get a copy of Beast, but is that ever something we want? So Cable, Absorbing Man, they're definitely doing a mill style. We wouldn't be able to draw if we do this. Because it'd be 4, 5, 6, the duplicate of Beast for 7. We would be able to do 3 Widow's Bites or 3 Widow's Kisses. But I'm not sure that that's worth it. I almost think we maybe duplicate Carnage. Beast first. What, and then duplicate the White Widow? We could do that. I like that a little bit better. Dara again. It's fun to watch you both. Yeah, he's the one that I definitely get like the most nervous about. So he's running a Makari mill deck? So the Hulk in the right lane from Black Vortex is a little concerning. We can copy the white... Wait. Does this copy the White Widow or the card it turns into? Ooh, and then we have Absorbing Man for a little bit of splash as well, right? So maybe we do... Vulture, White Widow. We can always do Absorbing Man to copy the White Widow. It copies the White Widow. Card effects take priority. I know that it goes off, but sometimes the Nico copy is strange. Wait, we're not going to copy the... We're not going to... Yeah, we're not going to copy the White Widow this way. We do have the Absorbing Man, but that's all right.
We are the future.
That Magneto is beautiful. It caps him out of the right lane. No value from the Hope Summers. We could now pull Magneto out if we thought we needed to. Or we just do one of these. We move him once. We can move him twice with the Human Torch. If that's the last card we play. Because we're going to need some extra support over here. That would be a lot of extra support, and I'm not sure I want to do that much support. But Mill-style Surfer deck? Maybe. Maybe some Surfer Flare. We know they have the Absorbing Man. So Big Vulture, Absorbing Man. It'll move Ghost Spider. That's right. In that case, we're dead in the water. Well, just found out you can hover over the cards. Yeah, that was something that happened between Wednesday and now. So Untapped released an update. So we are definitely going to jump out of this one. Torch Dagger, Carnage mid. Torch Dagger, Carnage mid.
Escaped.
But we would, once they played a card here, they're going to get the extra +4 from Widow's Kiss. So they're essentially already at 7. Abs to capture the Carnage? I may just be missing it, but I'm not seeing the line second city. He had you? Yeah, I think he did. I think we were absolutely cooked. But yeah, you can now hover over the cards. You can hover over them both in the deck tracker and on the board to get a read of like what those cards do.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
I think it would have been better to pull out Magneto, then Falcon to get back Nico and Ghost Spider. Yeah, that probably would have been it. Ooh, we get just a little bit of Makari value. The old pixel variant. The 1200 gold pixel variant that you love to see. We can go ahead and play Human Torch. Needed to dupe the Widow to maybe scam a win. Yeah, I agree. We can Ghost Spider pull the Human Torch. Then we have the Iron Fist, so we can prep a move on Vulture maybe. Depending on how heavy we want this to stack. This is going to be 4. This is going to pull both of these over to the right. Which I think we're okay with. Depending on what that location is, of course. We've been facing off against Cerebral Enjoyer quite a bit. So our Human Torch goes up to 8. Falcon or Beast could allow us... Oh, I was going to say they have Makari and a movement build, but that's our Vulture. After turn 5, we're going to get a card in Grand Central. Which is definitely a scary one. Unless we pull into a way to move it. I think I'm going to go Iron Fist just to prep it for a potential Vulture. In case we don't draw into something better this next turn. Nico's definitely that something that's not much better. But we can use it as a way to get a demon. I'm going to hold it to potentially destroy a card, but... I think I'm going to move Vulture into mid instead of to the right, just in case we need like a beast bounce. As we get an idea for the rest of their deck. I think this one was the... Yeah, it was, I think, the Sandman style build. We definitely need... Carnage is not what we definitely need. I think we just had a really bad draw. Our movement components are or our pull-up components are left in the deck. I think this is the only thing we can do that's safe, is play the Phoenix Force to the right. Otherwise, Nico's very scary. Carnage, we don't necessarily want to destroy a card. We could destroy Carnage, but then Phoenix Force is going to pull in. It's going to be the 50-50 between Carnage. I guess it wouldn't be a guaranteed that it'd pull into the Phoenix Force. We're going to draw into 2 additional cards before Grand Central pulls. I mean, it's a possible outcome, Ironside. Nico, Carnage right, pull into Beast to the left, and then pull into Beast to the right. We'll see if we can get it. 1 and 3 because of a 2-draw. We have Beast or Falcon that would work in the right lane. Then it's the 1 out of 3. Oh, we don't want Beast now. That was what we wanted until the Sandman came down. Add a little bit more to add a little bit more salt onto it, they just gladiated to get the Falcon as well. I'll jump out of that one. That one's not making it in the highlight reel. That was one of those unfortunate plays that they happen. Luckily it wasn't for 1. It's easier to shrug them off for 1 versus 8. I'm personally offended by that RNG. We've been having some interesting RNG today. You said you wanted your bounce cards. Fate heard you. It did. It said if you want them, we're going to give them all to you. All right, next up. Yeah, you can't even be mad about that one. All right, next up we have frags. We start with the movement on Nico, which I may want to do. That allows us to draw. It's not going to be great. Like, we don't have a card to enable next turn to move. But I think so that we can continue drawing. Space Throne in mid is tough. It may be something that we want. If we did Hulkbuster here, he would absorb and then move, right? I'm going to do Hulkbuster to the right. We did draw into Phoenix Force, but right now we don't have any destroy cards. Or cards that are destroyed. Let me get the Maximus down. So this could be another Sarah Destroy style card. Or still Sarah Destroy style deck. I kind of like the Vulture into a Ghost Spider play next turn. And so maybe it's even that we kind of protect Space Throne with the Vulture. Okay, now it's magic. So with the... Ooh, this could be a mill deck, right? And they made the sub for US Agent to Maximus. You can kill Hulkbuster? Yeah, I mean, you could. I don't know that that's the play we want to go with, though. I swear the RNG is the worst with movement decks, at least for this stream. For this stream, it's been rough, but it's okay. It's all in good fun. We can pull the Vulture over. Or since we have an extra turn, we can always destroy it. Or we could Wolverine and Carnage, right? Yeah. Like, since we have an extra turn, I kind of like Phoenix Force. It's going to give us one win lane. The other one would come down to like a Claw or Ghost Spider play. Kill the Vulture and then fuse it with... And then fuse it with Vulture? Is that how that interaction works? Is US Agent worth the 6k? Now it's going to be the 50-50. Beast pulled back in their Baron Zemo. I use him quite a bit, mainly in the mill style builds. Outside of that, he's okay in like an ongoing deck. I think he has a lot of value in that mill style archetype that I enjoy. So in that one, I would say definitely yes. Outside of that, not as much. And so this is going to either be Hulkbuster or Human Torch. Either way, perfectly fine. Iron Fist is going to pop him here. We're going to pull him right back into mid. And then on the last turn, we're looking at either maybe a Falcon to pull those back in, a Doctor Strange to redirect some of them. We have Claws, a little extra added support as well. Yeah, it's 6,000 that isn't as versatile as you might want for 6,000 tokens in the US Agent, but he's definitely solid. And so it's the Human Torch instead of the Hulkbuster, but it's fine. It's okay. We didn't need the Hulkbuster anyways. We have the Human Torch. I'm not sure that we're worried about, I guess, Shadow King, right? Shadow King and Shang. Oh, we're actually worried. Very worried. Where would they think we're not going to send it? I'm going to do this. We're going to do Viper, hopefully send them Iron Fist or Carnage. Either way, we're going to clutter up a lot of their space, and then White Widow will take an additional one. We have one additional turn here. How do you get value from a single big card? You typically don't, Captain. So the single big card is like the backup line. We typically have enough power elsewhere in being able to do either a dagger or a vulture and have those multiple move components rather than going all in on one. And so with the Namor to the right, we actually are able to calf them out of the right location between the Iron Fist from the Viper, the Widow's Kiss, and that it should be all that we need to do. A Killmonger, I think, would be the only thing we'd be worried about.
Victory.
Yeah. It'd be a weird Killmonger, but if it was in there, otherwise, absolutely GG. Yeah, and then I was going to do a Claw to the left for good measure, Claw to mid, so it pushes over to the right, potentially. So if you get your bounce enablers, you can typically kind of build up more than one of the move cards. And so it's not an all-in on the Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force is definitely just like a little splash in there, since we have a couple of ways to destroy cards. But it's not an all-in by any means. All right, next up we have Machuca. The first location is Atlantis. What deck have I walked into? An incredibly heavy move bounce deck. It's an archetype that we wanted to try to build, or a lot of people wanted to try and build during the beta days, and it just didn't have enough pieces to make it work. But now with Ghost Spider, Phoenix Force, and White Widow helps a little bit. I think it's poised much better than it was before. Used to, we would try to do awkward things like Angela into the Human Torch, into like the Iron Fist to move the Human Torch out, and all kinds of weird lines. This one definitely works a little bit better. So I think we Iron Fist here. Next turn is going to be Vulture here, move it mid, Ghost Spider, pull it back, plus the Beast would be our turn 4 play. And we get an extra turn. So we have Carnage. We could always hope for... We're still going to do Vulture, move it over. And then if we draw into Phoenix Force, it may be that we just use Carnage to destroy the Vulture to then bring it back. Since we have that extra turn, it's okay that we're not doing it just on 4. But we'd see. Sabretooth. So it's a destroy deck. We definitely have to look out for... Nico's nice as well. We have to look out for Killmonger, but with Vulture, sometimes they run Shang-Chi, but not as often. I think Doctor Strange into Beast. We're going to keep our Ghost Spider hidden for now, as we pull back into both of these. I've yet to play a Phoenix or Bounce deck, so it's nice to hear your thought process. Well, hopefully it's something like we've been having some really good stats with it, surprisingly. Most of the time, movement decks are very hit and miss. This one, over the course of the stream, we're holding a 61% win rate. So it's not the best performing deck, but definitely not the worst by any means. The one I tried right before this one may take that title. So we could Iron Fist, move the dagger over if we wanted to start enabling her. But I'm not sure if we do. It might just be a simple like Iron Fist Vulture move. We might hold the rest of our resources. We could save Nico in case she does the spell to move one to the right. Oh, no. We're going to move the Vulture over. I think I'm just going to hold the rest of these. Because right now Dagger's not going to elevate from playing, I don't think we need to rush her out on the board. I think with Vulture being the massive unit that he is right now, we have a little bit more padding in kind of holding and conserving some of our cards. And so the Venom in the right helps their destroy. Zombie Lemon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. You go by Arrow Enjoyer. Arrow Enjoyer? Is that right? In game now? Welcome in. Hopefully you've been doing well. I'm glad to see you again. So we now can do Nico move to the right. Nico move the dagger to the right. Pull it again. Pull it again into Falcon. That's still a relatively weak dagger, though. We have the Doctor Strange to move another card. And then it depends on what we draw into. Oh, it's the same as in here? Well, either way, it's nice to have you back. Hopefully you're doing well. And so dagger getting the +9. And then from the Ghost Spider getting an additional +6, which helps us at least compete for that right location. We do have to worry about a potential Shang-Chi. But we'll see. We'll see what they end up having. Null and Death are definitely the ones that we're looking at right now. Killmonger comes down. And so that gives them extra energy going into the final turn. They'll have 8. So potential Death Null. We haven't destroyed anything. So, Zombie Lemon, thank you so much for the Prime resub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you for the support. That brings us up to... The resub doesn't count, but the support has been really good today so far. I think we move the Vulture. To one of the other lanes. I think they're going to push something here to try and compete for the Vulture. It's either that or...
Hey, welcome. It took you long
we
enough.
destroy Dagger with the Carnage. And something like that. Would revive the Dagger, push it over to the left. Just depends on if they're going to try to compete for mid or not. That's what I'm going to try. Vladdy's 11 Sod. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. And the follow. That starts us on a hype train. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully you're enjoying the content. I'm glad to have you here. And so they did drop 3 cards. I am a little bit concerned with this middle lane because a Null would probably go over the top of our Vulture. A Death would also put him over it. Shang-Chi would definitely do it too. And so we will take the 2 cube L here, unfortunately. Not all Destroy decks run Shang-Chi, but when they do, they can steal some. And without the snapback, or the snap, I wasn't as concerned about Shang-Chi, but I guess we should have been. He said I unfortunately have to work, so just a quick drop-in. Even a quick drop-in, I appreciate. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day at work. Hopefully it goes quickly, so that you can enjoy your weekend. What nerfs do you think could be reverted? Man, I would like to say the Zabu nerf. He feels almost unplayable outside of like a Mr. Negative now. There's a few others that, when I came back, have been nerfed, but don't necessarily seem... I get kind of nerfed them out of existence. But I think... I don't know if they considered it a nerf or a buff, but the Adam Warlock one, like at least at, I think it was 2-0, he was playable. At 5-5, you get 1 turn for an extra draw. It feels like you're not... I've never seen Adam Warlock since I've came back. Lockjaw, I think, was very... I think at 4 cost, maybe you could revert the nerfs, or at least bring him back to 3, and I think he'd be okay. I think he'd be kind of crazy in like a Lockjaw Thor deck, though. May your work days pass quickly sounds like an ancient blessing. I mean, sometimes you need the little bit of support, and it does sound like an old-timey blessing, though. Oh, how I feel the opposite about Adam. Wait, are you an Adam Warlock enjoyer? So the last location ended up being Sokovia. We ended up discarding our Falcon, which is unfortunate, but not the worst thing either. The issue is we haven't drawn either of our 3 movement cards. And so we're just sitting on a whole bunch of resources with nothing to do with them. I play Adam sometimes when I hit infinite, but only since he got some stats. I liked him before because you could kind of do like a card to the right and then stack it. Sometimes it had good synergy with like the Guardians to really draw through all of your cards. So I enjoyed him before, but I could see why maybe you enjoy him now. We can do Beast Nico to copy the next card we play, being the White Widow. It's a really big scam, but the scam may pay off. If we clog enough their space, maybe we can get lucky with a cheap movement card here and there. Ghost Rider bringing back their Blink is big. Rotating the Snow Guard into Kang. Interesting. I don't think I've seen Kang since they came back either. Why White Widow? What, in this build? White Widow is 1, really restrictive on the opponent's space. And then 2, having them have cards on their board can help buff up a dagger. It feels a little bit easier to use. It's cheaper curve than something like Debris. And so I like it just a little bit better. I mean, we could do... Just for giggles, we could do Iron Fist, Beast. Beast would move over here, and then Nico to copy the next card we play. Master Mold is the lowest played card in the game. Yeah, Master Mold definitely feels like he's in a rough spot too. It doesn't like it. You give the opponent resources in most games to help them even out their curve if it didn't work. You don't like the Chavez rework? I think Chavez was always going to be a problem though if it kept its ability at 6 cost. We're not drawing into any of the movement cards. We have some cheap enablers for later on. But there's not much later on to go around. I think we do White Widow, clog up 1 more space in Atlantis. Then we're just hoping for... I guess we have 3 out of 4 chances to draw into a move card on the last turn. We could have prepped Iron Fist. We probably should have. We do get Vulture. And so Iron Fist, Vulture, or Iron Fist, Vulture, move. Yeah, had we prepped Iron Fist, we'd be able to do a Doctor Strange on top of it. Into Doctor Strange to pull it back. It just comes down to if we win with 9 here. I don't know that we do. Adam Warlock in Arsham decks? I mean, maybe. It's not 9? Oh, yeah. It's not 9. You're right. No, this one, I think it was a retreat regardless, but we'd be losing points in mid. I don't think they ever have anything less than 4, since they used their entire turn 4 to play there.
Escaped.
And then Mohammed, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I see that you found the YouTube live stream. We have 19 people over there. A lot more than I mainly did it so that the video on demand is there after, but I know that some people prefer the YouTube platform over Twitch. So I'm glad that you were able to find it. Elden Ring DLC after Snap to get my butt kicked ×2. I want to play Elden Ring, but it's been like it's such a in-depth world that you have to sink a lot of time into it. And I'd be afraid that I'd sink too much time. So the last time I did something like that was with Baldur's Gate 3. I launched it right when I downloaded it and started playing it right whenever they released the Honored mode. And that is the first run that I did was on Honored. And I made it through on my second run. And it was the most terrifying last run against the last act ever. There were so many close calls that I was so nervous the whole time. I don't think I was even enjoying it at that point. Henry Cap, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Batlash, you said just YouTube. You don't enjoy the Twitch. And then Powerless, thank you so much for the 6 months at tier 1. Very, very much appreciated. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for being here. So we could destroy the Human Torch, but I think we're going to go White Widow to the left for now. And that allows us to get another turn to potentially draw into the Phoenix Force. I hope I get around to playing Elden Ring. Yeah, it would be fun, but I think I would put a lot of time into it. I liked what Hooglin said. Hooglin? Said about Elden Ring? If I want to play a game that makes me mad, I'll just play Snap. That's true. I don't... Ooh, and we do get the Phoenix Force. Beautiful. I don't necessarily get all that worked up about Snap all that often. So I think we're going to Snap on this. We have Valentina, Quinjet. Let's go ahead and Snap. We have a pretty good line on the extra turn with Limbo. We have Phoenix Force, which is going to be the Human Torch. We have a couple ways to pull it back in, and then we just looking to do another big enabler from there. What other games do you play currently? Right now, I haven't been dabbling in anything. I think the last game I played Pow World. I played Hades 2 was the last game I played much of. A little Balatro. And I dabble in just about anything. But Snap is definitely my big focus right now. I'm going to play Phoenix Force. Every time we move him over to the left, we get an extra +2, which is going to be nice. And then we have Ghost Spider, Vulture for a couple of other enablers. Loki Dex, play Shang? Yeah. Nico, copy the Phoenix Force? We could. We'd be hoping for a way to pull back in the Phoenix Force, but I guess we'd be hoping for that regardless, right? It takes us down a turn. But that might be fine. We'll hold it. We'll hold it. We'll play it on 5. Nico, copy the Phoenix Force, I think, is a decent line, especially if we're going to turn 7. Now, if they play Snowguard or have the Nocturne, then I think actually we probably should have. Knowing that they have ways to disable Limbo, it was probably not, thinking about it in hindsight, it was probably not the right call.
Hey, welcome.
And Chico, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Very much appreciate the support. That bumps us up to 22 for the day. And 225, we reached the goal that we had set out. So we're going to have a copy of the Phoenix Force. We're going to pull this one over into Kunlun. But I'm pretty certain... No Leisure Shoot Larry? I have not played that one. Is that Big Daddy? Is that your name? So cool to see you streaming again. It's cool to see you back in the stream again. But I would love to see you and 3 other Snap creators. I was thinking about that last night, about Chained Together, about how much fun that would be. Fiddly5, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I think Chained Together would be something that would be really fun.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Why did they retreat? We'll take it. No way he's top deck Shang-Chi. That could have been it. I mean, we'll take it. We will absolutely take it where we can. I thought we were disadvantaged going into those last couple of turns, though. He probably got a big pile of just like Falcon Beast garbage cards. Probably expected your torch to go right. Yeah, that's true. Udex, Cozy, and Binks. That would be a wild. That would be a wild stream. If it's ever put into the atmosphere, I'd grab it. I'd take it. With no Living Tribunal, how does this deck win 2 lanes? By having more power than they do. Typically, Phoenix Force is like the splash at the end. Phoenix Force isn't the all-in for this one. When it goes all in, or when you can do it, it's good. But most of the time, like a dagger, a double pull of a dagger on the last turn is going to be like 20 power. So that's usually enough to be able to swing that other location while you have another one kind of simmering around the board. New to the channel, what does TLSG stand for? There's a lot of there's a lot of origin stories for what TLSG stands for. So it's not a Phoenix deck more move? Yeah. Yeah, so it's more of a move deck. The Phoenix Force is the long snap game because I rope everybody. The last game was definitely an oddity, I'd say. It happens and it's in there for that reason, but it's not an every game thing. I wish 4 people beat it yesterday and it took them over 14 hours. No way. I was a hiker. I guess you can read it from the chat command what TLSG stands for. And so we get Carnage. We could also do Nico Destroy and have it destroy Dagger instead of Human Torch. That way we get the extra card draw, a better chance to draw into Phoenix Force. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to run this one. Hey, just my 2 cents on the stream video on demand on YouTube. I wouldn't really replace the regular videos with them. But more content is more content. Hidden recap. Yeah, so it wouldn't completely replace it. It'd be something that would be supplemental. So like right now, I can typically... the Maria Hill is not great. It blocks our draw. It's something that I can typically only do... Oh, no, it doesn't block our draw. I can typically only like make 3 videos a week around like new cards, new patches, that sort of thing. With those, it would supplement it. So if I can do a Friday stream, I'd be able to have a video highlight that goes up on Saturday, maybe even Sunday, for that kind of supplemental content. It wouldn't be like a complete replacement. And so we can do Iron Fist into a double Vulture move. We could then do Ghost Spider to pull it back, Falcon to pull it back in again, or Falcon to pull our Iron Fist back in to kind of prep up for... Oh, our Human Torch is canceled out by the Red Guardian. Never mind. In reality, TLSG stands for that live stream guy. I like to create a lot of like funny little backstories to it, but the actual answer is that it stands for that live stream guy. So I like... Are we worried about Shang-Chi? All we've seen from them is White Widow and Nocturne. And whatever this changed from. But I didn't see what it... Oh, Red Guardian. So it could be a counter deck. I think we move it... We move Vulture over. Falcon to pull up our 1-cost cards. Maybe before the Falcon, we do Calling Wing. That gets rid of one of our 2-cost cards, but I think that's okay. The only bad hit would be Doctor Strange, but that gives us space in our hand to draw next turn. TLSG9, I don't have that many that I created yet. I like to create like a fun backstory around it, but it stands for that live stream guy. Like 8 years ago, whenever I first started streaming, I only streamed for like a week or 2 weeks, maybe a month at most. And I thought it would be funny when I was creating my name of what would, what a funny name would be if somebody saw me and were telling their friends. And I thought it'd be funny if they said, hey, have you seen that live stream guy? And the response is, which one? And then during that month, chat shortened it to TLSG. And for whatever reason, that acronym, I kept that with me for every game that I played after that point. So with the Vulture resetting, Human Torch, we destroyed the dagger in hopes of Phoenix Force from the additional card draw, and we didn't see it. So with Vulture being super low here, they can move a couple of their cards. They have Double Demon. They have this lane locked in. So the Shadow King, we would have to look out for, and we dropped our Doctor Strange. We'd have to look out for Shang-Chi. So I don't think there's any combination of cards that we could play here that would win us this one. We would just be hoping for like the Hail Mary in this lane and then kind of counteracting this one. So I think especially with Red Guardian hitting our Human Torch, it didn't fall quite right.
Escaped.
You said I fell for the GPS one? And because you say you work as a computer analyst, it didn't sound so surprising. Yeah, so I am a computer analyst, and I like to create the air of mystery around the name. That way, when I tell the real story, which is that live stream guy, it can always be that little hint of doubt of like, is that the real one, or is it one of the other ones? That was one of his made up. Yeah, exactly. JLH is the real one that I tell. Like, it can be any of them. It can be any of the ones that you like the most. But next up we have Stink Fartson, Dr. Stink Fartson. Excuse me, I don't want to disrespect the name. We've been on a little bit of a bad streak, but this is where we turn it around. And so the first location is being Miniaturized Lab. We do have Phoenix Force, and so we have like the dagger into Carnage. And this time we will have the Phoenix Force to resummon it. I don't believe this man has ever been to a medical school. You might be right. You definitely might be right. You know, the Joker one. Yeah, and so that was the shtick behind the original name. Tell us one of the fake stories. Do you mind making Thanos Series 3 deck? So I can try. Thanos is definitely on my list of cards that I'm trying to make a deck out of. But I think Thanos is a peculiar one. It takes a lot of I feel like the 12 in the Thanos is a lot more important than 12 in a normal deck. If you have 12 in a normal deck and one or two of them are underperformers or bad, the rest of the deck can oftentimes hold it up. For like a Thanos, you pretty much have to have a solid 12 to get over the negative of having additional rocks in your deck. So it's definitely an interesting one. That I'm trying to crack. It's shorthand for Tulsa Gamer. I lived in Oklahoma, Epsi. I don't currently, but I did previously live in Oklahoma. Ooh, so we have another move gamer. He did my colonoscopy. I mean, if he's a doctor, as long as he's a good one. Ex-Agent Smith. It's okay. It's okay. The typos are all right. So we do have this one. It doesn't scale that much here. We need some move enablers though. Those we've been sorely missing, unfortunately. In our Ghost Spider, our Iron Fist, and Doctor Strange. We might do a Squirrel Girl with the Khazar. If we don't draw into anything better, that may be our line that we go with. Yeah, Thanos is a conundrum. It can be really, really good, but I feel like it has to be better crafted than most other decks. And so the double drop in the right lane, their Vulture is really big. Silk comes down, and then Kitty Pryde bounces the Silk around. I'd be curious what else they're going with that one. We don't have any way to overcome something that is going incredibly tall, which with their Vulture and that double move is really scary, really, really quickly. So we know we can move the dagger to get it. We get one move, one move card in Nico, and so like a Nico into a Vulture move or a Nico into a Human Torch move. Into Khazar, or we don't even do that. We would have to rely very heavily on the Squirrel Girl Khazar interaction. Which I don't think is the answer. But they didn't snap, so maybe they don't have a great one either. What other card games have you played? My first card game that I played in physical format was Yu-Gi-Oh! Back when it was much slower than what it is now. Now it's crazy. Like I can't keep up with everything that's going on without the card knowledge that we have now. I played back in like Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dark Magician days. And then from there, I actually tried Pokemon in the Digimon card game for a little bit in physical formats. I didn't play them as much. But then the next big one that I played was Hearthstone. And then I also played Legends of Runeterra for quite a while before finally finding my home in Snap. And so do we win? This is such an ugly win.
Victory.
This 4-star 1900. Yeah. And for those of you, this may be kind of niche. I liked Digimon. I liked the anime or the show better than Pokemon at the time. But I liked the Pokemon games. And so I tried getting into Digimon card game with a couple of friends that we had. It just didn't catch on as much. And it may be niche, but during the OG Yu-Gi-Oh days, I really liked a low star gravity bind build where the opponent couldn't attack with anything above 3 stars. And then I had a lot of equipped cards to buff up the attack of my low cost or my low star things. And I liked running the ones that had direct damage. So the ones that are typically like 100, 200 attack points, you equip them with enough cards, they're hitting for 1,000 at a time, and you can't be attacked back by a 4 or higher star card. That was my jam back in the OG Yu-Gi-Oh days. Any plans to go to SnapCon? Not this year. I would like to be able to go to one of them, but not this one. I don't think it's in the cards for this year. You'd probably like Umi Control. It locks the board, even in Modern. The last time I took a look at the Modern Yu-Gi-Oh was it was the combo Blue Eyes deck was everywhere. The ultimate Blue Eyes White Dragon. You could win in one turn, and I loaded up the mobile game, got destroyed in one turn, didn't know what happened, and then uninstalled it right away. Not in the cards. Hope to see you another time. I hope to be there another time. Maybe next year, depending on how much I can focus on like the streaming side of things. Maybe it'd be in the cards for next year. So we do have some move enablers this time, thank goodness. We have Doctor Strange that'll move the Human Torch over. We could then do either Falcon or Beast to pull him back in. We could use him an additional time. I finally tuned into a TLSG stream, and he gets a crazy win. It's been a crazy day, Rush, so far. It's been a really crazy day. I'm glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. That's a good change for their Bast. Bast turns into Scar. Not the Bast thing it could have been, but it was pretty good. I like being able to pull back in the Falcon. Tefu, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted, pushing us to 29 for the day, and we're over our goal, which is phenomenal. Thank you guys for the support. If you got one of the gifted subs from Tefu, make sure to give them a thank you in the chat. Gifting 5 after a joke like that? I mean, sometimes it's the worst jokes that are appreciated the most. I do kind of like the Falcon, because then we can beast the Falcon back in. Potentially use it again. Come for the snap, stay for the dad jokes. I mean, I think snap was the... Ooh, I should have changed the card in Black Vortex with Los Diablos base being looming. Well, we got lucky. So, Human Torch, Beast to pull it back in. It becomes free. And we change Nico, and then we can change one of the locations next turn. I don't even know if we need to change Nico. Maybe it's that we change Falcon next time we drop it. I have an untapped overlay over Twitch. Is this new? Yeah, so it happened, I think, yesterday. They updated it. And so I already had the overlay active on Twitch. It just didn't have all of the fancy bells and whistles, and now it does. And I think it's really a really cool thing, especially for viewers that may not know. I just want to encourage TLST to keep streaming. Tefu, I'm going to do my best to continue streaming as much as possible. It's a little tough to have a consistent schedule with work and then after hours taking care of my daughter, but the more that I can stream, I love doing the streams. They're so much fun, and you guys are awesome. I get to interact with the wholesome community that we've grown. So we could do Nico to copy the Human Torch, but Doctor Strange would probably pull the Nico card. Then we Falcon that back in. We go ahead and do Carnage as well. If you could afford full-time Snap content, would you career change? Absolutely. Absolutely. I would absolutely be blown away if I had that opportunity. Living Tribunal is not necessarily the best one that that we could get. It's not the worst either, I guess. It's definitely not the best. Tefu, Sleeper, you said Tefu missed out? Oh, missed me for the gifted sub. I got you now. I'm caught up. And so with the US agent in the right lane, this becomes really, really tough. He means I didn't gift him. Yeah, it took me a minute, but I eventually got there. So the cards that we destroyed were a Beast and Falcon. So if we were to do something like this, that would be safe into an Iron Fist move. I really wish I had one more move enabler to make a Human Torch really big, to potentially compete for all of those lanes. But I just don't think it's going to happen here. I honestly wish Runeterra didn't start doing a standard format, but I understand they were struggling with monetization. Yeah, the draw of Runeterra was that it was free. You could build any deck within like a day or two. But with that, cosmetics didn't make as big of an impact for them as that you would necessarily hope. Or I guess it didn't catch on as widely as something like League of Legends. And I understand why it wouldn't be as appealing. With League of Legends, you get to see the skin, you get to interact with it. So there's a lot more cool things you can do. With the cards and the different boards and formats, it's not as like flashy. And so it doesn't feel like it does as much for you. But I did enjoy Runeterra from time to time. I competed in, so I finished, I think it was Masters. It was the equivalent of Legendary in Hearthstone. I finished there, went into one of the tournaments, and almost made it past the elimination round where it like splits down to like the final 8. Almost had enough wins and points to do it, but didn't quite make it. And then after that, it kind of I slowly started teetering off. My favorite Runeterra deck was Maokai Nautilus. Maokai Nautilus Deep was one that I couldn't consistently get the hang of, but when it popped off, it was so devastatingly just you weren't able to do anything. I liked I think it was I don't remember the other champion in it, but it was a Sejuani. Maybe it was a Sejuani Ashe build that looked to like freeze and just do a lot of high impact things for the opponent, really disrupt them. With Time Theater, we have 2 daggers, which is not what we want to see. We go ahead and prep our Iron Fist here, and then we'll see what they drop. The card cost reduction is nice. I think we just don't do anything here. We let them play more cards out. We need the dagger when we play it to be a big impact. So with Thena, we may switch decks after this. It may be that I even switch over to Mill for a little while. We started off really strong with this one, but it's kind of teetered off a little bit since then in performance. We can do Vulture that moves over. That's a little bit easier to consistently trigger. And then save the dagger as like a last turn surprise. We move the Vulture. We can then move it back over here. Unless we wanted to destroy it, but since we don't have Phoenix Force, I don't think that's the play we go with. So we'll lock that in. I like this deck. I'm a bit surprised Multiple Man isn't there. Multiple Man was... I tried him. A lot of times it ended up being restrictive board space, and that's when my brain kind of melted down, trying to figure out how to get Dagger to move along with playing Ghost Spider and Iron Fist on the last turn. And like that movement, I wasn't able to get enough movement on the Dagger or that last turn kind of surprise to really feel like Multiple Man was a compliment rather than a possible hindrance. And then Tailwolf, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for resubscribing for the second month. Very glad to have you here. Still don't draw anything great. Nico's fine. I think we're going to do White Widow. And then see. Going to the last turn, well, that's what we're going to see, is our Vulture getting devoured by a Shang-Chi. It might be time to run a mill deck for a little bit. The movement change nerfed that possibility. Old move could have worked. Yeah. So we have the... I mean, we can bring the Vulture back.
It took you long enough.
And then Rush Limbaugh, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We can re-summon the Vulture to win whatever lane we want. But then it would come down to, can we win another? And so this would be... Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. I mean, I think they push into the right lane. For one additional cube, I think it might be fun to stay. We had a way to move Dagger. Yeah. Yeah. Depending on what they throw over there. So the Quinjet and Elsa are pretty low in the left. It's a little scary. Kitty Pride. Okay. Snow Guard. Needs to be less than 4. That's exactly 4. So we could potentially win with a... Is this bigger than... No. Oh, we don't even win the left, do we? Or we barely win the left. We lose mid by quite a bit. Unfortunate. It was closer than it should have been. But not quite close enough. And 10 was the most we could have gotten. The exact amount here is unfortunate. We'll take our loss. And I think, let's see, we're coming up on an ad break. I'm gonna get a water, and then I'm gonna look at potentially updating or changing the deck. Because this one, no way I actually caught a TLSG stream. I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you're here for a little while. I'm gonna take a quick break. We started at like 70% for that deck. And it whittled down to 10 for 10. We started at I think it was like 7 and 2, and ended up being 10 and 10. And so it started strong, started getting countered pretty often. It is absolutely insane to run Blink to try and pull Phoenix Force more often. I don't think it's crazy. I think that could work, but you would want more of an all-in Phoenix Force deck than what we have. This one in Phoenix Force is definitely just kind of the splash on the end. Highlands Down, thank you so much for the resub. Before I forget, I very much appreciate having you here. Before I forget, I'm going to get another fill up on water. So I'm going to run a quick ad, and then we will be back. I'm going to load up a different deck whenever I come back. All right, we're back. Maybe run Tribunal? Yeah, if I ran Tribunal, I'd want to do a higher end, like Phoenix Force, so much more heavy on the Phoenix Force side. And then Soda Pop, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Where's the blanket basket? I don't know. The blanket basket has been MIA for a little while. Hopefully we can find it back soon. Calrosi, welcome back. Thank you for still being here. Benevolent Banana, thank you for 3 months at Tier 1. Huge support from the Benevolent Banana. Appreciate having you here. Bumps us up to 30 for the day. Dara, with the huge Dara stream, pumping it up. Thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully your stream went well. You absolutely cooked us earlier. Hopefully you had a good raid. Appreciate you guys being here. If you don't know who I am, I'm TLSG. I started playing during the beta. Mainly did YouTube content for the longest time. Just recently came back into streaming. And so we're going to give a shout out. I'm sure everybody here knows who Dara is. But if you don't, definitely drop a follow. Hit the heart in the top of the chat. But Dara, hopefully you had a great stream. Are you ending a little bit early today? I thought you streamed a little bit longer usually. Everyone knows who's TLSG is. I don't know. You'd be surprised. We have some new faces around here. I did take a pretty lengthy break, but I'm glad to be back. You guys missed me getting absolutely devoured running a movement deck, and so now Dara only streams like 10 minutes a week. Who rated? Dara rated. Everybody knows who Dara is, but not how Dara is. Very true. Very true. The TLSG Bob Ross of Snap. That's what that's the title that I get given a lot. Dara scammed us with a short stream. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, now you have me. Hopefully I don't disappoint. We're gonna be running. We've been running down the ladder, just a little bit, hovering right around even. But hopefully we can change that around now. We've got the Dara raid. We've got the big viewers. Hopefully we can do you guys proud. I never got to live match against you before. Stop streaming before you stopped streaming the first time. Oh, you never got to watch a live or got to match against me live? But so this build, we're looking to do some just your almost pretty standard beta ray Thor stuff, but it has the backup line of Namora. First time here and first time linking account for the drops. Can somebody give me a bit of details? So if you've linked your account, all you have to do is stay in the stream. I think you have to keep it unmuted, potentially, and the time will just automatically add up. And then whenever you do on the Twitch drops page, you'll be able to claim them. We were supposed to have a match. Oh, that's true, Squid Jim. For those who don't know me, he made dad jokes. That's a big piece of my identity, is the bad dad jokes. And so we want to save this for something like Beta Ray Bill. I guess we could have thrown Thor there just to keep it protected. But something like Wong into Sage Odin or Wong into a Hammer could be really, really handy for us. No dad jokes or bad jokes. I don't know. I may not have the best ones. But we'll see if we found the right audience or if it's the Wong one. I like how the Snap community helped each other out. Me too. The Snap community has been I wouldn't be able to be streaming had it not been so supportive whenever I first started, because my streams and my videos were awful whenever I first started up. So there was definitely a learning curve. Mute doesn't matter. I thought there was something weird, like if you had the actual stream muted but the tab wasn't. I don't know. I always leave it on full volume and I just go to sleep. And then I wake up the next day and I have all my drops. So typically it's in like a Dara or a Dexter stream when I know they're going to do a long one. So I'll just load it up, go to sleep, and then have them whenever I wake up the next day. Is Ravonna good just with 2 targets? So she may not be. I don't know. I've liked it so far, but this one is still definitely in that like experimental stages for a build. They have a huge stack in the left lane. Something like Sage into Odin could bring it home for us over there. We do have the Mjolnir, but it may not be that we need to push the Mjolnir so hard in that lane. I think I'm going to go Nocturne and Nightcrawler, and then we'll wait to get a better idea of what this last turn should look like. These dad jokes are going to leave my brain very... It's a Thor subject for sure. You said I have the streams muted and get the drops. Well, that's good. As long as you're here, you should be getting time added towards the drops. So the Infinite, creating the 20 power Ebony Blade is huge. Where do they play it this next turn? This man is a menace with the jokes. Absolutely. So we win the right lane. And so I think this is what we do. I think we just leave mid. Sage is going to be pretty large. So we have the 1, 2, 3, 4... 4 trigger twice, and then 5 trigger twice as well. I guess they could have Shang-Chi, potentially. But then they couldn't do the Ebony Blade. We'll pump it for 8. In courtesy of the Dara raid, we send it all in or all nothing. They play Shadow King, potentially. Shadow King plus the Ebony Blade mid. We may have pumped them for the 8. Blob is not going to do it, my friend. We have the 69 in the left lane. We lose mid handily, but we win right. What a way to kick off a Dara raid. We just keep setting up TLSG. He keeps knocking the dad jokes out of the park. It comes naturally at this point. And so we'll take the 8. We'll take the 8. That is a 100% win rate deck now. We just switched over to it. We're going to retire it, use something else, make sure that we stay on top. Yeah, Sage is really, really strong. Diego, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. All right, let's see if we can keep that going. Do you use Doc Ock in the mill deck? Yes. Doc Ock is one of my favorite cards to use. In the mill deck, I think it has... I don't think it could be replaced in a mill style deck. Can't stay long, just came to say hi. Anytime is great. I just appreciate you hopping in and saying hello. So we're going to go ahead and skip on turn 1. Kamartage is beautiful for this deck as well. I think Dara turned our luck around. We're going up against Enigma. We have a double on reveal in mid, potentially setting up a Wong play. Daniel Craig, you said first time watcher, but enjoying your stuff. Replacement for Namora. So if you're replacing Namora in this build, I think you build it much more like a traditional Thor Beta Ray, potentially. Because the Namora is one of your like backup lines, so it's not one that you're using all the time. But I think I had in mind for Namora to be a potentially big hit to allow me to push Wong into the deck, to push Odin to the deck. Without that, it may not be quite as impactful, so you may not have as much value there. Ooh. Glad you're back, missed your content and how nice you are. I'm glad to be back. I couldn't be more excited. I didn't know if I was going to return to anybody being here. And so I was very, very grateful at all of the just positivity that came out whenever I returned. That it was very overwhelming how positive everybody was. There was a couple of people that were like, "Who are you? I already forgot about you." But for the most part, it was I couldn't have anticipated how many people would still be there for the content when I came back. I had to work through what I had to work through for my personal life, and then was able to jump back in, and it was like I never missed a beat. So we have 3 hammers mixed into our deck. We're going to get at least 1 Stormbreaker. We may not draw the Mjolnir. It depends. But we're going to be able to hit them into Martage. With them hitting the Mr. Negative on early, it is a little bit scary because they could be running something very similar. I don't know if we go over the top of like an inverted Iron Man, inverted Mystique. I think it's worth a shot. I guess we could have threatened Nocturne to change the Limbo location away. But I kind of like setting up an Ironheart into the potential Odin play next turn. Or we could always just forego that and do like the Sage into Kamartaj if we needed to. But I think this is where we want to push. Or I took a year off like you. Yeah, it was almost a year and it happened. No, we can't change Limbo now. I was thinking about on turn 4 or 5 when we played Jane Foster. We could have played Nocturne instead. It's an interesting one that I don't know that they would ever anticipate. I don't know that it's the best play, but it pushes an extra 10 here and 10 here. Oh, no, it doesn't. Nocturne would change it, right? Nocturne would change the Kamartaj. So instead, we could do Mjolnir Odin and then Stormbreaker somewhere else. That's going to re-trigger Ironheart, which helps us here. We'll just leave Nocturne. They have the big inverted. If this was for more cubes, I don't think I would stick this one out. Wouldn't the hammers push much more power? I really enjoyed your free-to-play series. Yeah, so I'm restarting the free-to-play series because I had a hard drive crash, so I didn't get to finish it. But I am planning on making it come back. Both of the hammers pulling more. This is going to push a lot to the left, and then we already have a decent amount in mid and right. So we're going to go ahead and ascend this one. You said I got my first content creator win against Cozy with the Cersei deck you made. That's huge, Trident. I'm so glad that you were able to take it. But with them having inverted, they haven't played their inverted cards. They have the Sarah. If this was for more cubes, I would probably run scared because of how many crazy things. They could have an inverted Arnhem Zola. We don't know how high roll their deck's going. But we'll see. We'll see if we're able to hold it out, though. It doesn't, yeah, because Nocturne changes it. That free-to-play series really helped me out when I started. There's too little content for new players. Yeah, in it, the overall experience this time around, I can say, has been much different than it was before. Before, it was like very much bots in the first few rounds, or the first up to infinite, and so then I ended up being ranked very high against everybody. This time around, not so much. Wolfsbane in the left, I think, does us in, unfortunately. The double Iron Man is always so tough to match against, and so we'll take the 2. They hit it on curve. They did us the courtesy of not snapping onto it, but it was closer than what I thought it should have been. We do like review type content on new cards. I feel like we have a lot of creators that do that very well, and so there's not as much draw. There's not as much draw for like me or somebody else to click on it, because that type of content, once you see one creator, a lot of times there's not a need to click on anything else, and so it usually ends up kind of separating the community versus like deck highlights and things that I typically post are kind of more widely appealing. Bought a lot less. Yeah, this time around, after I think like 40, rank 40, I started matching into real players almost the whole time. Yeah, and Cozy, it'd be like going up against Cozy, and with his editing, I could never compete with him on something like that, and his energy, and it's just I wouldn't be able to add to that genre. Like I could offer my thoughts into it, and those would be unique, but I think for the vast majority, Cozy's editing style and takes would probably take the cake, and so it wouldn't have as much of a draw. There was no bots in 90s for me. Yeah, I didn't have any bots towards my 90s until recently, and so it took a long time to hit that last little gap. Definitely much different than what I was at before. So we could do Sage to burn a card. With Makari, we're kind of worried about a Sandman or Sandman shenanigans, but we'll see. I'm not gonna burn it early. We could do Wong, but I think that'd be the Wong choice. I'm gonna do Beta Ray Bill. We have Jane Foster that's gonna pull out the hammers for us, and we can start pushing elsewhere. According to something Dara said a little while ago, you only get bots in the 90s when you're above 8k SP. Gotcha. So mine was a good mix. Mine was a good mix of bots and real players in that 90 experience towards the end of the season. Towards the beginning, it was all humans. And last time, I think I ranked like top either 5,000 or 1,000 the first time I hit infinite. This time it was like 35,000. It would be the Wong choice. I see what you did there. You did indeed see what I did there. So Beta Ray in the right lane should be fine with the Odin. The issue becomes the left lane. So we could always do like an Ironheart and Sage, both in the left lane to try and compete. And if that's the case, we may be able to compete in mid with that Ironheart Sage. Or Wong into Sage plus a hammer. I kind of like that, as long as we don't get hit with a Sandman. Odin, the hammer left with Jane.
It took you long enough.
I kind of like this one, because we're going to be able to cap out Mojo World with the... and so as long as, I guess, 12 or a little bit more than 12 is more, then I think we should be okay. Unless it's Sandman, of course. Moon Girl. What could they be dropping with Moon Girl? With a Sunspot, it's so late in the game. It wouldn't be a She-Hulk. Very interesting. I'm going to butcher this, but Greenglicious, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So I think we go Wong, Stormbreaker, Ironheart. We don't have initiative, so we don't have to worry about Shadow King or Shang-Chi. And then the double trigger of Sage here, I think, would push us over the top. Mockingbird? Yeah, oh, a double Mockingbird. This goes 12, 24, 9 and 9, plus 8, so 18. I think you get 22 here, and I think we win here with the double trigger of Sage. But Aldo, you said you made me come back to the game. I was away for a good 1 year or so. Yeah, and it's something that I didn't know if I could, and then just one day I was like, hey, I think this would be fun to jump back into. And from there, we created content just to kind of dip our toes in, and then that's where we're at from here. The reception was so warm that I decided to keep going. We do get the retreat. And so this deck's at least starting us off strong. The move deck that we used before started really strong, and then it just went downhill from there. But this one is going exceptionally well. But next up we have Panda Sushi. Coming in at rank number 692. First location being Bifrost. I came for the creative decks and stayed for the dad jokes. That's what gets everyone in. I draw them in with the different deck builds. And then the jokes that almost make you cringe a little bit are why people stay. And so we have the Nightcrawler to be able to move back. We have both Thor and Beta Ray, so those are fantastic resources for us. We may not go Namora here. PLC, you got to see my Sandman tempo list. I think I made it even better. Yeah, even better than the one that I did the other day. If so, absolutely. You can send it over to me on, I think probably Discord would be best. So Castle Zemo being the right lane, we have to be cautious of what they send. If they send a Havoc, we retreat. But White Widow, I think White Widow is okay. Here they have a really cool split with the Black Crackle and whatever this is, the Kitty Pride. I guess we've seen the Kitty Pride already. He said I was in bot MMR before the change, so I lean towards a similar theory. I think it's based on I think it's based on MMR, which loosely translate into snap points. So we can Beta Ray to the right. Oh no, we never want to Beta Ray to the right. We Beta Ray into Titan, have it push over into Castle Zemo for us. That way we never even have to play a card there, and we can have it capped out. We have Jane Foster next turn, plus the two hammers and Odin. I think we did be in a really good spot. The move deck looked fun. Yeah, it's that's why I titled it the cute move, because it's strong when it works, but when it doesn't, it can whiff really hard. Ooh, the Titania Green Goblin, so completely capping us out in the right lane. Unfortunate. We'll have to do our best to come over it. Maybe like an Ironheart, but I still think getting both of our hammers might be good for us. Maybe not. Let's go with Jane Foster and see what else they have. We know the Kitty Pryde can pull back in the Titania at any point. We have to look out for, I would say, really anything. This is a really heavy junk deck. With Thena, which is kind of surprising, but we have the Kitty Pryde. They could be looking to do the dagger move, maybe. Yeah, Jane with Odin can carry a lot of weight too. Both being below Shang-Chi range. I've lost several times to cards that did that. The issue is we have priority. So with a Ravonna, it'd be really cool to do like the Wong into Sage on the same turn as kind of that like surprising factor. But I almost think we don't pump this one up too much. I don't know that we do the Odin. It may be more like Sage Stormbreaker or Ironheart Stormbreaker Sage. They could Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi here, which is the biggest thing I'm worried about and why we don't want to go, I guess, too tall. So maybe we don't Stormbreaker at all. Feels wrong. But we might not. We would have to put additional power there, though. This would be 2, 4, 6, 8. So it'd still be below Shang-Chi range. That's the read we're going with. It might be wrong. Yeah, it was definitely wrong. Oh, whoops. I thought we were going to play around the rough card on their end, but that was not the case. Yeah, that was a pretty weak ender for them. I think you have to play like Shang doesn't exist. Yeah, we probably should have. Had they played Shang here, that would have meant they played like a Kitty Pryde over here. They wouldn't have had energy for the other lane, so they would have won this one. And so I guess without knowing the deck a little bit better, we probably should have just played it as heavy as we could have and assumed Shang-Chi wasn't real. So Mark, you said, so I'm a free-to-play player. I'm sitting at level 1481. And I'm really trying to get more cards without opening my wallet. Can you give me an idea of what level range it'll be before you fill out? So filling out collection 3, I think is, the last I checked, around collection level 5,000. And so like 4 to 5,000 depending on what you spend your tokens on. I would say be comfortable with a decent pool 2 build, so like a Spectrum ongoing deck can do decently. And then acquire the cards that look interesting to you as you can. I would typically spend my tokens just on like the Series 4 or Series 5 cards. Series 3, you're going to unlock them anyways. And so I would kind of wait, and since you don't have the agency on those, and just acquire them as you can. The biggest piece is completing your dailies is going to help you progress more than you realize. Yeah, you can definitely hit infinite without a heavy deck. You definitely don't need all the bells and whistles to make infinite. It's just if you're pushing past there, sometimes it's a little bit rough. And so the Great Web is, I guess, not going to be an issue with Nocturne. I'm going to go ahead and change it. We're going to drop... I'm going to play Wong to the left. Play Wong to the left. That way, if something gets pulled into Grand Central, it's okay. If you're willing to go get the season pass, yeah, Zoo with Gilgamesh is still really strong. And so especially in the early pools, it's really good. You finished around 2.4? Yeah, but there's been a lot of cards. Like, how long ago was it that you finished Series 3, Arlo? And then, yeah, another good tip is figuring out how to finesse bots. If you can identify the bot, a lot of times that's half the battle to getting to infinite. And then Dabu911, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very appreciative. Glad to have you here. That brings us up to 32 for the day. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So we have Wong in the left. It looks like the kind of junk deck that's been floating around. We could always drop the Ironheart Sage, but I feel like it's a little bit early to do that. Because then we do have the Wong, or the Odin, that leaves us susceptible to like White Widow or a lot of things that could cap it out. We could always do Ironheart, Nightcrawler. That way we have the protection. We can move it out. I think we'll go with that. Without having any of the Hammer Bros in our hands, I think it's much more on like an Ironheart, a Sage, and Odin to bring it home. I run barely positive against humans and eat tons of cubes off of bots. Yeah. Yeah, especially... Ooh. Negasonic there is scary. Especially these days. I think you can definitely get away with that. With eating the bots. If you can identify that it's a bot player, you can gain a lot of cubes pretty easily. So we have to worry about Odin getting pulled into Grand Central. We could do Jane Foster. That's not going to pull into anything. It's just a body. We could do Sage, but she gets destroyed. And it might even be like a Sage into Thor. Give us back the left lane. Whatever pulls here would be fine. Jane Foster would be more ideal. Sacrifice Thor. Sacrifice Thor, but then we have the junk in our hand or in our deck. We can always Odin the Ironheart to get additional reach if it doesn't get pulled here. I like this. We're gonna snap into it. We're gonna commit to it. Yo, since when is TLSG streaming on Twitch? It's been a while. Thor mid. It's too late. I committed to this one. It's been recent. I streamed on Wednesday, and then I've streamed today. Wait for Hammer left. We'll see. We'll see which play ends up turning out. Okay. So the players, if we get Jane Foster here, that 50-50, beautiful. And you guys said Thor mid. This is going to give us a huge push in the left lane, and from there we'll see what else we need to do. They have their dagger on the board. They could do Ghost Spider, but that's not going to pull the dagger anymore. I think this is a W. I don't think they have anything that overcomes these two lanes. And so like a Mjolnir, Odin for good measure, and then we ship it. Really awesome having you back. I'm glad to be back. I'm so glad to be back. I'm having a great time playing again, whereas before it was kind of stressful. I'm really enjoying the cooking and just getting all of the different, like seeing the new pieces that I missed out on, acquiring them and then building them with what I think would be cool to see how it matches up against other things that are out there. And so we'll take a win where we can. This deck is doing numbers for us. I don't think I've seen Namora though since we started playing it. And so I mean sometimes that's what it's gonna take. But we'll see if we can get a Namora game or two. White Guardian or White Widow or Red Guardian for the 6K. I think statistically Red Guardian is better. I use White Widow more. I like a lot of clutter or junk style decks, but I think Red Guardian is a little more flexible. I got stressed enough by this game that I deleted my account. That is a level, like if you've gotten to that point, I think it's probably a good thing that you did it. I know you say you regret it now, but if you were that frustrated, yeah, I think if you were that frustrated, if you come back, you'd probably be just as frustrated. And so it may be a game that you like enjoy watching, but maybe not playing. 2 bites. How are you not hungry? I graze. I graze a lot, and I typically don't get hungry if I'm like, in the middle of doing something. And so I'm not too terribly hungry right now. Eagle, was that you on the last game? You said good game. With the Thor, we can go ahead and get Nightcrawler down, but we can do that for free, so we don't need to risk it. Is there a card you're missing that you're targeting to get next? Most of the cards I'm missing, I'm gonna pick up in the next month or two of Spotlight caches. So Pixie, Proxima, the Corvus, Cole Obsidian. I'm getting all but I think 2 cards that I'm missing from Spotlight caches, and so the 2 that I'm going to be missing are Shaw and War Machine. And honestly, I'm okay missing out on War Machine, and so I'm gonna I'm going to be focusing on pulling Shaw next with tokens, most likely. And I've played games where to the point where I've gotten angry before. So Call of Duty is absolutely a tilting one. Potentially League of Legends too. This one I know frustrates a lot of people or gets under their skin. But if it's to that point where you're not enjoying it, sometimes you have to take a step back and wonder, like, why am I doing it? Sometimes it just becomes a habit to play. Do you have any fun/decent conquest decks? I've been trying to grind for the rewards. There's most of what I feature is flexible enough that it can be good in conquest. My favorite right now is Mill, whether it's conquest or ladder. For me, it fits my playstyle. For honor, I haven't played for honor, but I've seen some. I could see how it could be kind of tilting. So we have the Namora line, but that would mean we drop Nightcrawler here solo. We also have Beta Ray in our hand, so we could drop him into the Wong lane, but it might be the Wong decision. We have Mjolnir already, so we don't really need... Hey, Jeff, welcome in. I know there are some unused primers in this chat. Thank you so much, Jeff, for jumping in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic vacation, and we'll be glad to see you back on Monday, right? But very glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. Wait to move if you play beta? That's true. We got hit with the Goliath. I was a little distracted and humbled that Jeff was here. But we moved the Nightcrawler a touch too early. I do think that our play is definitely the Namora line in this one. We have Mjolnir to push to the left. We could also do the Sage play. Sage gets us pretty large in the right lane. Or Sage into Odin is big. We could always do that into a different lane, though. It wouldn't have the Wong benefit. So I think Namora, and then we'll see where we stand next turn. You know that you're their favorite when they use the Prime. And then Jeff coming in with the incentive to get the other primes out there. We have Winterfell. Thank you so much for the Prime. And then Vosh721.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you for the Prime as well. Appreciate having you guys here. I've been really enjoying being back. Is this game ever as simple as doing Odin and nothing else? That might be all we need to do. I mean, they have the Loki. So unless they top decked their counter cards, we know we don't have any built in. I think it's just the Odin and Sit. The Odinson. I mean, it would the Odinson. It would make sense for you to agree with the Odin play. Unlikely to have any tech. Yeah, they would have had to be lucky with the top draw. The Odinson gives his approval, so we gotta send the Odin. Jeff does promos that gift subs, so I was able to use my free one on you this month. Winterfell, thank you so much. Very appreciative of having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. We do get the win. We misplayed the Nightcrawler move just a little bit, but yeah, the untapped, it got updated yesterday, the overlay. And so it does work for just hovering over the cards now. So we'll take that win where we can. And I'm actually going to run just a quick set of ads so that we don't get push them into the next game. Let me run, it'll be a minute and a half. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue with this deck because it's absolutely crushing it. Winterfell, you said you've been away for a bit? Haven't seen you. Yeah, so I was away for like 9 months. Over a year from streaming, 9 months from like the game or creating any content. And then one day it just kind of, whatever I was going through kind of clicked and passed. And I realized I wanted to pick it up again. And luckily I had the audience to return to. But yeah, so that's why you haven't seen me around for a while. My untapped, yeah, your untapped works on my stream. Yeah, so it was an overlay. They updated it yesterday. So you can hover over the cards or the board state. We have just a little bit more. Or the board state to see what any of the cards do. I started playing TFT instead of League. Yeah, TFT was one that when it first came out, I played it a lot. But as new builds got added, I didn't keep up with it. So it becomes overwhelming to come back. Because I don't know like what the synergies are. And it's intimidating to relearn all of them. And so I played it whenever it first dropped, took a break, came back, and there were all kinds of different like items, item combinations, different types of units that I couldn't bring myself to relearn all of them just for another patch to hit. any weekend stream. My Prime resets on Saturday. So I'm actually traveling to see a family this weekend. And so I won't be around. I'm going to try and get a stream highlight out, but I won't be around to do any streams, unfortunately. My next one's probably going to be on next Friday, which I don't like them being so far apart. But with my schedule how it is, that's kind of where we're sitting, unfortunately. He said cool drops are a perfect time. So I've been back for about 2 months. I've been back on YouTube for about 2 months. But the Conquerors event, which was 2 weeks ago, was kind of that push to get me back into a stream. And then once I got over that anxiety of like launching a stream again, it was easy to decide, hey, this was fun. I enjoyed it. I want to do it some more. So we don't have a turn 2 here. I think we hold off for Wong. Although the Black Vortex gets scary without any of the like hammers or anything to sacrifice there. So it might be a little bit iffy. And then Dream Dimension's also a tough one for us. I think we're gonna do something like Wong. We might sacrifice Ravona into the Black Vortex. And then it would be like a prayer of an Ironheart Sage finisher. I got hit with ads on mobile and TV app. Oh, you got the lucky draw of them. So Jean Grey over here with Nebula, it's an ongoing, so they probably have a Cosmo we have to look out for. We do have to play our first card here. We can't sacrifice into the Black Vortex. If they have Cosmo, they should have snapped. But since they didn't, we might limp in with 1 extra cube. I would say Cosmo is a big imminent one as well, but we'll see. I love the ads emote. There's an ad emote. So Namora is not necessarily what we want to go with. We want to go with something that we can do 2 cards. We would have to get incredibly lucky to do something like Double Sage and Ironheart. I don't think it's honestly even worth the additional 1 cube risk, because it would have to be a good transformation to a 6-cost card. And there's so many that could just absolutely derail us. But I think I'm going to try anyways. Oh, the 7 TV one. Okay, the Spectrum. Oh, wait, we don't... The Double Sage doesn't go over the top of that, does it? It does. Oh, and then Ironheart hitting everything over there. No, that's not going to do it. The Heimdall shifting us out of the right lane. We are going to heavily win mid. We have mid locked in, you guys. It's just the other lanes that were a concern. FYI, if you Chromecast Twitch, you never get ads. I didn't know that, Danny. But we will unfortunately take the beating there. That one's fine. That one's fine. I think I rather would have been Cosmoed. At least that one is against their play. The Heimdall was the biggest troll of them all. Is it worth buying all the decent Series 4 and 5 cards with tokens before I buy, or Series 4 cards with tokens before I buy in the Series 5? I'd say...
Breaking news.
Probably, in my opinion, probably not. I would much rather get a Series 5 card that I really like, rather than this Series 4 card is okay and it does well. I'm going to buy it just because it's cheaper. And so... Cursory said, all right, 1K legit viewers. Yeah, so we got 1K. Dara hit us with a huge raid, which was such a surprise. Very welcome surprise at that, but we were absolutely enjoying having you guys here. Yeah, we'll happily take those viewers and see if we can move on to the next one. He said, when I support the creator, like you, I disable my ad blocker. Mopey, I appreciate that. It definitely adds up, because if it's a handful of people that do that, it adds up, and it makes it that much more worthwhile. Or a Prime sub or Tier 1 sub does just about the same thing. So we could Snowguard Bear this last location so that they can't fill it up unless they fill it up this turn. Snowguard and Jeff, they're looking to do a Loki. I think we do like a Nocturne, a Beta, Jane Foster, and then we're looking to figure out what is best from there. Love your positivity, man. That is what my community is known for, and I think you guys kind of reflect those wholesome vibes right back at me. We could do Nocturne mid. I don't necessarily. Yeah. We could have, so it would change. But I didn't. Sometimes the RNG comes back to bite you. But we're gonna do a Beta Ray to the right. We probably should have changed that location. Doing it in the right would have been better. But they're gonna get the extra energy here. And so we're gonna be up against a massive wall now. I think we see probably, I would think Loki. Potentially Loki and Quinjet. No, Snow Guard. And so that is going to be a lot to overcome. The right lane I'm not worried about. It's any of the other ones that would be the issue. And maybe we don't even do Jane Foster. I know that Jane Foster and Odin can pull a lot of weight. They have a lot of power, so we're going to need something really big. I think we have to do the Jane Foster 3, 4, 5, 6. The issue still becomes winning an additional location. Bro, your dagger junk deck is killing me? Or is killing it. I don't think the dagger junk was mine. I know that Jeff ran one, and I think Yo Woody ran one maybe on stream as well. I played just a complete junk or a complete dagger deck before. Or are you talking about the one that I lost horrendously with at the first of the stream? Would Nocturne mid move? Yeah. Yeah, so you may be right. Since that effect happens before priority, I think they would still get the extra energy in White Hot Room. So the Cosmo to stop the on reveals. At least we have 9 power over there for now. We can also adjust like our Nocturne, our Jeff. And so with the Quinjet, they never hit us with the Loki. The issue would be that we have initiative. And so we lose to like a Shang-Chi counter. Essentially just a high power play. But it does push quite a bit on the board. I think I'm okay sticking it out for what it is for 2 additional cubes. Oh, you said fair enough. I just copied from you at the beginning. So that one was mine. That one's a little bit different than the other ones running around. The other ones running around leaned a little bit more heavily into like a Ravonna Iron Man style stuff. The one that I had was a lot closer to just like a true junk deck from before we had some of these additional tools like Annihilus. And then it had the flavor of Dagger and Ghost Spider. I really enjoyed that whenever I saw it on Jeff's stream, was the Daggered Ghost Spider, because that's been one of the big things that's been missing from Clog for so long, is having a way to win an additional location. And like a 3-cost 12 power card is phenomenal. So they move their Nocturne, move their Jeff. I think they win left every time, right?
Are ye worthy?
We'll see. The Juggernaut, push to the left, please. Well, that Odin to the left would have been good. That was risky on their part. I could have lost it to him had Odin went left instead of Stormbreaker. We'll take it. I said with Werewolf? What with Werewolf? Clef. I have a hammer deck that uses Werewolf. But I like this one. For the most part, I like this one a little bit better. I always like an excuse to be able to run Wong, especially since we don't have a lot of Cosmo running around the meta right now. A Bounce Dagger deck? No, I didn't. It wasn't a... I mean, I ran a Bounce Dagger deck, but it wasn't one that ran Werewolf. It had like it was more of like a traditional move that had a splash of Phoenix Force. And that one did okay for me for the first like 10 games. Was able to hold like a 60 to 70% win rate. And then it just dropped and we ended up losing it all. But next up we have Mr. Slantastic. Let's see if we're able to pull back home a win. We started off strong with an 8-cuber, and then it's kind of sizzled a little bit since then. So we'll see if we're able to get back into it. With the Human Torch. Could be Phoenix Force, and if so, that goes really, really tall. It's hard to compete against. We can do Thor. Next turn would be like a Jeff Nightcrawler. Be able to get the raft resource from him. And we can move those cards back out, which help us kind of readjust. So it is going to be a Phoenix Force deck. We have to look out for the really big Human Torch, Arnim Zola style stuff. It might even be... No, we could do Sage here instead of like the Nightcrawler and then move one out. But I like saving Sage in case we get a Wong. That'll help us go taller somewhere else. Nocturne left. Oh, we did have one extra energy. Nocturne would have been better than the Jeff. For some reason I was thinking we had 3 energy. But Fry, you're absolutely right on that call out. So the Human Torch is back. They had the Phoenix Force. They're always going to win Monster Metropolis. It just comes down to if they have like an Arnim Zola or something that go way over the top of it, which I think they probably do. Phoenix Force, the most of the battle is getting the combo and dodging any kind of tech cards from your opponent. And this one, we don't have any built in. You said, hi, wow, this new Untapped layout is cool. Yeah, I was really surprised when they released it. I was happy that it came out. I checked it out on Dara's stream yesterday and made sure that it was enabled for ours today. I think it's really cool, especially for viewers that may not know what the cards do. Like for me, I've seen Shuri 1,000 times. Somebody that's new to the game may not. So especially during drops and stuff like that, I think it's something that's really good for just the community. And anybody can use it, not just somebody that's a premium Untapped subscriber. So even if you just launch a stream and you decide you want it, anybody can get it. This one's always a loss.
Hey, welcome.
Shuri in the right lane. I mean, they move it once. They have Arnim Zola. They just do a big card in the right lane. We're gonna duck out of this one. And then Lucas VZM, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Brings us up to 35 for the day. Big support from you. Glad to have you here. We'll see if we can turn around our luck. We had some really good, and then it was just like the move deck. We started off really strong at like 4-1. Right now we're 4-4. So went from, I mean, it's still a really low sample size, but went from a solid start to a mediocre finish. I think it has some good bones to it. You have a lot of ways to push power in a lot of different lanes. And so I think it has definitely some value.
Took you long enough.
Butt of my biscuits. What a name, my friend. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We have Beta, we have Jane Foster, we have Sage. All beautiful cards to have early on. We can always do Jeff into Nor Dimension. Get a little bit of extra energy going into some of those other turns. I think we should be able to win Asgard. And so I like our early chances here. We may even snap into it. With Medusa, that could be a Wong Odin deck as well. So we just need a Wong Odin better than they do. That and Cerebro 5 is the only time I see Medusa. I just realized I was sitting on my Prime. Happy to see you streaming again. Happy to be here. Hopefully you are... I'm glad to take the Prime where I can. Hopefully you're doing well. So we can Jhin... I don't want to do too many Jhins becomes the problem. Too many Jhins becomes an issue, clogging the board and your hand. But we do have Beta. We have Jane Foster going to turn 4.
Hey,
we have
welcome.
Odin as well. Hey, Mathy. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support as well. Appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're doing well. Storm Lockdown often plays Medusa. That's another good call out. And with Iceman and Nightcrawler, it could be like a Legion Lockdown like scam deck. And so I think we go ahead and get Ravonna down. We may not win the Asgard lane with how many low-cost, high-power cards they have. But I don't want to move our Jeff over there. I think that's overcommitting to the lane. Spider-Woman. I think this is just like a low collection. Yeah. A pull 2 low collection
Hey,
Wong deck.
welcome. It took you long enough.
So it'd be Wong of us to not snap into it. Stibisauer? Stibisauer, I think. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So they definitely heavily win Asgard. And luckily our beta raid didn't go down. It went down after the Spider-Woman procced. So with our extra energy, we could do Jane Foster still. I think is going to be our safest play. Like a Jane Foster to add value, a Jin. We have Jeff that can move, but I think our competing lanes are probably going to be here and here. So with the extra energy, we'll have 8 before 5, 6. If we drew Ironheart, we could do that as well. We can move Jeff, we can move Nightcrawler. We also have the hammer that's going to come down to really help elevate. So maybe it's just Wong, Hammer, Sage. I find it ironic Asgardians did lose Asgard. we have to have something to fight for. We're going to get it back in the end. We may not have it at the first of the cinematic kind of flow, but in the end we'll have it. Seems obvious now, but I just learned that Great Web will pull cards out of Professor X lanes. Yep, it's one of those interactions that can surprise you now. Like it's Sage Hammer Odin, yeah. Sage Hammer Odin instead of Wong, yeah, it's gonna be more power overall. And so the move into mid, they locked themselves in there, right? Or they just play. The left lane is obvious Odin lane, yeah. For them, yeah, it's definitely their obvious Odin lane. But even if we get knocked down by 1,
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Bugbarian, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Huge support. Thanks for being here. I'm glad to have you. It brings us up to 39 for the day. We've been on an absolute tear. So Stormbreaker, Sage, Odin is more power. We give up mid. We just go Jeff to the left. So they're going to put an extra 8 here. The Sage comes over the top of that. So I think we're going to. I feel bad. It's a pull 2 gamer, and I think we're going to steal the 8 from them. Wong, Sage, Heart. Yeah, it has a chance of winning in mid, but I think this puts more numbers on the board, and left isn't our concern. Cosmo incoming. I would cry from the pull 2 gamer. They don't know any better. They will after today. It's an unfortunate thing that you have to learn, but that's kind of what we were going back to about the early game player experience. Free to play, once you hit infinite, you get thrown into just the biggest slaughter. It's unfair. Like even as a veteran player, me going into post infinite with a low collection level like account is one of the worst things I could wish on it. I wouldn't wish that on any of my opponents. Like if I was somebody that was naturally good at card games, I pick this up. When I hit infinite, I'm going to be so incredibly discouraged because I'm thrown into Wong, Namora. I'm thrown into all of the like mill decks and everything like that, that it just makes me not want to play. Like if I was a new player coming in, I wouldn't want to continue playing after feeling like I just couldn't beat any of the decks there. They boomer snapped you. It's a learning lesson. Samuel, you said just got home. So happy to see you live with this many viewers. I'm ecstatic to have this many viewers. This is probably the highest viewers that we've had in a while. I think there was one raid where it went just a touch above it, but this one is definitely the biggest for the longest period by any means. And so Dara helped us out with a huge raid, which really pushed that tempo in our favor. And so definitely helped us out earlier on in the stream. I think this is hard for new players. Yeah, so it's hard to get caught up to the point where you can really compete, which is awful. Like you want your new players to come in, and even if they're not going to be top of the ladder, you don't want to go into each game feeling like you're just dead drawing everything. You deserve the love. I appreciate it. I don't know what I did to deserve such a wholesome community, but I'm so glad that I did it. That I've been playing for a couple of months. I tried just playing Conquest after an Infinite, but Infinite and Infinity Conquest were pointless. Yeah. Yep. So that's what I do on like the free-to-play accounts, is after I hit Infinite, it's Conquest from there. Because going up to Gold, you're matched versus people that are closer to your collection level. Infinite Conquest feels bad for the most part. But that's typically what I do there as well, is I just play Conquest and then kind of slow play it for the rest of the month. Wholesome streamer draws wholesome chat. I mean, they're getting a fake ID today. What Cleft? I feel like they should have some sort of filter. Yeah, but it gets weird with like global leaderboards if you're kind of segregating some of your players, because then you could technically throw your MMR, like have a low collection account that you keep low, to just kind of stomp on the other players and get up to just ridiculous ranks, and then you're not seeing any of the other high ranked people. And so it becomes issues kind of segregating it, but it does feel bad being thrown into the top 500 players and just getting stomped on. What feels good by comparison is that this is the first month I'm able to win 50% in Infinite. Hey, that's another good kind of look at it, is that you're getting to the point where you can compete there. And then so Brian, so drops are enabled automatically. So as long as you've signed in, linked your Marvel Snap account, just being here will earn you time towards those drops. Seems like player retention would be important. Yeah, the people that want to sweat it out. Yeah, I agree. So the left lane has Nocturne. They did use Loki. The extra turn. We can play back in there on turn number 7 if we wanted to. So is it ever a Wong Sage situation? Then we could always potentially do Stormbreaker Odin. I think we Wong Sage into the right lane, though. No, it's the same amount of power either way. Left lane, we're worried about potential Shang-Chi's, and they changed their Snow Guard, so they shouldn't have the Hawk to disable Limbo. But just in case, I feel like we probably need to drop the hammer. They can. Nocturne, true. So I feel like we have to respect the Limbo lockdown change. It could put us susceptible to Shang-Chi in the left after this, but it's such a big tempt for Nocturne anytime it's on the board to cancel out that Limbo location. It does get canceled out. They have initiative, so we're not worried about Shang-Chi. Jeff there's not going to do it. Into the Odin. I don't think that does it. I guess it was only a stay for one additional cube. We'll take those where we can. Cleft, yeah, we probably should have played that a little more aggressively. Snapped whenever we had such a solid last turn. I'm not sure Namor is in the deck. She popped up, I think, one time. And so we're waiting for her. She'll be here eventually. But we are back on the right path of winning some of the games. She's hanging out at the bottom of the ocean. Namora is definitely one of the cards that has grown on me, because the early builds with her were very telegraphed. They were transparent. If you got derailed by like Central Park or debris, she was useless. But those kind of hybrid builds, I think, has been where I've been really finding some enjoyment with her. Namora, more like No Mora. Oh man. I mean, she's acting like the old Chavez, and so that's good in its own regard. It gives us a better consistency to draw into our other pieces. So we have Nebula mid, Savage Land left, so Namora wouldn't be great this game. Kamar Taj, however, is fantastic. I kind of like the single trigger of Thor into maybe a double trigger of Beta Ray. Wodar, thank you so much for the resub, coming in with the Prime sub, saying 1K viewers, great job. I owe a lot of that to Dara. Dara came in with a huge raid that just pushed that tempo for us. And then I think that has helped and held through from there. And so glad to have you. Welcome back. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time. The only cards I want I'm missing are Namora, Sasquatch, and Valentina. Yeah, I would say Namora is probably the most flexible of them, which kind of surprises me from when she came out. I actually like Valentina a lot of times better than Sasquatch, because you can do some cool things with like a Luke Cage or Shadow King style build to get some value there. And the top deck of the Mjolnir is really cool. But I definitely think that... Oh my goodness, what? I didn't see the Cosmo. We can still hit Mjolnir with Odin, put some power into mid, but the Boomer Snap feels bad. Just win mid left. Just win mid. And, oh man, you gotta trust. My bad, guy. I would say that Sasquatch is probably the least useful of those for sure. You could kind of make an argument between Valentina and Sasquatch. Oh no. Do we ever fight for left and right? This is an ongoing deck? They just didn't have an early curve? We could also Jane Foster to the left. Not going to pull anything for us. Puts a decent amount of pressure here. I think that's what we're going to do. Mojo's a rough one. If they have Luke Cage, that bounces a lot of this power back. Yeah. But what is their finisher from here? A Claw, Spectrum. Spectrum would be 2/4. Claw would be 8 over. This would be 8, 9, 10, 15. If it's Spectrum, we win mid. If they go something different, then we would potentially lose. I'm going to stick it out for the 8 because I think we can swing back the left lane. Knowing our RNG, this middle location is going to stab us in the back. We got to believe. We got to believe in it from time to time. Let's see what happens. Okay, Omega Red. It has to be small and armor. We lose mid by 1, right? Yeah, we lose it by 1. No, we tie it. So then it comes down to a tiebreaker. We'll take it. That is a complete tie, right? My math is right. RNG. RNG could have been much worse there. We'll take a tie for an 8-cuber over the loss any day. There's a little bit too much back and forth for me. Can't believe I Boomer snapped into the Cosmo. We'll learn our lesson next time. Yeah, a tie is absolutely a win there. For, yeah, -1 tie. Yeah, once you get up to some of the higher snap points, ties actually hurt you a bit, depending on who you're matched up against. If they're higher ranked, then it gives you some. As the lower ranked player, the higher rank typically loses that one. I missed the ad snooze. I apologize, guys. Ads are going to run at the start of this one. Love to see the gym. Whether we can... Yeah, wherever we can get the gym is for sure a positive. I missed the ad skip. I know Jeff's going to be disappointed in me. But he has a Prime sub now. So if he's still here, he didn't see the disappointing ad roll mid-game. And so with Project Pegasus, we do get to play Beta Ray on turn number 1. They get a Sentry, so it's probably Cersei, a Nihilist kind of shenanigans. With the Hood over there, definitely supports that. So it's either we try to fight it early or just accept the negativity that we might get. We may be able to use Namora this game. Or not Namora. Yeah, Nocturne and Namora. So we can move Jeff. We have Nocturne. We can hit that with Namora, potentially an Odin. Even onto the Hammer could be pretty good. All of this negative over here definitely hurts. We top decked into the Hammer, which is really good. We don't even need Jane Foster. So that definitely makes me more in line for the Namora line. And Odin to kind of seal off the Nocturne bonus would be nice. Maybe we don't even move Jeff. We just leave Nightcrawler there to get the buff. We have Jeff as that movable tool, Nocturne as well. And then Nightcrawler can move out if we need him to. Not a great curve play, but I think it's good enough considering. We just switched our turn 1 and turn 1 and turn 4 play around. Sage in the left lane gets pretty big. I still like Namora because we do have the Hammer to double up here. We could also move Jeff out so that Beta Ray gets hit before the Hammer comes down. If that's the lane that we think we're fighting for. We're worried about Cersei here. My big concern would be if this would be enough power in the Sacred Timeline. I do think this is what we're going to go with, though. We can always move Nightcrawler over as that extra little support here. You said, is there... If they Annihilus, you lose right bonus? It's true, because they have initiative. So maybe we should have... Yeah, we should have moved over there and used that as our play lane. But you said, is there a reason why you're streaming on your second YouTube account instead of your main one? Yeah, so it... From when I did it before, especially since I released a video like an hour, a couple minutes before I went live, if I was to then launch a live stream, that video that I released kind of gets cannibalized by the promotion of the live stream. And so it's really hard to do both. And so since the video is on demand from here or going there anyways, that's where I wanted it to be. And so Beta Ray wins already by himself. The right lane becomes the issue lane. Mockingbird mid, they could have 24. They can move their Nocturne though. I don't think we win this one. I think we could have had a chance maybe had we played our Namora in the right. We had 2 buff cards and we could compete for these 2. But I think as is, this one's going to be retreat. The Annihilus was a little bit too much there.
Escaped.
All right, next up we have too many ninjas. Maybe we can take them out. We start with Wong, which is never the Wong thing to see. The only thing we would worry about would be Cosmo, especially with Asteroid M pulling a potential Wong over. Glad to see you return. Has been going great. You were one of the first I saw back then. Keep up the good work. Just Koju, thank you so much. Very, very glad to be back, and I'm very humbled to Boofin. Is that a bad name? I was very humbled to be able to come back and still have an audience. Because it could have just as easily been that when I came back, nobody cared anymore. Like I was gone for quite a while. And then quick finger, you said not a puny mortal. This title will be there forever. Remember your video about it. Yeah, like that's the only title I use because it took it took so much time to be able to pull. It's so limited and rare that every single build I use, that's where it goes. And Interrobang, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Glad to see you here. It's been nice coming back and having a lot of people kind of stop by and just see the stream that I haven't been able to interact with since I've came back. Kawa, welcome back. Speaking of people that I haven't seen in a while, hopefully you're I don't know how to pronounce it. The Disney Lurican? I probably butchered it. Hopefully you're enjoying doing that kind of content now. I've been like passively following it for a little while. Lorcana, thank you. It slipped my mind. I would definitely try it out if there was a like supported digital client, but viewer count rising, it goes up and down. I try not to pay too much attention to the viewer count. We have Wong, but it gets pulled over into Astrodem, which is always kind of scary. Jane Foster, we can always switch like the Mjolnir if we have too much power there. Too much power if we know we're going to win the Astrodem heavily. To send them the hammer instead. The Athena build, we know that we're going to have to come over the top pretty heavily. It's going very well, lots of fun. And it seems like it'd be a fun game. It's hard to get into. It's the reason I've never played Magic, was I wasn't able to get into like the physical format. So we'll go ahead and throw Jane Foster. We have a decent last turn. We have a decent amount of power mid. It might even be that we do like an Ironheart stage left to try and push some power into the middle location. You'll never butch the name Lorcana as much as STG. Really? How bad was their butchering of it? You can get into Magic with enough money. And from what I've heard, the digital client is better now than it was before, but it was definitely a problem area for a while. We can always do this. That's only an 8 more in mid.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
so I'm not
enough.
sure that that's enough. Delegrammaticus, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Pushing us to 40 for the day. Huge support coming in. Glad to have you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We could do the Mjolnir, get the extra 6 here. I think this is going to be another loss lane because we can't get the cheeky Wong stuff going. I don't know that this is enough. They may just play away from it expecting it. And so if that's the case, we could do... Ironheart Sage, but Sage is only going to be 2, 4, 6, 10. That's what we're going to send on it. Hope that they ignore the left lane. Can you speak more to the acquisition of those cards that you missed while you were away? So I bought quite a few bundles, but as a content creator, I was able to kind of justify it because I can then make content from it. Sage gets pulled over. That's unfortunate. Yeah. That's just an outright loss. Both Sage and Ironheart get pulled over. Unfortunate. I was able to buy a few more bundles than probably the typical player. But had I not, I would have been much more choosy of... Is this a deck on Untapped? It might be. I don't know. I don't know if it is. It was something that I threw together, but it could very well be on Untapped because a lot of these kind of take the same core synergy. But I don't know. Always happy to see new players, but certainly a luxury hobby for Magic. I would I would agree. If you get into Magic, do it through the digital format. I know some people who play the trading card game, and some of the cards, packs, etc. cost a lot of money. Yeah, the digital would be what I would go with, just because I can play people. I don't have like a store or community close by where I could play those cards, which is really what's stopping me from playing any kind of physical card game for the longest time. And Caldwell, you said Lorcana is very costly. I'm lucky my fiance and myself play competitively, so we share our collection cost. Your deck right now is worth 800. That is insane. How's the competitive scene of that going? Like, are you enjoying it? So tokens versus keys. Tokens are good if you have a specific piece. So if I was to do it as a non-content creator, I have to be much more mindful of like the limitations of like what I can buy and what resources I have. So I would use tokens to get a role player. So something like Shaw. I'm missing Shaw, but he is so incredibly good in a Silver Surfer deck that he can really carry a lot of that weight. And so just buying that one could make your Silver Surfer deck more in line with being competitive versus needing multiple pieces like Nocturne and Red Guardian and all of these other things that are flexible but may not be as much impact as a single card player. And so for me, I skipped out on Shaw, but if I was looking to just get one card to be able to jump back in, Shaw would be a pretty good starting point. Funny how people complain about Snap when most other card games are so much more expensive. Snap can be really expensive if you are not good at, like, if you fall into like FOMO or you're not good at like controlling your expenses, it can be very expensive. But if you can kind of say no to like the bundles or not give in to the FOMO here and there, then it's relatively cheap to be decently competitive. And so we don't have any of the hammers from either of the bros, but we have Namora, and they don't know that we don't have the hammers. So it might be Namora into like a bluff Snap. Well, that's the thing. Snap is pulling in an audience that wouldn't necessarily care about cards due to the accessibility. Yep. And the time knowledge, I think, is a big piece, Lenum, to it. Not having to learn 40 cards to construct a deck. I could much more easily like slap together 12 and have something at least that can grab wins. Namora is in the deck. Absolutely is. With Miss Marvel, it may be a little bit tough in the right lane, though. Unless we draw a hammer. No such luck. So how do we win this one? The left lane, I think, is closer to okay. I think we would need like Sage, Nightcrawler, Jeff could potentially do it. Yeah, so if you click the name on the like the deck name on the tracker, it'll pop it away. It's an overlay. For the person that said the cam was the tracker screen was over my cam. Dies to Shang-Chi. Yeah, left lane dies to Shang-Chi. And they're running Jessica Jones, Echo. Last time we believed Shang-Chi existed, we lost. They didn't snap, so I'm going to stick it out. Gamora's big, but our Sage is just as big. We're able to hold it down. Pretending like Shang-Chi doesn't exist is sometimes a necessary evil.
Victory.
Sage is surprisingly good, especially being that like last turn big power play. Such a solid card. If you're using it kind of on curve or like a standard Wolfsbane, a lot of times it's close to Wolfsbane, but Sage has so much higher of a ceiling that can be triggered so much more easily. Lenum, you said I care about and can contextualize the cost of Snap versus Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone or whatever. But Jim Doe, who really likes Snap because he understands it, can fit in when he has the time at any time and likes Marvel, doesn't really care about what Magic the Gathering is doing. Yeah, and I think for the casual player, I also really like I think there's pros and cons to it, but I also really like that they don't rotate cards out for Snap. Other card games, let's say I take a break, life happens, I don't play for 3 months, I come back, I don't know any of the cards anymore. So then it's so overwhelming to learn all of the new sets, try to figure out what kind of deck I could build with those. And so it's just as hard to come back to that versus knowing I'm always going to have Beta Ray. They may change it, they may tweak it, they may nerf it, but it's going to be in play. It's going to be effective. I can use it. I think people overlooked Sage because of how mid Wolfsbane is. Yeah. And how people think about lanes. Yeah. Yep, me too. And I was one that lumped it very closely with Wolfsbane, but it is one that just has so much flexibility and viability. This is one of the rare times I was able to catch up your stream, so I don't know if this was answered, but what are your thoughts on Conquest? Do you aim for the infinite borders? For me, it feels like it's diminishing returns. So the first infinite avatar that I got was for Wong or Uatu, something that I really wanted. So there was a lot of like stake on it. It was something that I really strived for. After that, it's kind of like your avatars or your titles where it doesn't really hold much weight. And so since it doesn't have as much value, it's not something I do. For Conquest, one, it takes a long time, and so it feels really bad to go 4 matches into an infinite Conquest grind and win, and then lose to the last one. And so I typically only do Conquest now for the rewards, and then I jump back on Ladder. Ladder, I get a little quicker games, a little more variety, and it doesn't feel like I'm locked into... Yeah, this is definitely a Loki deck. It doesn't feel like I'm locked into like a losing battle. Let me pull it back. No, let me pull it back. Do I want to stay against the Loki deck? We haven't had anything so far. Loki comes down, they get huge hits. Namora could give us value in the Beta Ray, but they're going to have the Quinjet Loki discount. I'm just going to give them 1 and move on. Thana, so drops are active as long as you've linked your Marvel Snap account. I need to create a command for it, I really do. As long as you've created your, linked your Marvel Snap account to your Twitch, then just being in here will earn time towards those drops. Yeah, they Loki right, keep the energy and the discount. Shop rollover? I mean, we're playing Wong. I've never been seriously tempted by a bundle, but a good Wong avatar. He said there's a new Wong bundle in the shop. You already knew, Ook. He knew that I would be drawn to it. I feel like I have to. I mean, the Wong that I have right now was the only Wong that I've ever bought. This is bad value? Is it? If I enjoy the cosmetic, is it bad value? Yeah, we'll hold off for now. It's a really good looking Wong, but I don't know that I can justify it. Oh, we have a new Dan Hip Mystique. It's never Wong to do unless we get Cos mode. Like the Storm bundle right now is $5 more for literally more than twice the resources. I bought the Storm bundle. I bought the Storm bundle. You're right. It's twice the resources on each one. So the actual value of this one is worse. You have only 1 card for free boosters? I play a lot of Marvel Snap. I play an incredibly large amount of Marvel Snap. And so typically I have quite a few boosters left over. Yeah, the Storm bundle was decent value, and I used it to kind of push for the extra key I needed this week. But oh, it's bad because they know there's so few Wong variants. Yeah, so this is the only 12. Well, I bought another 1200 just to complete one of the albums. But this Wong is the only 1200 gold card that I've bought. I'd like to get it in gold. I have the boosters for it. I may start working towards splitting it that way. Where do we use Martyr? The only place I've seen Martyr potentially work is in a deck that wants to flood the entire board. Are or were you a whale? No, I've always been really conservative of the spending for Marvel Snap. Well, okay. I guess it's twofold. So before the Spotlight system came out, the new card acquisition was so horrendous that to be able to cover a new card when it came out, like almost right after it came out, you had to whale to have all of the other options out of that cycle of potential chances to buy it from the token shop. That was before it was guaranteed to be in the token shop. And so you had to whale if you wanted to cover the new cards. And so at that point, I was spending an ungodly amount to keep up. After the Spotlight system change, my spending dropped pretty dramatically. And I was able to keep up with the Spotlight caches and keys and new cards just from the Season Pass. And so returning, that's what I intend to do for the most part, and then just buy a bundle here and there if I like the variant and I like the value of it. Sometimes it's hard to resist for your favorite card. I spent gold on the Art Germ Loki. Yep, sometimes it is. If you know that you're going to play that card a lot, sometimes it's a worthwhile spend. Here in Brazil, it's impossible to buy anything from Marvel Snap. Even from the web store, Lucas? Immediate value on the US agent. We have the Nocturne. We have Jeff down. We can send the Wong to buff up one card in one of these lanes, maybe doing like a Wong Namora. Could be our line, but that hurts us with US agent quite a bit. I guess we'll see. We'll see what we get from the expansion. The Green Goblin ruins our Namora play. One of the only times we draw it out of the deck, we haven't been able to. We get ruined. So Sunspot versus their Yondu, which hits our Nightcrawler. I'll take that trade. We can still do... We can still set up the Wong. I don't think it would be Wong of us to do it. I don't really want to do Wong in the right lane because of the gentleman over there. I think we Wong to the left. Oscar. So drops are enabled by default. Just being here, as long as you've linked your Marvel Snap account, will count towards that drop timer. Move Jeff and throw mid. I mean, we do probably end up throwing mid. So why would we move the Jeff if we're throwing mid? Because we could always... We could always move the Nocturne to get some value from Namora in the monster. With them having Angela, US Agent, Ravonna, would they run a Shang-Chi? This changes mid. We could always do like a Sage. Maybe a Sage here to get value as well. Getting all these dad jokes in real time is surreal. Well, hopefully you're enjoying it, Melkin. I think we're going to do this. I don't know, buffing the Green Goblin is kind of funny. Yeah, but they have the Angela there. So I think even buffing the Green Goblin, I don't know that we'd be able to keep pace. I guess we could have still done the Sage there. Ooh, Sakar's going to pull one of our cards after this turn. We'll see what it ends up pulling. It could just be a dead lane. Ravonna, not the best. Not the worst either. They do get Luke Cage, so their monster in the right lane, it gets bumped up. I think we have to... This is kind of funny. I think we have to worry about Shang-Chi, though. We maybe should have buffed the Green Goblin. So with them having the Nocturne, the Luke, Dina, I think it for sure would run Shang-Chi. But if you say Shang-Chi is not real, we'll believe you that Shang-Chi is not real. They moved the Nocturne. Okay, good start. Elsa to the left. Better. Sage, that's fine. We lose mid every time. The double trigger of Monster in the right lane. He is an absolute monster over there. We can't. Oh no. The 26, 32 power? No, 36 power. The 36 power monster will slightly win the right lane. And that's with the -4. He should have been a 40 power behemoth. A double infinite in the right lane is all you need sometimes. We'll take the win. That is indeed a monster. Not one that I would want to run into. But with Buff and Green Goblin also won mid. We win either way. That's true. Buffing Green Goblin and just leaving it at that would have won mid as well. So we'll take it where we can. So Namora does exist in the deck. That's good to finally know. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. So since I'm gonna step away, we're gonna run a quick minute and a half of ads, and then when I come back, we're gonna try to continue climbing up this ladder. We broke top 300. I'd like to continue progressing that if we could. But we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. See you when I come back. Yeah, the doggos are hanging out with my wife today. Tower, please, chair string. But we are back. I'm kind of enjoying this deck. It has some flexible play lines, like the first few builds, first few games, we had the Hammer Bros. The last couple, we've been able to hold it down without them. Next up we have Jimmy Dinkins, and they are always a pretty good matchup every time I run into them. Yesterday, I think I won and lost an 8-cuber against them. So some pretty big variance from time to time. So with Nightcrawler, we have Thor Wong. It may be Thor Beta Ray instead, though. We have a couple of ways that we can play it, depending on how it looks like Jimmy's deck is handling out. Wong into Onslaught Citadel is always beautiful. As long as they don't have Cosmo. I really like that potential. See if it gets destroyed, though. Los Diablo Space could take it away. Debris could make it also pretty difficult to play optimally. You said the new Zemo? Was there a new Zemo in the shop? May not have seen it. And so we can still do Beta Ray. Wong is so tempting, though. But I feel like it's the Wong play here. Knowing that they have Debris, they're going to be looking to clutter and junk our lanes where they can. I think it'd be the wrong call to do. We could also eventually do like a Ravona and have a 1-cost Ironheart, potentially a 1-cost Sage. So like a Wong, Sage, Ironheart all in the last turn could be pretty detrimental. I think we're going Beta Ray. I think it's going to be a little bit safer. So they have the Sentry, the Debris junk stuff. So it could be Cersei, could be a Nihilist that they drop. So I like this. We're going to protect our right lane with the Ravona, with the Jeff. just in case it's a Nihilus. That forces them into doing the Cersei line. We can move Jeff. We have the Nightcrawler flexibility. We can do Wong Ironheart Sage into like mid, which is going to be a surprising amount of power and power spread. And that's if we don't top deck one of the hammers that we have in the deck. And so Yellow Jacket, the Annihilus does come down. We protect against it, thankfully. The rock in the left lane, the Yellow Jacket was kind of a cool way to send us the rock. Kind of like the play. So Wong, Ironheart, Sage. Snap. We'll have a lot of power to overcome. I mean, we could still lose. We're going to be able to come back here pretty easily, but the Ironheart is going to have to hit just right. Yeah, 1k IQ, that rock Yellow Jacket play. Move Jeff to the left. Think that's going to be the difference maker? It might be. It gives us another target over here, an easy +3. And so then we'd be gambling on where Ironheart goes. Otherwise, you're kind of throwing left. Cannonball pushes Thor. So that's fine, right? Titania left. And we have the Wong. We have the Ironheart coming down. Sage is going to get 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 triggers 2 times, so it should be, what, 20? Doing quick maths. 20 power in mid. It gives us right, gives us mid. They can have the left lane. We will gladly take it. And Sage can do some crazy things here. That cannonball variant is ugly. I like the particle effects coming off of the body of the cannonball. I think ugly's a bit harsh. Ironheart was really not in our back corner there for sure. But we'll take it. We'll take a win where we can. Again, the cannonball play, not quite as impactful as it used to be. Yeah, I like the background aura. I think the aura of it looked really good. I think the character, the only reason I wouldn't care for the variant is the character doesn't feel as, like, I guess, close to the frame. So you don't get as much of him as much as like the background. And it's only a 700. All right. So I think the general consensus is saying that ugly is definitely harsh. Whether you like it or not, it's acceptable. It's not a pixel for sure. For context, I have... Oh, wait. You said, so as you're playing your own reveal deck, I'm going through mine. I'm thinking about taking out Okoye for Shadow King or Baron Mordo. So if you have... So Shadow King would be scared. I guess if you're doing the Thor like last turn. Otherwise, Shadow King offsets your like Chavez, your Thor bonus, and a couple of those cards. Sorry, VNC. Didn't mean to rope you. But we do have Nightcrawler. We have Jeff down. We are going to get a card in the X-Mansion, so it may be that we move one of these fine fellows over, or we just play Namora into mid. Is a possibility. That way we have the flexible power. We can play Namora. We have that floating resource. Next turn's probably going to be Thor, unless we draw Beta Ray Bill. The pixels have gotten better. Yeah, there are some really ugly pixel ones, and I think those are the ones that are actually my favorite, is because they're just kind of so bad that they're good. But there's definitely some bad ones in the mix. Yeah, so that's a good call. The Scorpion would hurt. Your Shadow King would offset the Scorpion negativity. Taco Bell MODOK is best. That one was one of them. The Pixel Hellcow was pretty ugly too. Yeah, so bad that I enjoyed it. Blue Marvel, not a bad hit. Galactus could have been bad, but we'll take that split. So we could do nothing. We're gonna get the good RNG, the flip, and then the retreat. He wanted us to kneel, but since we had Prio, we got the first card. We shall not kneel. Pixel Black Widow? I think I have Pixel Black Widow. You said that one's good? That's not bad. Like, I would use it. If I didn't have some of the other ones that I thought, like, that I liked a little bit better. It's not the worst Pixel I've seen. Or our Pixel collection. I have some pretty interesting ones. I feel like that's not all of my pixels though. There we go. That's better. That's closer. That was only showing the ones that were my favorite. I don't know. Not all of them are bad. But then some of them I couldn't imagine ever wanting. The Pixel Jean Grey is an abomination. I think the Pixel Hawk is pretty bad too. Where was Jean Grey at? 3, 4. Yeah. I mean, to me, it kind of, I don't know if any of you guys are fans of like Mega Man. This may be dating me. Mega Man, it reminds me of like a Mega Man style, like her outfit. It doesn't remind me of Jean Grey at all. But I don't mind the Jean Grey because of that. I guess Hawk's not... Maybe Hawk isn't as bad as I gave it a credit for initially. We have the Arrow. I think the Onslaught one looks a little bit goofy. Red Skull is good looking. The Red Skull one is good. I agree. I would use that one. Actually, why am I not using that one? Because I guess I haven't ran Red Skull since I've came back. That is how we'll send it. I like that one. I think Lady Deathstrike looks a little iffy. The Abomination one, I think is good. Good in a pixel way, not good in any other way. All right, next up we have Cocoa Bird, which is always a good match whenever we run into them. We have Castle Blackstone, so getting the lead early could help us get into like an earlier Beta Ray or Thor. And so maybe we can... It does look like a D&D goblin, you're right. Yeah, it's good in a pixel way. It's not like, I don't know. So the cards aren't going to reveal, but I like Jeff into Castle Blackstone. We can then do Thor there because nobody will have the extra energy. So we're pushing for that one pretty hard. Although, Thor into the Nexus might be cool. And depending on their deck, I don't like the Nexus location for our build because it really pushes 2 all in and then it just falls to like a Shadow King or Shang-Chi.
Opponent snapped.
I'm going to play Thor for now. If we can dodge initiative until the last turn, it might be able to, that we can just send them over the top. Yeah, our opening hand was pretty stacked, for sure. For sure. There's magic in the left lane, so Ravonna and then magic. Is this Living Tribunal? Living Tribunal would be very scary. We don't have any locational control, which I think is a big miss. It could be a negative deck too, yeah. But typically, I don't know that negative decks always run magic though. They could be just opting to eventually rip the Nexus away. And so they want us to stack too many cards there. There's the Mr. Negative. Is good. Oh, yeah. So like Iron Man or inverted Iron Man, Mystique, inverted Mystique into the Nexus, and we're just handled. I am going to throw Wong down. Never the Wong play. But I think I think it'd be a really tough match to bring it all the way home. It's negative Surfer? With the Brood? We do get Stormbreaker. So we can do Stormbreaker Odin. Namora, we can move the Jeff over. We might be able to handle. We could do Ironheart instead to try and hit Beta. Okay. So the Rogue came down to steal the Wong. The Silver Surfer Iron Man shenanigans. We drew Nocturne too late. But those shenanigans can be potentially too much. I don't think they're going to have a counter card. But I always have to worry about the Iron Man, the Mystique, because we haven't seen either of those. And then Silver Surfer goes pretty hard too. Sage goes incredibly tall. Yeah, Sage is huge there. This only goes to 24 plus the 13, like 39. This is going to be one of the dedicated retreats. A lot of these games I want to see play out, but I think we're just dead to too many very common cards in their deck. Yeah, 43. A single Iron Man into Sage would top us probably. Now, had we had the 4 triggers of Stormbreaker, it might have been more feasible. But with the Rogue stealing it, I don't think there was anything we could do. Because they could have also done a Mystique to copy the Wong, and then did like a quadruple trigger of Sage. There's so many plays they could have done. I think he did snap, because he was the one that snapped in that scenario. Nakia, Makari, and Silver Surfer. And so you can throw all of those into one. I'm missing Shaw from being able to do a complete build, but I think those are all very easy to do. Easy weekend missions. Seems like they've been trying to do better about making them cohesive, where like you can run one deck and feasibly get them all. Oh no, you're okay, Ufla. Or Uluf? Uluf? Nah, you're okay. So we've had some good games. We have quite a few cubes that we've gained from the deck. But we're still sitting just hovering around a 50%, which is not anything I would typically feature. Just get Proving Ground bots? Yeah, that's... I don't typically run into bots, but I'll slam Proving Grounds time after time to get the weekend missions, especially if it's a tough one. Next up we have Mad Robot. Mindscape in the left is always... I don't think anybody enjoys a Mindscape unless you're running like a discard deck that can just dump their hand. Murder World is that middle location. Our curve is a little bit too far. I don't typically run into booster farmers in Proving Grounds. I usually run into sweats. The sweats in Proving Grounds, unfortunately. This one will get destroyed. We could do Sage with the Hood, though. I know we can do Wong into like Ironheart. I feel like we probably need to retreat out of this one, honestly. We're going to stick it out for 2, though. Snap into Cosmo left was crazy. We'll go ahead and throw Wong on the board. Wait. We can do Sage. We can do Sage, take away Mindscape. I think I like that better than the Wong. I would rather have my resources. I could set up a Wong into like Ironheart Sage rather than play their cards. Ow. Killmonger was interesting. And so the Hood, Cosmo, and Killmonger. No, I could Nocturne next turn. But if I did, I wouldn't be able to take away Mindscape. And so then we'd be giving them our cards. And so Minty Fresh, drops are active just by being in the chat. All you have to do is have your Snap account linked to your Twitch account, and you'll start earning time towards those drops. And so they have the single demon left. That's going to be a tough one to come over the top of. We could Wong and then do the Ironheart Sage and Prayer. It would guarantee hit 2 times over here, but I don't think that's enough. I think this is still dead in the water. It's because we don't have great resources. I still think we change this one away. Wong right? Yeah. Wong right would hit Sage higher, but I think we lose the left lane each time that happens. Especially with Nidavellir. What an ugly Cersei. Turned into Sentry that just negated it out. Minty Fresh, she said top 3 Marvel Snap creators. Content creators, thank you so much. Hopefully you continue to enjoy it. I'm glad you're able to jump in and enjoy the live. So with Wong, I think it's always the Wong choice. We could do this. This. Sage would be 16. This would be 9, so it brings us up to a tie in the left lane. Are you going to stream more often now? I want to. I plan on doing it at least on Fridays for the foreseeable future. I'm working extended hours during the week for my job, and so then I have Fridays off. I would like to do it even more than that, but the full-time job and then a kid in the afternoon takes up a lot of the time. I read a pun there. Don't make the Wong choice. Yeah, you don't want to make the Wong choice. I don't think this wins. It just forces the tie in the left lane. This one, I don't know that it goes above it enough. We could also try just a Hail Mary in Murder World, but I don't think they ever leave it empty. We're going to jump out. What do you do for your job? So for my full-time job, I'm a data analyst. So essentially, I look at a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of numbers, a lot of metrics, and then I take those large data sets and I format them in ways that are easy for our leaders to interpret. So they can know the relative health of whatever initiative it is that they're focusing on at that time. In SAIC. No, not that much data. But it's a lot of numbers, metrics, and just looking for like trends and patterns. Do you agree with the changes made to the move mechanics? Being that they always resolve first. So, I don't know. I think for me, it feels less intuitive than it did before. So, I think either way, it's a hard mechanic for a new player to intuit. And at least the other way, you can kind of get used to it. This way, it's just, I don't know. I think it can go either way. But it's definitely the learning curve to go away from that thought process now. It makes moving Nocturne and then playing cards always risky. Whereas before, you could play the cards and then move it and be fine. But I think that's just like an intricacy of the game. The move mechanic is a lot better in that it doesn't shut off ongoing. Did it used to shut off the ongoings? We're going to go ahead and play Ravona. I'm sorry for roping. We gotta focus up. We're gonna play Ravona into mid. We have Thor to throw into Krakoa. Maybe it'll hit Beta Ray Bill. That would be the ideal curve here. That we draw Jane Foster, and then next turn is gonna be Beta, and Beta being in power by base would be beautiful. I guess not with Mindscape. Never mind. Not unless we just drew, like, the Jane Foster is less impressive. We would just have to top deck the card.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Yeah, Cosmo turned off until after they resolved. Really? I didn't realize that interaction happened. We have Nocturne again, and Nocturne's a big 9 power, so that's, like, I like the Wong, but I think it's the Wong choice. Like, we could always Wong Namora, get a lot of power here and here, and stick them with just whatever resources they get. But I think we need to play our Nocturne. We move it next turn. Move it on 5 to cancel out the Mindscape. Nocturne into Jane? Yeah. Yeah, I think Jane to pull out Thor Hammer, for sure. A 0-4 Hammer? 0-4 Hammer would have been pretty cool, too. CVS. So fast drops aren't a thing. All the drops calculate at the same speed. As long as you're in here and you've linked your Marvel Snap account, then you have the same drops as everyone else. So I think we move the Nocturne. We play Jane Foster. This lane may be kind of tough, depending on what we get. But we could always do Hammer plus Odin into the lane potentially. Matt and John. GG. Did we just face Matten? You said, yo, TLSG, glad to catch your stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing incredibly well. I've been, he said it works. It doesn't work, Melkin. I've been doing incredibly well. Zozo, I hope you've been doing well as well. And then LOL the face. They're definitely a thing. Don't trust the streamer. I'm not. I'm trying to look out for your best interest. So a double drop over here is 12. That gives us a good bump there. Is it ever the right answer to do this? They're going to have to put... We have 16. They would have to play a card over there. So I guess they could. And then some here. It's either that... Mjolnir and Namora. That brings us to just a tie in the left lane, though. Because that would be 6 for Mjolnir, 5 from Namora. And so if they played anything in the left lane, it would come down to just a tiebreaker. And so I think our advantage is that we at least win this one by 1. They also copied their 3/6 Sage. Ooh, scary. They've played their Mockingbird, though. They've played their Demon. I think this is a loss. They didn't snap, though, but I think it turns into a loss. The Sage in mid, we could potentially over... No, we can't. That's just 8. We can't over... That's a big Sage. No chat command to make your drops go faster? Yeah. Yeah, you have to believe in the heart of the cards for them to go faster. They're all calculated at the same speed. Is having streams giving advice... is having streamers giving suggestions, advice more helpful or distracting? Is having chat? Uluf, are you talking about if chat was? Both. I think it could be both, depending on the situation. You believe in the heart of the drops. That was what I meant. You're right. So I think we give this one maybe one more chance here to get some life, and then maybe I try something else. No. There's been times where chat called out the correct play, and I was able to win some big cubes off of it. I would definitely say that more often than not, it's helpful. Last of the Jedi. Thank you so much for the 3 months as a tier 1 subscriber. Very much appreciate the support and the faith in the stream. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad to have you here. And then Jushido, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We've been going up and down. We've been hovering really just kind of stagnant for most of the day, but we've been having a good time doing it. He said, love the YouTube videos. Glad to finally catch you live. I'm glad that you were able to catch us live. It's been a very big hit and miss thing for a while. And so I'm glad you were able to finally catch one. So with the snap after the Ravona, I'm thinking they maybe have a Mobius, and they think that that's going to completely derail our plan. Either that or they just have some really good ongoings. Okay, so no, it's just magic. We can rip away the magic with our Nocturne, which is great. I think we do... Wong, Namora. We can always do Ironheart for pretty cheap. We have the Jeff. I don't want to snap back.
Oh, snap.
Most decks that leverage magic really heavily need magic to go off. And so we're going to hope that that is discouraging enough that we can either bully them out of some cubes or force retreat. Red Guardian could also be aimed at... Ooh. Magic into Shuri. What do we have going on? I still like the Namora line. That gives us a lot. Yeah, for Sage and Ironheart, if you have that down, you can, if you like top deck the Wong, you can sneak in a Wong plus a Sage or Wong plus an Ironheart in addition to your hammers. So it's another way to sneakily double trigger your hammers on the last turn. Mrs. Scrambles. So drops are activated as long as you've linked your Marvel Snap account. Just being in here and enjoying the stream will calculate towards those drop times. And so Ravona, even though it only has 2 targets, can be really good at kind of pushing where we need the extra push. Nimrod? Shuri Nimrod? Okay. Can we outpower a Nimrod spread? Maybe not. Mrs. Scrambles, yo! Welcome in, Mrs. Scrambles. So being the last potential turn, we can rip this one away. We lose the Baxter building off of it, though. If they do a double destroy, they could do a Nimrod destroy of Venom as well. Could be scary. Is this ever one that we want to stay on? We do lose the +4 from the Baxter building. Only having 12, 18, 20, plus whatever Ironheart hits in the left lane is scary. If it double triggers, we might have a shot. Scuffy. The drops are active by default. I need to set up a chat command just to kind of read through that prompt. But as long as you have your Marvel Snap account linked, then you'll start gaining time towards... Well, this is for potential 4 cubes. We either retire the deck after this or we stick it out. But as long as you have your Marvel Snap account, you'll start gaining time towards those drops. So we have the Ironheart, potentially throwing here. The Carnage to destroy once. The Venom mid, maybe? Ghost Spider to pull the Carnage. Okay. Nico and Multiple Man. That is not gonna do it.
Victory.
Yeah, I wanna add that chat command. So I'm actually gonna run. I'm gonna do that now, and so we're getting close to the time that ads will run. I'm gonna run a quick 1.5 ads. I'm gonna add the exclamation point drops as a command, just so that it explains that you just what I've been repeating for the entirety of the stream. And so don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back. I'm going to add that command, run a couple quick ads, and then we're going to jump back in. I think that 8-cuber revitalized us. We'll try and run a few more with this build and let it redeem itself. So I'll see you guys in just a second. Enable fast drops too. If I enable fast drops, it's going to say that fast drops aren't a thing. And I don't know if that's mean. I don't want to mislead anybody that may be jumping in. And so I'm going to leave the fast drops out of it. Oh, okay. So we should have an exclamation point drops now. Let's see. There we go. The lonely sniper guy would never want to mislead anybody. But we have the drops command. Fry, you said you need to go to a pumping stream if you want to activate your fast drops. This is a climbing stream. we're slowly climbing, but we're climbing. And then Wolverine would never want to mislead. I don't know. I've been hovering around the exact same rank almost the entire stream, so we can't say I'm climbing all that much. We're climbing some. We're definitely climbing a bit, but not an excessive amount. But so next up we have a higher ground. The first location is Pet Mansion. We don't have a card that we can play there. We do have the Wong. We could set up a potential big Namora. If that looks like what the direction that we may need to go. Oh, it's interesting. Double Wong. Very expensive curve, but yeah, we could set up into a 4 Wong if we were able to draw like a hammer naturally. The 4 Wong trigger into a Odin as well. Yeah, the double Wong poggers. Yeah, if they end up like Rogue or Enchantressing 1, we got a backup. It's all okay. We have the +2 from Wakanda Embassy. We do get Beta, and I kind of like playing Beta on curve better. So one of the reasons I like Ravonna in this list is so we could do a Wong plus like a Sage on the last turn, but not so much now because of Wakanda Embassy. But we'll see. They have the Ravonna down. It could be a negative deck. We've been seeing a weird surge in those. And then the Nightcrawler. Another Ravonna is deadly. Definitely more deadly than ours. This looks similar to what we're running. Let's go with...
Opponent snapped.
We have Beta. We have Jane Foster to pull the card out. Wong into that. This dude is cracked. Watch out. Yeah. Yeah, with the double Ravonna and the Nightcrawler, we're concerned about everything. A Wong into Namora, into just a flood of stuff. We can't keep up with it. We gotta run. We gotta go. We'll take the one loss and we'll jump in somewhere else. I'd rather take an easy loss than lose a lot of cubes and potentially go tilted. This deck looks fun until you draw hands like these. Yeah. And that one could have been winnable against certain decks, leaning more heavily into like the Namora side. But against that one with their hand is definitely not where we needed to be. So next up we have KX4N. We know that they have a Nocturne. We copied it from the White Palace. They copied ours as well. So it should be an interesting one. A lot of locational control. I'm a Flash. You said So Wong higher ground. Yeah, we left. We got to say So Wong to him. Osef, you said hello from France. Your decks are fun. Thanks for that. Thank you for being here and then just enjoying the content. I couldn't ask for anything else other than you just being here and enjoying what I do and what I put out. And so I appreciate the compliment. We always have to look out for Mount Vesuvius. With Quinjet inbound, we have to worry that it's a Loki build. Not every Loki pull would do fantastic here.
Hey,
a lot
welcome.
Of them could.
It took you long enough.
Hey, Rum Cannonball, thank you so much for the Prime sub, pushing us to 42 for the day. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm really glad to have you here. I think we avoid the Vibranium Mines. We go ahead and do like a Nocturne. All of these are movable, and so then we have Wong if we wanted to, or Beta Ray, depending on the direction we go. Has anyone ever tried cooking Hercules and Martyr deck? That would actually be kind of cool. I just recently got Martyr, and I don't have Hercules yet. But that would be a cool way to make sure that it doesn't negatively afflict you. Didn't they have a Cosmo earlier? Yeah. They definitely cooked us with the Cosmo earlier. Is that the one that we snapped into after the Cosmo came down? And then Demolition, good morning. Good morning to you as well. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. I kind of like Beta Ray, but they could be looking to do Cosmo there. So maybe I just sneak it into the left lane instead. All of our cards are mobile. You're super kind and give such awesome info. Glad to be here. Well, I'm glad that as of looks like first time chatter, I'm glad that you're enjoying the content. And a lot of my stuff is on YouTube, but I stream when I can. This is actually my like third stream from coming back, and I've been really enjoying being back in the mix. So we could do the Wong now, but that may be the Wong choice, knowing that they had Cosmo before. We could always do a second Nocturne for just complete flexibility on where that power would go at the end of the game. I think this is a different deck than the Juggernaut deck. Oh, did they get this? Somebody got us with the 50-50 Jug. I think this is the Loki that had the Cosmo kind of decked in. It's Loki with Juggernaut and Cosmo? I'm going to move Nocturne into Mount Vesuvius in case we need to run. We're going to change it. Did he just say the Wong choice? I sure did, Super Pack. I sure did. The Cosmo, you said, I want to run your mill deck so badly, but US Agent feels so important. So US Agent is big in it. I agree that he's really big in it. But you could replace it for something like Spider-Ham, who also has some unique value there as well. So the Hawk that they got from Agent Coulson, we're not going to play into the Vibranium Mines unless we change it. And so something like that. And then that allows us to do... maybe this? This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it becomes 10. So that pumps us over the top. It would just come down to if they play big in the right lane. Yeah, 6,000 for US Agent is tough because he's very situational. I think he's really good in the mill deck, but I think you can make do with like a Spider-Ham for the most part. I think I'm going to try it. They may play it into the Vibranium Mines, assuming that we don't because of the Hawk. They can move their Nocturne as well, which gets really scary really fast. Still going to send it. We sent it into the wrong lane. I'm afraid. They play one card in mid, Pit Mansion, then Lake, which helps our Nightcrawler, which is good. The Cosmo coming down, the Kitty Pryde, the Jeff. We lose it by 1. Super unfortunate, but it was close. It was a close one. The Sage will win us in mid. We needed a little bit of something additional in the right lane. Great to see so many people on stream. I agree. Solid Doge. Solid Doge? Is that it? It's been really like this ever since the Dara raid from earlier. And so I don't know if it's just that him streaming at the top slot kind of allowed additional people to come in and find it, or if all of the Dara raiders have just continued to be pumpers in here instead. Either way, been an absolute crazy stream so far. Yeah, thank you, chat, for helping them finish out their build. We have at least one pumper in the house. So the first location here is Rickety Bridge. We're going against Gamer. Let's see if we can find a way to win this one. Gambiter? I like your name, by the way. Did you take a break? Yeah, I took about a 9-month break. It wasn't intentional. It just kind of happened. Everything kind of led up to this point where everything kind of got overwhelming. There were a lot of things in my personal life that got kind of tough to deal with. And so I took a break, just an impromptu one. And then we're back, and we're absolutely enjoying being back and playing again. Saddest 9 months of my life. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you guys in worry, but I am glad that I'm honored that there was an audience to come back to, because it could have just as easily been that I came back and everyone was like, we've moved on since then. Glad you're back to stream again. Me too. I've definitely been enjoying both the video side and the streaming side so much since coming back. I think the break definitely helped with clearing any potential burnout from the game. And so I think it's been a very good thing to have done. I wish I would have went about it a little bit differently, but things will happen how they're going to happen. We have Nocturne to take away the rickety bridge. We have Jeff, so we could move him out, forego the Superflow after this turn to get like a Namora down potentially. We could also do like a Wong or Jane Foster to draw into some of the hammers. Much respect for stepping away and taking a look at your life. Glad to come across your stream today. I'm glad that you were able to come across it as well. If you didn't know my content before, I have a lot of videos on YouTube over different deck builds and things like that, and I'm known as like the wholesome content creator. And so definitely very much enjoy the community that we've grown. I'm glad that I had an audience to come back to. So the Absorbing Man in the right lane could be tough to go against because they're going to have like a Silver Surfer and maybe a Shaw Silver Surfer potentially. We might end up doing this, 4, 5, 6, 7. The extra energy allows us to do Sage, Wong, Sage, and the Hammer. And so we can pick a lane that we want to compete for. And so the Hammer would trigger twice. So that lane would be really, really big. And then the Sage lane is also going to be really big. And so we're going to go ahead and lock that one in. I think it's a really good shot for us having that extra energy from the Superflow. Did you ever stream broadcast before Snap? You seem like a natural. Max, I appreciate that. I did. I mean, so I streamed for, it was at most a month. I did a lot of like commentary style videos that I think helped really find my voice. That kind of carries over into the stream. But other than that, I'm a relative new streamer, and so you'll catch me saying a lot of ums and ahs, but it's not intentional, and I just appreciate you guys being here to enjoy it. So we don't have to worry about Shadow King or Shang-Chi because we don't have initiative. We have to worry about Cosmo would absolutely blow us away here, but I think that's a risk we have to take. Are you muted or is it me? I shouldn't be muted. My audio bar is going up. Maybe there was a lag spike? Not muted? Not muted? You're good? You're fine? Okay. I can hear your audio is good. Thank you. So we have the Wong, the Stormbreaker, the Sage. Huge Sage that's going to end up being at least, typically it's going to be at least 16, potentially more. And then Stormbreaker making our middle lane just huge. So we will lock it in, see what they go with. No, the Cosmo cooked us. The Cosmo absolutely gets us every time. Well, the one card we lose to. And with the Goose, that was really good. With the Goose, which surprised to see in their build. But with the Goose, they knew that we had to play it to the left. Otherwise, I would have fought for the right lane. But they knew we had to play the Cosmo and potentially, or the Wong, or potentially other on reveals over there. I wasn't until today, Gambateer. I hadn't seen like a single Cosmo until we ran an on reveal deck. I mean, it was a good play. You have to respect him. He didn't snap back, which made me not as worrisome that they had it. And so definitely got an extra 2 out of me rather than a potential retreat when they snapped on that last turn. Personally, I never mind streamers who are and awing. Yeah, definitely human. It's something that I'm mindful of, but I can't just make it go away. With the weekend missions for Surfer, ooh, Cosmo makes sense. Yeah, I forgot the rollover happened while we were live. I think it just has to do with the mission rollover. So I think we'll see a bit of it for a while. So with the T-Lin, we're going to shuffle our cards after turn 3. GG, I was actually thinking of that exact idea of snapping there. Glad to see you stream. Gamer, I'm glad that I'm glad and not glad that you didn't. Had you snapped, I probably would have ran. But since you didn't, you definitely made me less concerned of a Cosmo play. So with Ravona, with Atelan, I think we play Ravona. We can leave Ironheart for drawing back into. And then we're just going to hope that we draw into these. Otherwise, this would be like a beautiful hand to have had. But Gamer, very good game. Always nice to match into you. The Corvus with the Atelan. Ooh. I feel like that's an immediate snap. Corvus, unfortunately for them, discarded their Hela. And so they're going to have a really bad time being able to play multiple cards. So Morag becomes almost free. So maybe we push... We do still have to worry because they have extra energy. But maybe we push like Thor to the left instead. Could be a Sandman deck. There has been Sandman decks floating around. In before the Ghost Rider Hela line. If they beat me with the Ghost Rider Hela, I mean, you can't anticipate that RNG, so you just have to accept it at that point. Okay, so the Blink into the Giganto is giant. So maybe our competing lane is this one. I know that with extra energy, it does become kind of tough to play into Morag, but they still can with like a Blade plus a 6 cost on the last turn. We may have hurt ourselves. We can always move a Nightcrawler, hit a Namora. That's going to be the most power for us, but Jane Foster guarantees that we draw into a hammer. So I think we're going to stack it to the left. I don't think they're even going to need the Ghost Rider to cook us. And they did do Blade into Jubilee mid. Could be big. Corvus, which is unfortunate for them. So now we know that they're only going to have 1 card on the last turn. I think that's huge for us. All we have to do is put more than 2 power here, which also becomes pretty easy to do. This is going to be 6, so it brings us up to 22. We do need a little bit of extra support here. This brings it to 23, because 19 plus the 6. No, not 23, 25. 19 plus the 6. So we win left. Mid could end up being... this. That way we put some power in the right lane in case they just stack left. It doesn't come down to a tiebreaker. The extra 5 here puts us to 7, because 5 and the 2 from the Nightcrawler. I think this is where we go. With 1 card, I think they have to retreat, but I still want to position it correctly, just in case they decided to risk it. North side, you said, hey, I'm here because of your YouTube said you were live, and now you are. We are absolutely live and having a fantastic day so far. Isn't Sage worth 6 though? Where, in mid or to the right? I guess we could have done Nightcrawler move to the right, but with the problem, I wish I still had it up. We didn't have any power in the right, and Mjolnir wouldn't have been anything. Sage Bill. There were 3 different costs. Okay. We could have done that. So Jeff to the left. You're saying Beta Ray to the right. Sage mid. Could have been another one. Would have been the same power. Gotcha. I mean, it's 1 point. I mean, I guess there were a couple ways to finish that one off. I don't think Sage is worth the 6K. Almost collection complete. I think Sage is incredibly flexible. So if you want to play like bounce decks, I feel like Sage is almost a necessity there. All right, so next up we have Eggs Benedict. The Savage Land location, unfortunately, is not great for Namora, but we can always potentially use that left lane as our Namora lane. Yeah, she's great in negative decks too, or anything that runs Ravona. Allows a little bit more flexibility. So So with Deadpool, we have to look out for all of the destruction tools. So I assume our Nightcrawler falls to like a Killmonger at some point. We could potentially come over the top of it, but there are destroy decks that run Shang-Chi that we need to keep an eye out for before we like drop any huge plays. Loot Cage, I don't know that we get any value except from like maybe from a hammer if we draw it on curve on 5. Could be double played in Luke's bar. I don't think I even want to play the Sage just yet. I think I'm okay waiting for just a second. I use Sage in my Surfer deck too. Yeah, Sage is one of those that she's incredibly flexible. So Beta Ray, if Mindscape goes off, maybe we should have used Sage. Yeah. We could always do Thor plus Sage on turn number 5. Then they're stuck with Jane Foster, Namora, and whatever we draw on the last turn. Murdoff, he said, "Don't worry, I made it. I continued the stream until you got here. That's all that I could. That's all that I could do. Glad to see you here. Hopefully, you're having a great day." For the Beta Ray, I guess we don't want to top deck it this time. And so Sage, Ironheart. I still think we do the Thor. Sage feels like overkill on the left, though. This is only 2. This is 6. We know that they can potentially get into Luke's bar, so if they had Arnim Zola.
One hit, 2 more shall take its place.
So Arnim Zola hits big in the left lane. X23 going into Luke's bar, so we're not going to be able to compete against that. Sage in mid. At least is decent, but Jane Foster, Namora, and Ironheart are all really tough. Stormbreaker's good though. Adds an extra 6 over here. Extra 7 over there. So their highest power play that we sent them was Jane Foster. That would bring them up to 14. This is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It would be a tie. Stormbreaker and Savage wins by 1. And then mid would be a tie if they play the Jane Foster line. If they play the Namora line to get more power in Luke's bar, you lose to... you lose the tiebreaker. You also lose to an Ironheart if they go with the Ironheart. We lose the tiebreaker by 1 in the right if it's Jane Foster. Oof. And knowing that they have it, that's their highest power play. I want to stick it out, but I think they always go Jane Foster here, right? They could also get Null. Null would have had to be a top deck because we switched cards with Mindscape. I think they had too many outs. Even out of what they sent us, they had an out that we couldn't beat. I think we always have to retreat there. Let's see. I think so. I saw a comment on my video that came out today when I started the stream. That the title was the biggest bait title. It was BS clickbait. I'm gonna run a little bit of mill. I think we gave the Namora deck a fair shot. And it worked sometimes. It worked for some big cube swings. It can put out a lot of things. But I ended up with a dead draw a lot. And that was the same thing I ran into with the move deck. We're gonna run a little bit of mill for a little while. And get back into the swing of it. Next up we have Tanjo, who is always a Loki runner, always incredibly high ranked. We'll see if we're able to hold it down against him. This deck, the mill deck, doesn't do fantastic against Loki, but it doesn't do awfully either. Have you tried Grandmaster? I did, and it felt kind of clunky sometimes. So I didn't give it a heavy try, but I did try it a little bit. Photo. So active drops aren't actually a thing. They all drops happen the same as long as you have your Marvel Snap account linked. And so the fast drops is just something that some of the other streamers to have. There's some of the other streamers have in their
Opponent snapped.
in their chat commands. I am due. You said I saw your video thumbnail that said this list did well for you overall the last couple seasons. Haven't watched it yet though. Wait. Oh, ABC. Are you talking about the fast drop thing? Yeah. And then Philip Fry, you said I put Iron Lad in one of my mill decks for extra greed. I mean, sometimes you need that Iron Lad into Doc Ock pool. Okay, so we end up hitting their Quinjet, which is good. We do have to worry about both Shadow King and Shang-Chi. Naturally, Loki will give him your Shang when Shuri's lab shows up. Yeah, we could potentially like Doc Ock it if we time it correctly. We do have our Shang-Chi though. I think we go Jeff for that versatility. We go Baron Zemo to pull one of their cards. And then we'll see. Even though we can Doc Ock this turn, I think we give it a turn first. Mill is super fun. I don't want to spend 6k on Agent. Yeah, Red Guardian, Spider-Ham is also a decent sub out. Okay, so the Angela, the Agent Coulson in the right lane. And the Kitty Pryde. So Kitty Pryde becomes huge. We do have Shang-Chi. Do we ever magic this location away so that their Kitty Pryde doesn't get like abysmally large? Their Nocturne's here, so they won't be able to rip it away. I know that their Kitty Pryde comes down here this turn. Need to throw priority? What, for the Shang-Chi for Kitty Pryde? I would agree. But with Thena, if we extend the game, there's a better chance that it pops over that 9 power limit so that we can Shang-Chi it. You said Ham is a good idea, frustrating to play against? I'll give it a shot. Yeah, it's an absolute frustrating one to play against. And so we have the Limbo. They're not going to double up on their Kitty Pryde. The Black Panther there is really big. So even if we kill Thena, they still have quite a bit of power there, unfortunately. We can mill one of their last cards. With this being Space Throne, it's such a tough location. Because they could even move the Nocturne and play Shang-Chi, which becomes really tough to kind of fight against. So maybe it's this instead. We still one of their last resources, but we kind of want a Shang-Chi, right? So maybe we Shang-Chi this turn doesn't feel right. Watch out for Snow Guard. That is true, they have Snow Guard. Oh, that's right, the Nocturne doesn't turn off Deep Space. But Shang-Chi would swing this one. What if we do this to try to pad against potential like Snow Guard disable? It's not great if they don't disable it, but otherwise I think it's okay. That's a lot of scary cards. If you could buff a card, what would it be? I'd say Adam Warlock. I don't have any good use for Adam Warlock. And so the Snow Guard here to cancel out the locations. This one's going to be more than what we can handle. Yeah. Unfortunate. Knew it was coming. Kang, yeah. I think Kang's a good shout out. Kang is a really good one that's, I think, in need of a buff. Like, it never gets played. When it does, it's super unimpactful. For such a powerful like character in the MCU, I feel like Kang should at least be playable where he impacts the game. Otherwise, like, it doesn't really do anything in its current state. One day I'll find a way to substitute US Agent in this deck. Just slam Hulk instead of Red Hulk and roll with it. Yeah, so Ook, you can put Spider Ham. You could try Grandmaster. And I think there's another one that got mentioned earlier. Gladiator is really hard to replace in this one. Endless Chatter. You should only fist bump when you lose or before a game. I think so. For me, if I guess you're right. I typically only fist bump if when I win. I typically only fist bump if the opponent fist bumped back, or like if they fist bumped first. Otherwise, I feel like I'm kind of rubbing it in. Or if it's like a really cool play, sometimes I'll fist bump. But yeah, no, I kind of agree. I kind of follow that as well. Chaos, she said, I hate this takes so much. It just means good game. It should only mean good game. It doesn't all the time. It's not always that's not always the case. With our Yondu, we ended up taking out their Squirrel Girl. We pulled their we pulled their Nebula with our Cable. We can magic the left lane so that their Squirrel Girl doesn't come back up. And then we're looking at maybe like a Nebula Baron Zemo right. It's such a popular take, but it's just free to assume your opponent is acting. And I don't ever get mad when someone fist bumps me, unless they do it like repeatedly. That's when you can tell it's not in good faith. I'm only annoyed by a fist bump if I just got trounced. Yeah, you're like you and I both knew it was awful. All right, so we can do Nebula. We may even do Gladiator. Pull one of their cards. If we hit Gilgamesh, he stays at 9. If we hit Blue Marvel, Khazar, we get a lot of benefit from those cards. When I win, I see a fist bump 10% of the time. When I lose, I get a fist bump more than half. Well, I don't know. I think you could see it either way. Yeah, Echo to the right is wanting to stop like maybe the Cosmo. I don't know. And so we could do White Widow, drop a Baron Zemo to pull their last card out of their deck. And then they're stuck 2 turns with only having the resources they have. A Shadow King is always viable for us. I think they play a Blue Marvel here. And so I think White Widow is going to lock them out of the vault for the rest of the game. Didn't it come out of Shanna? Yeah, it came out of Shanna. So the Ant-Man, I guess, kind of helps us there. Blue Marvel does come down. They're locked into the right lane, so we don't have to play anything else there. It's going to grow naturally over the 13 power. We just need to look for winning one of the other ones. And right now, we don't have priority. And maybe we keep it that way. That way we could do like a Shadow King to offset maybe a Sunspot. We could do Shadow King US Agent to the left to offset the bonus power up and then bring it back down to base. I think we're going to skip here. And we could play all of those cards out this turn, but I think I would rather wait and get a better idea. Play Jeff left. I guess we could have played at least Jeff. So they have 26 power. If they float any, then this gets pretty large. Dazzler can grow. So it's still 9 power that they add into the left lane. We've seen their 1-cost cards in Ant-Man, Squirrel Girl, Nebula. I don't think they have more built in. And so that's going to be 18 to our 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 14. Unless this would win, which I don't think it does. Unless this would win, which would be 19 plus the 4. We're going to jump out of that one too. Incoming Killmonger? I don't think they'd have a Killmonger in a Chimera deck. US Agent debuffs. Yeah, US Agent would only debuff one card in Gilgamesh. And so it'd be 4, but they would still be 14. And so we would only be like 9. So they would still be over the top of what we could do. Shang should be an easy win. Yeah, Shang should be an easy win. Unfortunately, he was at the bottom of our deck, but it's all right. Kyra will be pretty good this weekend with Server. Yeah, but I don't know that that deck comes over the top of the Surfer deck in every situation, because it can spread its power pretty well across all the lanes. Next up, we have a Rebel Spy. I haven't played them since I took my break, so I have no idea what kind of builds they favor. We do start with Magic in our hand, which is always a good thing. We could do Jeff into Gladiator, so we draw an extra card. They're also going to be fighting for that extra card draw, I think. And so either Gladiator or Magic should be fine here. And then we do get the follow-up Cable. I like the Gladiator pull. We get a little bit better idea of what kind of deck they're running.
Snapped.
Not sure on the snap here. So we draw our US Agent. What do we pull out of theirs? Makari. So is it a Sandman deck, I guess? With the Electro, I would imagine so. US Agent into Onslaught Citadel is amazing against like the Doom bots that spread wide. I think I'm going to do this. We can Magic next turn, and we might draw a 2-drop. So we might get either Yondu or White Widow to be able to use alongside the Magic. We get their Red Hulk, which is a good pull for us. -8 Agent. Yeah, -8 Agent is crazy good. The switch into Odin is definitely not what they would have wanted. We can do Magic. We can now play our Yondu. We have their Red Hulk to hopefully help us win the right lane. Baron Zemo becomes almost useless. We do have our 2 counter cards in Shang-Chi and Shadow King. So next turn would likely be a Red Hulk, and then it's just whatever they have left in their hand, because we're going to take the last resource that they have with Yondu. Let's go ahead and lock it in. I'm thinking Red Hulk to the left may be like our saving grace in this one. And so the Sandman, a touch early. We know that Odin is already out into play, so they can't re-trigger the Sandman. And so that gives us a lot more flexibility here. We take out their Magneto, so no kind of shenanigans with pulling our cards around the board. And so we can much more easily focus on just finding a way to win from there. And so Red Hulk to the right, I think, is a good start. I think most of their deck is really high curved. And so playing anything like Doctor Doom is such a liability in the Onslaught Citadel. So we'll put a little bit of pressure on, force a retreat. Leader will copy your Hulk. That would only be one of the turns, though. And so leader copying the Hulk, we could still do like another Hulk to the left or a Hulk to the right. It would open up a lot of room for us. We have the Shang-Chi to handle the copied Hulk. I don't think that would be a big concern for us. And then Batit, she said, I faced a negative deck with your mill. I Z-mode their Tribunal and Cable, stole their Onslaught. I played Onslaught and Agent, expecting a scroll, sure enough. That is diabolical. I'm sure that you did they end up in negative power at the end of it? Next up we have Gamer again, and Gamer absolutely swindled us the last time we ran into him. We'll see if we're able to do a little bit better now. So they had the Cosmo along with their Surfer stuff. This one does a lot better into that Surfer style build. We do have White Widow, but I like to save her as like a last turn play. That way, or not a last turn, but close to last turn, so we can more accurately lock them out of a location. They had 2 power across the board. I mean, at least it was they had something. They gave it a good shot. They gave it a good try. We're gonna skip here to get rid of the rocks. If the opponent doesn't skip, then we have magic. We're gonna change the location. So it's always a very scary call if you leave the rocks on the board. We have Gladiator. We know that we're not really concerned about anything that they could have. Doc Ock is also a nice pull for us. I think I'm going to go magic to the left. And then we'll see from there. So the Brood in mid is fine. We have Shadow King to offset it. Kind of want to snap back. But I think we're favored in this one. I love how the nicest player plays the most evil deck. And before this it was Junk or Clutter was my favorite one. How long is the stream today? So I'm gonna have to end it here in just a little bit. So it won't be a whole lot longer, but at least 30 minutes more, because I have to get ready to. I'm gonna travel to go see family, and so I'd say another 30 minutes or so for sure. And then Joe Ching, thank you so much for the Prime
welcome.
sub.
It took you long enough.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. It brings us up to 43 for the day. Huge support coming in. So we pull down their Luke Cage, their Sarah. Yondu. Did I not snap back? I meant to snap back. Yondu. Gladiator pulls Yondu, which mills their Silver Surfer. So now they're left with 2 cards to finish off the game. No Silver Surfer to buff their cards. They could do, is it Nova Killmonger? Is that what they have left? And so they're only going to have one of those 2.
Oh, snap.
Did I just witness a Doc Ock not pulling Shang-Chi? You sure did. It may have been the first time in Snap history that it happened, but you witnessed it for sure. He'll turn off Limbo. Oh, he has Nocturnal on board. True. Good call. I didn't see. I forgot about the Nocturne. So maybe the snap was hasty. Very hasty. Think we lose. As long as they disable the limbo location. We can't retreat now because we snapped. So I think we're in it. Feels like an L. Yeah, they'll kill limbo. Feels like an L to me too. We're all about taking L's today, I guess. So we have Baron Zemo, that would be a prayer. Killmonger, it wouldn't do anything. This moves out 4-8-12. So 2-4-6. Is their deck empty? No, they have 1 card. They have Nova or Killmonger. Oh yeah, Shadow King doesn't work either. Absorbing Man. Oh, that would have been good had we had priority. We could have taken out the Absorbing Man, but we would have lost the breaker anyways. Oh, that was not a good one. I didn't see or pay attention to the Nocturne enough. The Nocturne did not do well for us. We were hoping for that good negative RNG. Burn off. It's okay. The negative ones happen. You can make an anti-surfer deck since it's the weekend mission. We could. Like a lot of lockdown style stuff. Cosmo. That did not turn out well. Good game. Was that a bluff snap? I was so confused. No, it was. I didn't see your Nocturne snap. I'm not proud of the way that it turned out. Yeah. I thought had you not had the Nocturne to change it, I was very confident there, but unfortunately, I didn't pay attention to the Nocturne kind of coming down. Kind of that Ronin deck you posted. The Ronin, like the counter Ronin style? Ooh, that could do well, yeah. With the Shang-Chi. The Killmonger wouldn't be great for it, though. So we pull their Angela. They have Quinjet. Oh, it's Tanjo. They're running Loki. If it... Fair enough. Thanks for not seeing it. Thanks for taking the 8 cubes, gamer. Take them with stride, my friend. So they're not gonna. Oh, did they play? They played Nocturne last turn, right? So they're gonna disable it again. Our best bet would be like Doc Ock, but that's still. We could Doc Ock in the left and hope that it doesn't pull something that's flexible for them. Would be really the only way. We either Ock mid or Ock left. I think Ock left is really the best chance we have. Snow Guard. Oh, that's the second way to disable Limbo. Unless we pull out just the card we need here. And so they have Loki coming down in addition to the Snow Guard. They're going to be locked into this left lane. Shadow King's fine. Jeff. They're not locked into the left lane. They got the... Being potentially the last turn. We don't have initiative. We could Red Hulk mid and hope. But they have, what, a Doc Ock? They could have a Red Hulk of their own. Plus the power from Loki. Most they could have, it's 10. Ours is already up a little bit. Move Jeff and Gladiator mid. How come we would Gladiator mid? Red Hulk would be more power, right? Because I assume that they're going to move the Nocturne to take away Limbo. Because they can move Jeff out, move Nocturne in. When they move it out, they're at 7, 8, 9, 10. They're at 12. 12 power. A Red Hulk would be 10. I can't do both. Yeah, I don't have enough for Red Hulk plus Gladiator. Elsa also buffs. That's true. I think we lose it, but I'm gonna see it play out. Okay, so they move both Jeffs. They play 2 cards mid. They have the discount, the deep discount, and so they're gonna have what Gladiator and like a Doc Ock, Gladiator and Red Hulk. Yeah, Gladiator, Red Hulk. It was my most winning deck. Apparently, posting about it was all that it took to get it absolutely derailed. So Loki is a deck that does require quite a bit of skill to play, and so like Tanjo is probably one of the best at it. I don't enjoy playing it, but I could see why it would be kind of fun. You have to really decide whether it's worth it to take their resources, play your own, kind of hold out, and for when you should change it. And so there's a lot of lines to it, but it's just not one that I find enjoyable. He's a Loki main. Yeah, he is the main Loki player. Anytime you run into him, like, I assume it's going to be Loki. Loki plus Quinjet. Yeah, I probably should have retreated when they had the Loki with the Quinjet. Because being able to have that much of a discount on those cards is huge. I mean, it's not always as easy as just playing the Quinjet, though. And so Altar of Death, it's another Surfer deck. They have the Nakia, so they're just going for the season missions. We have Jeff that can move over. We can potentially change it eventually. I like kind of prepping the US agent into Mojo World. Yeah, it's not free, but it is a very powerful one. And so Dakin to the left is immune to the Shang-Chi, but it's a beautiful border on the Dakin, by the way. But even after it comes out down, we could Shadow King it back down to 4. So I like the Gladiator in the US Agent lane, even if it's above that 8 power, as long as it's not above, I think it's 12, maybe it's 11, then we'll be able to destroy it because it'll be discounted or debuffed by US Agent. I just met Mill discard. I completely forgot this one existed. It is tough. I don't have as much luck with that one, but it is a tough one. So we took out their Sebastian Shaw, right? That's a huge hit to their deck. I think we do... This might be a Jeff and then Nakia play. Although they could do Brood and kind of buff that up. This could also be the Makari build that runs Strong Guy. And if so, I'm not familiar enough with that one to know if it runs Brood as well. And then Frank Puddle, you said, hey TLSG, huge fan of your work. Thank you for being awesome and welcome back. Thank you for being here. If it wasn't for you guys, I couldn't continue to create content, and I couldn't do the things that I do. And so I'm very grateful that you guys enjoy the content enough that you're here for it. Even after the kind of impromptu break that I took. And so the Brood goes mid. That's good news for the middle location. And then Strong Guy left, or good news for our Mojo location. Nova comes down, even with a Shadow King. Them getting a deep enough discount on these cards feels very scary. Because Dakin would go to 4, but Strong Guy would always potentially be able to be 10. Or I guess 9 after the Shadow King came down. We could hope for a good Baron Zemo pull. That's just that, very hopeful. I think as long as they can get down to 1 card or less, they beat us in the right lane. So Baron Zemo will pull their last resource. I'm going to gamble and hope that it's above a 3 power. Play around Negasonic just in case. Replacement, there's a Killmonger. I didn't think Zemo mid would be more than 8. I guess if we move Jeff there, it'd have to be a little bit more than that. So Gambit came down. The Surfer in the right lane. It's a huge left lane. Shadow King, Zemo, unless it's like the most beautiful card in the world, it's not going to be enough. And so Zemo would have pulled the 5 power Makari plus the 3. We would have also had to do Shadow King in mid, which I guess we could have. But it would have been a really odd and specific read. But Gambit took out the shark anyways. You should Yondu before Zemo? How come? So they only had 1 card left in their deck, Uluf. But replacement for US Agent should be Spider-Ham. Could be a pretty good one. If you have Grandmaster, you can try that one. And I think it should work pretty decently as well. So what are we going to run that does good against Surfer? Because we're getting torn up by it. Either that or we pop into like a Conquest run real fast. I don't think Sarah Control does it. Mill was doing fine, but we absolutely got bodied. Killween King, hello, how are you? I'm doing well. How are you? Hopefully you're doing great so far. Cosmo and Shadow King? Heard it. You could do Grandmaster to re-trigger your like mill cards. I don't think it's a perfect sub. I would rather test out a Spider-Ham first, but what would be a good deck to win all 3 locations? A Living Tribunal deck. So a Living Tribunal deck, potentially like a Mr. Negative Living Tribunal, or just a standard Tribunal deck could do it if you have those cards. I think it's going to take a pretty deep collection, but I can build one real fast. I'm going to push off the ads. We're going to run 1 minute. I'll do Living Tribunal, and then we can... I think you just have to outpower Surfer. Yeah. Bro, you're the best Snap streamer. Yuki, thank you so much for the compliment. There's a lot of really good ones out there. And so that means a whole lot. It does. Hearing that sort of thing is very encouraging. You persuaded me. Spider-Ham for US Agent. Magneto. Let's lose some cubes. You may try it on Conquest. Anytime there's weekend missions, you get a very specific set of cards that you're going to run into. So I'm going to run a quick ad break, and then I'm going to figure out what we're going to run for the last little bit. So we will be C2 over Surfer. We will be right back, you guys. It's all Surfer and Conquest right now too. Oh man, I guess that's to be expected. We'll probably see it for a while. I think like something like Ongoing could do decently. You force them to play into a certain lane, use Cosmo to stop their ability to do some of those big cards. So maybe that's what we go with. Pixel Rocket is scary. He really is. Pixel Rocket Raccoon is one of the scariest things. One of the scariest of pixels. He looks like not excited. He just looks crazy. And that's the most scary thing is when you get those crazy eyes because you don't know what they're gonna do. Do you really like the Hella deck? Even if she brings back -2 power for discarded? Yeah, I think I think it forces it more. Not the one that's the targeted discard. I think you have to do more of a Corvus build. And so I don't have Corvus yet. I unlock him, I think it's next week when he's in the caches. Either that or 2 weeks from now. And so I'm not able to really test out a Hella, but it is still very, very strong. Man Thing is great into Surfer. Yeah, there's a lot of 3 cost or lower cards out on the board. But we'll run a little bit of Ongoing. And watch, we won't see another Surfer for the rest of... We won't see another Surfer for the rest of the stream. Let's go ahead and do Nebula. We do have Jean Grey. We have Cosmo. But based on what we've been seeing, I'm going to snap into it. The Miniaturized Lab is great. If we can force them to not be able to do a Killmonger with Cosmo, that's even better. But I think the Jean Grey Cosmo is a great start. Yeah, the 18 power Infinite is still scary. -2 Iron Man, not so much. So we can play Jean Grey out on 2. Super interesting. Let's play her into mid. And then I think Cosmo would be our follow-up. We can also do Man Thing. Ooh, Patriot build? Not what I would have expected. But it looks like it's going to be a Patriot build. I think we do Cosmo, Ant-Man. We can always throw like Man Thing down, and that opens up our flexibility to play wherever else we want. A Danjo. So if you click the deck name, it's an add-on on Twitch. So if you click the deck name, it'll pull it up. And so we do stop their Squirrel Girl. 6 hours? That long stream guy, absolutely. We've been trying to push. We got a really big raid from Dara, and so it felt wrong to. It felt wrong to end it, and so it's something that I'm gonna go as long as I can. Yeah, so they just released that update on Untapped, and so now you can hover over the cards either on the board or on the tracker if it's extended to see what their effects are, that sort of thing. And so Man Thing is absolutely devouring this lane. Since it's a Patriot build, I don't think they're gonna have Luke Cage, but Scarlet Witch, Squirrel Girl all got snap again. We're going to try to just continue to keep snapping. We get the early retreat from player 2023. Just an unfortunate set of turns for him. He said, hey, just watched your Lady Deathstrike deck video, and I think if it's easier for you and gets us more videos, then do that. Yeah, and I think that's definitely something that I'm looking at. And so for like today, I don't know that I do a deck highlight for today. We really haven't had a deck that's performed like amazingly, like worthy of a highlight. So we had a Namora Wong deck that did good for the first like 10 games, and then it kind of staled off. We did gain cubes with it, but not as much as I would want for something that was featured. And then there was a bounce deck that popped off for like a 70% win rate the first few games that we played, and then it evened out to about a 50% win rate. And so it's just been a tough day overall. And so I don't know that we're going to do any kind of like deck highlight from this one. The idea is that I brew a few things. Some of those will work out, and I can do the stream highlights to kind of get a little bit of extra video mileage out of our streams. But this time, I think it's just going to be a fun stream. Nice to catch you live too. Why even bother? I'm glad that you caught us live. I'm glad that you found the stream and that you're here to enjoy it. I'm excited for you to unlock Pixie. I feel like you'll have a great cook. Pixie is one that I definitely want to cook with. I think no matter what, a Pixie deck will get bodied pretty heavily by Mobius. But otherwise, I think there's some really cool things you can do. I think you don't need to overthink it too much. Other than Cozy, basically every Snap streamer's YouTube content is culled from streams. Yeah, I do hold a pretty high standard for win rate for the decks that I showcase. And so, like, I wouldn't want to showcase something that I don't think is going to be really good for most people. Pixie High Evo is slept on. I don't know that I have the Pixel. Oh, Pixie High Evo. So I don't want to showcase something that I don't think is going to be good for the majority of viewers. Yeah, I'm using the stream as an excuse to test out different builds. And I don't have any others that I was toying around with. This ongoing is slightly modified from the last time that I featured one, but it is incredibly strong. And so the Elsa Bloodstone here, and it really comes in and out of the meta. So it depends on if you're facing a lot of like single card things. So Loki, it doesn't do great against. If we faced into Tanjo, we would retreat for one. For like Kitty Pride decks, doesn't do great, but there's a lot of decks that it does go into very well right now. Pixie at least can play its own Mobius, so I pull it out whenever I see Loki. Yeah, that's true. With Loki, Mobius is a big counter to it. Not to say that it completely wins, but a lot of players, if they're not skilled with it, it'll win it most of the time. I think we play Claw to make sure that that does not get pulled into Grand Central. And then if it pulls Spectrum, I think that's all right. Anything else is just okay. Just notice it's almost an all pixel deck. Yeah, that was something that I pushed for. It was an almost all pixel deck. And so they have Beast, they can pull Re-Bast, they can Re-Hood potentially. Any of those could pull into the right lane. So their Hood, they get another, wherever the Hood went. Somewhere.
Avengers! Assemble.
He's there, but he's not there at the same time. We're going into the final turn. We could either shift our cards out of this left lane. But I think we do... I think I'm going to do this. I'm not going to snap into it. I think we would force them into a retreat at this point because we have such a high power lead. Where were these decks when we were playing Mill? I feel like we could have cleaned up against a couple of these own. Where the Hood? Where the Hood? I don't know. He's here, but not here at the same time. We do get the retreat. We'll go ahead and we'll slam a few more with ongoing. It's treating us well, but that's been kind of the case for all of the decks that we tested today. Was that the first few matches were great, and then we kind of started teetering off from there. Next up, we have Moose. First location is Negative Zone. I feel bad because they gave us a fist bump, but I think that's enough to snap into. Having Luke Cage for the Negative Zone is always really big. If the opponent doesn't, then it's almost just a free lane for us. And so we'll snap into it just on that alone. Atilin will shuffle our cards after turn 3, but we're going to have to throw the Luke Cage to make sure that we get it when it comes back. We are susceptible to something like Rogue, but I think I'm okay taking that risk. And Baku Pixel Avatar. It's very funny. It was a pixel deck, And so I thought it was fitting to throw a pixel avatar on it. And then good to catch you here again. It's good for you to be back. I'm glad that you're here. YouTube, there's untapped link in description. Is your milled list anywhere? Let's see. I think I can switch back to it in a second so that you can do exclamation point deck, or it's the last YouTube video that I had. The one that was posted, I think 6 hours ago now. That one was the same list. And so with Nebula in the right lane, they do have Jeff, so they could move it out. So they may not get impacted by the Mojo. But I do like the idea. Maybe Jean Grey. I'll check the YouTube. Yeah, no problem, Waffle. Oh, Red Guardian into the loot cage was brutal. And so it's not a free lane over there anymore. By the way, do you accept deck requests to try? Jean left. I mean, now that Luke Cage is gone, I feel like it's equally awful for both of us. And it's turn 5, so I think we have to go with, like, Claw here. The game got late really quickly. Jean left would be evil, but I think in this case we had to. I think our snap was rather hasty. This gives a little bit extra, but not enough that I'm incredibly confident. Because Omega Red, if it wins, it'll push the left to a +1. And then middle, it'll push us to a win. And so Captain Marvel would have to move. We're going to retreat out. But 1, yeah, I do loses on board, yeah. I do accept deck recommendations from time to time. So like, here, I don't know that I would cover very many on stream for today since we've been going a while. But I think, like if you have one, I'll test it out over the weekend while I'm traveling. I remember how I lost 8 cubes because Red Guardian disabled my Nimrod. Ooh, diabolical. Red Guardian is one of those really flexible cards. I would like to see you play junk decks. All right, I think it's actually probably a good time for junk deck. So this is the one that I was running earlier, and we had an awful time with. But I think the bones are there. I think the bones are good. It's a little bit different than what worked well from like a year ago. But I think we have a couple of additional resources that help us in their place. So I have White Widow instead of the old Polaris pool. We have a Cannonball as that kind of new age win a lane after you lock them out of one with like either Clutter or Doc Ock. And then we have Magic to extend the game. So very much similar. And then we have a little flavor of like Iron Fist, Dagger, Ghost Spider, which can end up getting really big really quickly. Red Guardian is a card that when it hurts, yeah. And it's so flexible as a counter card. And I think that's why it's it's so strong, is that even if you don't have an Iron Man down, it's still going to be a 5 power 3 cost, which is still really, really good. But sometimes it's going to be 3 cost 1,000,000 power if you hit and disable like a Living Tribunal for that Iron Man. And so I think we disabled the right lane with Magic. I'm not confident we could win it ahead of time. They haven't played anything so far, but the Nico into copying a card on 4. Very heavy curve. Lucas, you said about to enjoy that Elden Ring. Is it about to drop, the DLC? I think we're going to go White Widow to the right. We can then do Doc Ock to the right. And then it's just looking like Red Hulk somewhere, Cannonball as a finisher. Unless we draw the move enablers for Dagger. So with Thor, they copy the Thor as well. Just waiting for end of your stream to end to play. Oh, it did come out today. Awesome. And so I'll play for just a little bit longer. And then I'll let you all be free to go play Elden Ring DLC. Let's play Doc Ock into mid. I was going to do right to make sure that we clogged that one. But I'm a little bit afraid of... because then we would kind of be reliant on the Shang-Chi there. Or maybe the Cannonball. But I don't like Cannonball in the lane that we've clogged up. No, this is more enjoyable for now. Well, I'm glad that you are enjoying it. And so Blink to change the the Thor. into Beta Ray. I was laughing until it upgraded into a better Thor.
Are ye worthy?
Blink doesn't have a target to hit now, and then Thor in the left lane. So they have a lot of... Ooh, and then the Pixie comes down. All right. We get an enabler for Iron Fist, or for Dagger. So we could always do like Debris, Iron Fist, Dagger. That's going to win us here. We have Shang-Chi for any of the hammers that they top deck. Help us win there. Either that or we just have a 22 power Red Hulk. We know that they don't have the Odin anymore. So I think we're okay. I think this is fine. And so left lane, Jane Foster, they definitely have, what is that, 3 different zero cost cards that they can pull. The right lane they won't be able to play in. And so it depends on... We should drop initiative by only winning mid. And so that would make us able to do like a Red Hulk right. And I think that's fine. We could also do Cannonball right. I think maybe that's even a little bit safer. Because it'd take out the 6 power play. We'd be able to come over the top of it. And so we grabbed the 2 cubes with the Junk deck. So maybe thank you for the recommendation for Junk. This one I did have a tough time with this morning. But maybe it was just like knocking off the dust on it. And the Pixie scrambled the cost too. But none of the hammers. It only works on what was in your base deck. I thought that for a long time too, since I don't have Pixie. But somebody corrected me in the comments of one of my video. They were nice about it, but they still corrected me. I always screw up the Green Goblin Titania play. It can be a tough one to get right. It comes down to a lot of where you think your opponent's going to play. And so we have the White Widow that helps start clogging it up. With Magic, we can always play into the Vault on turn number 7, but I think they start playing here early, so maybe we can get some clutter first. And so with the Sentinel, I have to think that it's going to be a Cerebro 3. It's typically the only time you'll see the Sentinel play. We were going to do Magic until we weren't. We're just going to skip here then. We could do the Dagger into mid, but I'd be worried about a Valkyrie. Setting it back to 3. And so I don't want to take that risk. We're going to wait until we can Magic. We have Debris, but do they play into the Vault this turn? There's no way they lock it in on 4, right? We can always Magic next turn. That leaves us 2 turns to find ways to win from there. So they don't play perfect. So we cap out their middle location. That's going to be at most, even with a double Cerebro, it's going to be 14. And that's very, very winnable. And then we do have Green Goblin to send their way next turn. Let's use Magic in the right. I don't think they run any kind of cards that like take away locations, or they typically don't. Cerebro doesn't have to care. All the cards are the same. So Dark Dimension is in mid. The Vault is in the left because of their Quake. We have Magic coming down. And so they can play into the middle location because they took out... They took out the Rock. So we could do then kind of cheeky like... Oh no, it's Dark Dimension. So we could do something kind of cheeky like Iron Fist into Green Goblin. If they cap out this one, then it won't go. It'll go here. If they don't cap out this one, then it's going to go here and then shoot over. And then we still have the Dagger into Ghost Spider play for the last turn, potentially. Them clearing up the Dark Dimension is definitely tough. Red Hulk mid. We could have Red Hulk mid too, but we have to worry about the Valkyrie line. The overlay that's extending past my face, if you click on the deck name, it's an overlay on Twitch. We're talking to see if maybe they can get it changed, but it's an overlay on Twitch, and so if you click that, it'll kind of unroll it so that it's not over my face anymore. So in the left lane, I have to think that this is Cerebro, and then this goes Cerebro and Mystique with the Bast. Both of those are going to be 3, so it's going to be 7, 14, 21 power. And this goes up to 8 more, so it goes up to 12. Yeah, it could be Valk mid. So Valk mid, but they did Bast, so both Cerebro and Mystique would be 0, or would be 3 power here. We could try to destroy one of their Cerebros. That would make this 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It'd still be 8. And then be 5, 10, so that this still wouldn't win. I don't think we have a winning play here.
Escaped.
So I guess, okay, we could have fought for mid since they had priority. But this would be 7, 14, 21, 28 in mid once Valkyrie came down. Even if it didn't change the card that we dropped there. It would have been a really solid play, 7, 14, 21, 28. Or 20 or 28, depending on if they had both Cerebro and Mystique. And then next up we have Schrader. Let's see if we can get another good finisher with the junk deck. We have the Green Goblin. We typically hold our Ghost Spider until much later on in the game, when we're using it to either get a cheeky play with like a Green Goblin, or sometimes even Titania could be a fun one to do. With the extra energy, I do think we start clogging up their location. I'm going to go Green Goblin left, as we get a better feel for what kind of deck they're running. How great is this deck? I haven't had much luck with it. I've had pretty poor luck with it. It could have been like bad flips, bad RNG, like distracted play, but my record with it has been really bad so far. I ran it at the first stream, so before I really got settled in and was able to focus on it, I was focusing more on chat. But I ran it, it was like a 40% win rate. So it wasn't doing incredibly well then. It's been doing okay now. But I do think there's some cool ways to build junk, and it really depends on what's kind of the flavor right then. And so something like debris can be really, really impactful for you. But it can also be what ends up losing you games. So we can do White Widow to send them a little bit more junk. We can do a Doc Ock pull, or a Doc Ock pull somewhere else. And then we have a Dagger that can bump up to 12 pretty easy. 4, 5, 6, 7. With the game extension, we can do all 3 of these. So we can swing one lane with Shang-Chi, swing another one with a 12 power Dagger. I've been seeing a lot of Killmonger these days, though. Yeah, with the Surfer, there's a lot of Killmonger around. But the good thing about this deck is it doesn't rely super heavily on the debris. The debris, if you can catch them kind of by surprise or after it comes down, you can win a lot of things from. The Abomination. So this is a high Evo deck. Haven't seen a high Evo deck in quite some time. So we could do... We could do this. It's really niche, but I think it's kind of funny. Because you pull the Titania over and then she bounces to their side from the Ghost Spider. I kind of think instead we do something like Doc Ock. I think we have a better chance of being able to win the left lane with like a Dagger pull and then a Shang-Chi to swing the rest of it. So we're going to try and drain them of the resources that they have. hopefully dodging Shang-Chi. If not, I think that's okay as well. No, Buff. It's not abysmal. But for mine, especially the ones that I like would feature on a video, I typically like to be able to maintain like a 60 or more win rate over a decent sample size. And I know that those are going to be a little bit lower when I stream because I definitely multitask a little bit differently. But I still think holding I still want to hold a pretty high standard for the decks that I feature on the channel. So we get the Wasp, which Red Guardian, which does help our Widow's Kiss. We don't have to necessarily tap out this location, but it's still rough. And then the Hazmat. And so no Odin onto the Hazmat, which is going to be good. I don't think Shang-Chi is going to be our friend in this one. I think something like Titania is great. I want to save 2 spots here to be able to swing the dagger over. And so I think just the Titania to the right would have been enough into the dagger pool to the left. We'll take those. How's Widow's Kiss only -1? They used Red Guardian on it. So they used Red Guardian, so it took away the ongoing ability that sets it at -4. So instead, it's a 0 power card that has -2 from Red Guardian, a -1 from Hazmat for a -3, and then a -1 from Wasp for -4, and then +3 because when they took the text away, it got +3 from Washington, D.C. And so it ends up at a net total of -1 because it's -4 otherwise. Yeah, one of those interesting interactions. But it does look like it's just a little bit after 4. And so before the next set of ads run, I'm going to start looking to find a streamer to raid you guys over into. Are there any channels that are live that you guys enjoy? How many hours is this stream going? I would like to keep it going because we've had more viewers here than I've had in any of my streamers for a while, or in my streams for a while. So I definitely want to keep it going, but I do have to get ready because I'm going to go visit family over the weekend. And then the next stream date right now is going to be next Friday. I'll have videos on the YouTube channel, but I have work and a few other things that'll take up my time. And then next Friday, I'll be able to do another probably 6-hour live stream. And then that's what I'm going to be betting on for a while, is that augmented. So we have a couple for KX4N. We have one for Woody, or a couple for Woody, one for Dexter. We have Guest Gaming. I'm not familiar with KX. So would they be a pretty good one to raid into? So I'm going to run a quick. He's been on for 12 hours. Okay, probably not KX if he's been on that long. I'll look to see how long one of the other ones have been going to figure out who we raid into. And so let's go ahead and I'm going to push just a real quick ad as I set up this raid. And then I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. Thank you guys for the amazing stream. It has been absolutely incredible. More than I could ever imagine it would be. You certainly didn't make the choice in coming back. Oh, make the Wong choice. Cursory. I didn't make the Wong choice. Let's roll a quick ad and then I'm going to send you guys over. Let's see who we should go to. I know I got a couple for Woody. I haven't watched their streams. Are they pretty interactive with the chat? I want someone else that's really positive vibes too. We do have It's Guest Gaming. I know let's raid Woody. We got a couple for Sal. We'll do Woody this time. Next time we'll send over to Sal. And so let's look for Yo Woody. Why is he not popping up for me? Oh, there we go. We will raid over into Yo Woody. We're gonna go ahead and start queuing up the stream, or queuing up the raid, and that will launch us up. Thank you guys, everybody that has been here to support the stream. Have absolutely loved having you here. once this raid gets ready, it looks like it's queuing up for about a minute from now. Should I push it manually? So Woody's a goodie. I know he is a high-end, high-ranked player. I don't know about his attitude. I haven't watched enough of him. Yeah, I know he's a really good player, and so he's oftentimes in the top 10 for sure. You can push it manually. All right, we'll go ahead and push it manually. Thank you guys again. Oh well, it went away. Thank you guys again for the fantastic stream. We're going to start the raid and then push it manually. I accidentally, I guess, exited out of it. He's funny, kind of low-key. Okay. As long as he's not super negative, then I'm perfectly fine with it. And so we're going to go ahead and send over. Thank you guys again. We'll see you in the next one.